going on? What's going on? How y'all doing? Welcome to the Sunday show. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew for this Sunday. We got Jay, we got Dope Daddy, Dr. Will James, Willie Bean, Hink, Clout Jones, me, myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to the Sunday show, everybody. As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. What's going on, Dale Matthew, Exposing the Truth. Christopher Matthews, Prime VA757, coming in hot. If you are catching this on a replay, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We got an excellent show here for you guys today. As you guys know, the news broke about Travis Hunter marries his girlfriend, Leanna. He also bought her a 6-figure G-Wagon as a wedding gift. So we're going to get our media reactions to this, and we're going to do a little deeper dive into how important it is to marry the right person if you so choose to do so. Sounds good? Let me go ahead and run this clip, and then we'll go ahead and react to it.
New York, Travis Hunter proposed to his girlfriend Leanna with a $15 million diamond ring. Let me know what y'all think about Travis Hunter proposing to his girl Leanna. She said yes to.
There you go. What you gonna do now?
Yep.
Ready?
You ready?
Yeah, y'all count down from 3.
3, 2, 1.
Shit down while I issue my statement. It needed a moment of silence. We made it.
You see how the whole internet tried to do Travis Hunter's girlfriend? And look, he done married her. That's what y'all get. Y'all need to stay out of people's business. Because everybody does not care that somebody had a past before them. The only people who care about stuff like that is people who are not secure within themselves. And people who care about what everybody else around them think. Y'all try to break him and that girl up. Y'all try to, destroy this young lady. And he done married the woman. I love that for you, Travis. It shows leadership. It shows you're a real man. Men get very, very insecure when it comes to other men and their woman having dealings with them. Especially if it was before them. A real secure grown man don't care about a woman's past. Only insecure men care about that. I hope this is a lesson for some of y'all. Because people gonna do what they want to do regardless. Thank you. Stop listening to the internet. It's gonna really make you a miserable person.
All right. Travis Hunter just got married. First reaction, good move or bad move? I'm going to start with you first, Jay. You're on mute just so you know.
I mean, you can't call it a bad move. I think every man has a path that they got to go on. You know what I mean? Whether it's a path of a lesson that needs to be taught or whether it's a path of success. You know what I mean? So whatever her past was, he was willing to deal with it. So if her past is part of who she is in the future, he's got to deal with that as well. So if it is a successful marriage, then he chose correct. But I mean, we won't know that until, you know, the future presents itself and we see how this plays out. But nonetheless, we all have a path that we have to go, and we go off with our instincts, what we're feeling now, and hope that we make the right decision. You know.
All right, Dr. Will James. Travis Hunter just got married. First reaction, good move or bad move?
Bad move. It's in fact a bad move. Emory University did a research study that found that men who spend more money on wedding rings are more likely to get a divorce. So the men who spent between $2,000 and $4,000 were 1.3 times more likely to get a divorce than men who spent $500 to $2,000 on a wedding ring. And the men who spent $20,000 or more on a wedding ring were 3.5 times more likely to get a divorce than men who spent less than that. And there he is dropping the bag on the wedding ring. So that right there is just being objective according to the data. That right there is it's not looking good. It's more likely that he's going to get a divorce. Furthermore, men should never lead with their money. A woman is going to like you for you. They're going to see the other traits in you, your morality, your characteristics, your mannerisms, just how you carry yourself as a man, your ability to provide and protect without you making, millions of dollars on them knowing how much you make. If they're going to be feeling you, they're going to be feeling you. The women who require you to spend all that money, they're not feeling you like that. The lady in the clip who's speaking, she's probably a 304. You see she has the tattoo breast, and that's why she's speaking like that. Of course, a person's past matters. Your past is a part of who you are. They also did a research study that said that women who have had more than 10 partners when they get married, it's more likely that they will get a divorce. So, yeah, that woman. So if you're talking to a woman who she's had, 100 partners, she used to be an escort or she used to be a night walker, who wants to wife that up? Your woman is going to be a representation of you. And also, objectively speaking, it's more likely that a divorce is going to happen. People who say, a person's past shouldn't matter and all that, those are the people who have the worst past. And I would like to ask her, if a man was, he did some egregious behavior, if he was a registered offender or he was a woman beater and he did all that in his past, do you not take that into consideration? Is it just his past, or is it something you should take in consideration when moving forward with a person? So I just think it's just irrational thought from people like that spewing what she was saying.
Could I say something in response to that? You said something about in fact it's a bad decision based on a study that you read. Did I hear that? Can you hear me?
I said, objectively speaking,
Yeah.
it's a bad decision because it's more likely with him dropping the bag on the ring. Research shows it's more likely he'll get a divorce. And we don't even know if he has he had to sign a prenup. If she didn't sign a prenup, that also makes it more likely they'll get a divorce.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Somebody called my phone. I'm sorry. Okay, because I'm real I'm a stickler sometimes when it comes to words, and I thought I heard you say the word fact early on, and I just want people to always be careful of whenever you read a research study, it's just a study. I'm sorry, somebody called me again. Yeah, when we read a research study, we gotta understand that those are not facts. Some of them have good information, but they don't always take into consideration key variables. So I just want people to be careful of that.
All right, did you want to respond, Dr. Will?
I mean, research studies are facts, but you have to take in consideration the variables. You have to take in consideration the race, the culture, all of that information. But the research study, the findings are facts. So you have to take the variables into consideration, but the findings are facts. Those are facts. It's just not causation, it's a correlation. So causation means it will always happen 100% of the time. Correlation is where we get the more likely to. So that's why I said it's more likely, and I said the 1.5 times and 3.5 times. That's correlation, not causation. So, but those are facts. The findings were real people. They spent a certain amount of money on it, and then you see how many of those cases ended in divorce in comparison to the others. So that is a fact.
But I want to add to that not one, but it's not always prudent to take what you see from these research studies as facts, because studies are often limited in scope. A lot of the times conflicting results exist, and then also there's bias and methodological flaws in these results. And then anytime someone cites there's a study for something, when you push back and challenge them to say, well, hey, who is this study peer reviewed by? Which means, their peers have also looked at this same data and come to these same conclusions. In these types of conversations, they're rarely had or there isn't any. And then furthermore, there's also rarely any times where these cases have had that metadata studied, you know what I'm saying, for actually what it was. And so when we say that if you ask 900 black men, do they, excuse me, ask a sample size of 900 black men how they feel about dating, our dating is going to reflect our realities and what we've gone through. If you ask 900 white men what they feel about dating, it's going to reflect their realities and their experiences. So the point I think that Mon is trying to make is that when you talk about these studies as fact, like one, facts aren't objective. They're either facts or they're not. And then two, if you're going to say that we have to take these studies as cause, or you say as what we're going to use to our metric when we have these conversations, we're never going to move anywhere, because I've paid for studies to prove that, black men are more likely to be in their father's lives. But then if a woman pays for that same study, she can go aim that at women and ask women that same question, like, well, how do you feel about the opportunity black men have for being in their men's life? And you get a completely different result.
Whatever research study, there's something called threats to validity. Research studies are objective, they're not subjective, so it's factually based. Again, bringing up different races, those are variables. So if the variable is race and there's black men and white men, the findings are going to be different. The facts are going to be different because of black men's lived experience and white men's lived experience when you ask them. But it's going to be it's going to be facts. You're going to say, we surveyed 900 men, and according to those 900 black men, this was the results of when they spent this much money on a wedding ring, and this was the results when they spent, more than 20,000. That would be factual findings based on that. Now, the threat to validity is whether or not those men are being truthful or not. But whenever you do a research study, you depend on them being truthful and honest and stuff like that. That's all you can do. The study with Emerson University is peer-reviewed. Is several professors that worked on the study, conducted the study and stuff like that. If you were to go do findings, the findings of a study can't just be like manipulated. Like a woman would have to go find her own study that shows something to combat what you're saying. Otherwise, it's not a valid research study. That's why we look at the tier of the research study. Did we look at the tier and the criteria of the source? Is this something from Wikipedia? Is this from a .org website? Is it from .edu? Did this come from a university? Where's the study from? That's where you determine the credibility of the source. It can't just be something just manipulated to fit what you want to do. When I did my research study, I had to do my research study, and I did it on black and white students' perception of social studies curricula. Now, I wanted the findings to show that the curricula was biased. I couldn't manipulate the research to say that. I had to go off what the student said. And according to the student's completion of my survey instrument, it proved that the social studies curricula was biased.
You can manipulate a study by only asking people who are going to agree with the outcome that you want, which was my point. And to say that just because they asked 900 men of what age, of what ethnic background, of what upbringing, and what personal experience, if you go target men who, say for example, you go target a bunch of men who follow this red pill manosphere and ask them these questions, it should be assumed, or at least if not solidly understood, that you're going to get a lot of guys who are anti-women because of things that they've dealt with women. And they're trying to, they found a space where they can build and bond. But now, if you wanted to, for a counter, if you ask a bunch of content creators, how they feel about content creators as a useful to society, they're going to have a very different answer than people who aren't in the space. So it's not difficult, nor is it impossible to manipulate any study. Feminists have been doing it since forever. So has the alphabet community, and so has the majority of these anti-men's movements, against fathers' rights, things like that. So I don't want to say it's disingenuous. I just don't think that it's a assertion that can be easily or logically defended to say that a study can't be manipulated.
You can't manipulate a credible study. Like, if your study is just that you surveyed
Dr. Will. I know we're getting off topic a little bit. I do want to make sure we hash this Travis Hunter.
I'm sorry, I didn't even answer that. My bad.
Yeah. Go ahead. Travis Hunter
just
got married. Good move.
It's a terrible move. He married somebody that has a tape of them eating dick out on the internet. That's also clearly given the same level of access that he has as a professional athlete and celebrity to a man who is not. She's consistently dated down, or excuse me, men who are beneath Travis Hunter, and now she secured a bag by marrying him. Like, at the same time, to Jay's point, that just may be a lesson he has to learn, because, you know, my pops told me, you know, a hard head makes for a soft ass, and too many celebrities and too many other men and who are experienced in what he's dealing with told him not to do it, and he still did it. So that lesson that he's going to learn from this has to be his. That woman is 33 years old. He's 22. This is, you know, of course,
She's
women.
33.
Yeah, she's old. She's older. She's way older than him. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I know she's older than him.
Damn,
like, hold on.
It's a fact. That's a fact.
I think it's like 3 years. It's 3 years difference.
Oh yeah, there you go. She's something like he's older. He's older than him, and then she's shown him who she was, and he doesn't believe it. Like, you can't protect him from being a sucker. That's not. It's just something like, you know, for every a man won't stop being a sucker until he gets licked, and I guess this is him getting licked now, because she's definitely secured the bag.
All right, go ahead, Dope.
My position is, I got several takes. So I don't like the way that people think that you can, like, go on the internet and call a nigga girl, like, yo, bro, she's a whore, leave her. Like, that's not how you get somebody to take heed to your advice. Because you're not really saying it out of love. You're saying it because you hate whores. And we all dislike, you know, those type of women for the most part. But it's a certain way that you communicate to somebody about the things that they're going through. It's a certain way to try to communicate that. And I don't think that people were genuinely communicating that the right way. They just use it as an excuse to drag a whore that they saw. Is he making a bad decision? I think he's fucked. I think he's following his heart. And of course, I would tell him, as an older guy, I really think you should rethink this through. But we all kind of had to, we all been through it a little bit when we were young and low, and we was green. We might have trusted a girl we wasn't supposed to. The only thing is, he got a lot of money now. That early, we all got to make the mistakes when we didn't really have a lot of money. So is it a good move? Absolutely not. I don't think so. But at the same time, we all had to touch money and then lose money and learn how to get it back. So him, if they go through a divorce, he lose some money, he'll get more money. You know, we all been through it, like I said. So I don't necessarily agree with a ton of the takes. And as far as like him buying her the car and the G-Wagon, everybody gonna get, if everybody actually had money, you want to get your girl a new car, because you want your girl's a reflection of you. You want to take your money and you want to use it to make the people around you happy. So you want to buy an expensive ring, you want to buy a new car. You know, if you buy an expensive ring and you're a lame and you lead with your money and all that type of stuff, that's different. But if you've actually built a relationship with somebody and it's not really about money, then it don't matter if you spend 200, 300K, $1 million on a ring. That's just a symbol. But yeah, I think I expressed my opinion right there.
All right, go ahead, Hink. I'm gonna come to you, and then also too, tell us if it's a good move or bad move that he got married. And then I know Doe brought up about the G-Wagon. Is that love or simping? But you can go ahead and get a good move or bad move in first, and then speak on that purchase that he made as well.
I think it's a good move, just with the wrong person. It's a good move, just with the wrong person, in my opinion. She's the wrong woman. He should have. He never should. She's just not the woman for him. You know what I'm saying? But he's never had a beautiful woman like that before in his life. So he wouldn't know how to turn her down or get her straight, push in the right direction. He has no idea. This is probably the best he ever had in his life, despite of him being an athlete. Guys, in case y'all don't know, most of these athletes, they don't have no goddamn game. A lot of them get the women just based off their athleticism, or maybe they're decent looking. But if you have to actually have a serious conversation and convince a woman into give you the time of day. They have no idea how to do it because they never had to do it in their lives. Women was always attracted to them because of their name, their persona, what they could probably do. If he had actually go in there and had to work and put his game down, he wouldn't have a woman. Nothing like that. And so now he's finally got a beautiful woman. He don't know how to move and act and respond. So that's why he's doing what he's doing. So we're saying, look, I don't have no problem him buying her a G-Wagon, spoiling. That's his wife. That's his wife. If it was a girlfriend, I wouldn't have bought a shit. Now I don't agree with the price of the ring he paid for. She would have never got that ring from me. Not a wedding ring. Now if we've been together for 10 years, you know what I'm saying, we got a little time behind us. I say, baby, I want to upgrade your ring. Let's go do this. And then I would do it. I had no problem with that. But off the rip, nah, he probably should have went to a goddamn pawn shop for the effort and got a goddamn ring and see how she respond and react to that. Now, if you with it, we get to that 10-year mark, I got you, baby. No worry, no problem. And what was your second question, JR?
Oh, no, you answered. I was asking about the G-Wagon. Was it love or simping? But you answered the question.
Yeah, I don't think that. Look, again, that's his wife. I don't consider that simping. I don't believe a married man can simp for his wife. I don't understand that at all. But I mean, maybe some people do feel that way. I don't believe you can simp for your wife because that's your wife. You know what I'm saying? You blessed her with your last name. She, like my man says, she's a reflection of you. So I definitely don't think it's. She's just a wrong woman, though.
Go ahead, Cloud Jones. Good move or bad move? And how you feeling about that G-Wagon purchase?
I think that it's difficult to say whether or not objectively if it's a good or bad move. I would have to say it's based off what you want, you know, based off what it is you desire or what it is you value. I could say that for me personally, that wouldn't be a move that I would make. I wouldn't marry the particular girl, you know. I wouldn't buy the G-Wagon. I mean, there's a lot of that scenario that I wouldn't do. I think particularly for him, though, what he's going through right now is I think he's desperately trying to prove his manhood. And he's also dealing with a woman that's older than him. And I think that as long as there's a bunch of women making videos like that video, like this woman made, that are commending him and saying that he's a real man for doing that, and consistently saying that, you know, that these are the qualities of a real, not insecure man. I think especially if you're dealing with the type of guy that was raised by a single mother, I think that type of brainwashing is extremely effective. And for a guy like that, it's gonna make him feel like a real man. You know what I mean? So when he's gonna look at what the guys are saying, and then he's gonna look at what the women that remind him of his mom are saying. And the women that remind him of his mom are all gonna be telling him that he's a real man. He's making financial expenditures that are ridiculous, you know, that's a real man, you know. He's not insecure about her past, you know, that's a real man, according to these women. You know, he's willing to overlook the negative aspects of her quality. That's what a real man is, according to these women. So as long as if what he values is the opinion of women, then he's making the right decision. He can't make a better decision if what he values is the opinion of women. He's going to be up there with the greats like Russell Wilson. You know what I mean? And you know, guys like him who are notorious for solving these women's prayers. You know, all these women always talk about the Sierra prayer. And like, if you're a guy who values those type of women, then that is the best choice that you can make, to be exactly what Travis Hunter is being, because you will be praised by those women to your death. But if you're looking to be respected amongst your peers, you know, as a man, I don't think that's necessarily the right way to go. You know, like someone else said, he's been told several times by many different men that have been in the position he's in. They've given him game, they've given him wisdom, and he's chosen to not accept it. So at this point, he's going to get the outcome that he gets, and it just is what it is. He's going to have to learn. And you know what? Maybe he's going to be happy. You know, maybe he's getting what he wants. She is a pretty girl. She's attractive. You know, maybe she does have a past. Maybe she's good to him. You know, we don't really know the inside dynamics of the relationship, so I can't really judge if it's a good or bad decision. But I would say it doesn't look like one for sure to me, from my perspective. And I'll end there.
What do we honestly think Dion told him about before he got married?
Is that a question for me?
It's for
Shit,
whoever. Like, what do we
you
actually
know
think
what
Dion
Dion
told
told him. You know exactly what Dion told him. Dion has one of the most traumatic and crazy divorce stories known to man. Like he got the Shadur's mom took him and the rest of the kids and tried to leave and join a cult, and then had tried to have Dion killed. Like, you know what Dion told that boy to do with that girl. He just not gonna say it out loud because you know he got a father-son relationship with him, so you want to keep it private. But we can all infer, based on Dion's personal history, what he told that man to do as far as that girl was concerned.
What do we think it is? I'm curious.
I mean,
And the what did the boys from the Boondocks say? Kick that hoe out and let her stargaze from outside. That's like he didn't. I don't think he supported that. He just supported him.
At the very least, he told him to get a prenup. That's for sure.
Oh yeah,
I
that's a given.
absolutely agree there.
Go ahead, Jay.
Because
You don't say something?
She should have told him to get a vasectomy too.
no, I think you realize no matter how much advice, you know what I'm saying, you give somebody that you see possibly making a bad decision, if you know that their mind is made up, you know, you just give them a game. Like they said, prenup is definitely one of them. You know what I mean? And if she's not with that, then that's a whole nother conversation. But you know, you put in little safeguards so that if things, you know, totally go the opposite way, you ain't gotta damn live in a, you know, 1 bedroom in Encino or some crazy shit. You know what I mean? You can still maintain your quality of life.
I'll say this: if he got a prenuptial agreement, then it's really like no harm, no foul. But if he didn't get a prenuptial agreement, he just setting himself up to get slaughtered.
I think the foul is still going to be the time wasted. Like, imagine being young in the NFL, and he's going to miss his whole he's going to miss out on a lot of fun he can have by being, I don't want to say stuck out of disrespect to her, but out of being in that position. So he wastes, 2-3 years in a marriage, and then now he gonna, what happens when a dude come out of a marriage? He got some money now. He wants to go out there and explore all them options. So I just hope that's what had happened to him, because I would bet all the money that I have they won't be married long. But I also don't want to see him come out of that marriage trying to wild out like a young 24, 25-year-old boy should be expected to do.
Is he a religious guy?
See, I don't know.
It's gonna happen because you can see already he don't know how to move and operate. He's already hemmed up, man. It's gonna happen. Look, whatever they gonna get in the marriage, that's the only thing about that prenup. Whatever the money they accumulate in the marriage, she's gonna be entitled to.
Not if the prenup is structured correctly. That's not how it works. Because in a prenup, you can identify a percentage of future earnings, or you can say a flat fee and exclude potential earnings, whatever she agrees to. So all prenups aren't going to entitle her to any future earnings.
She gonna agree. If she did, she gonna agree to a percentage. She's not gonna agree for that flat fee. That's not what she's gonna do. She's not gonna agree with no flat fee. She's gonna agree with a percentage, and she's gonna roll the dice and take a chance on that. Especially when the man's about to. Look, he's a great player in the NFL. He's gonna do great things, and he's gonna be there for a long time. And yeah, she's gonna want a percentage, not just his NFL check. He's gonna get more for them goddamn endorsements. So yeah, she's gonna want a percentage. Fuck a flat fee. Now if she's smart.
I don't know. I think we may be unfairly judging her character. Like, I think what Dion would have told him. I think, of course, Dion might have told him to rethink the whole situation, but I don't think that Dion is into making. I don't think he's into like saying things that he just know not going to work. So I feel like at least he was probably like, at minimum, listen, you want to marry her, and I know it's nothing I can say to stop you, but at least let me do your prenup, right? And I feel like Dion never took no L's. Like, he ain't take no L's with his kids. He ain't take no L's with his wife. He came out of that. He came out of everything on top. Like, I feel like he at least did his prenup, and I feel like it's very possible that his girl actually does love him and was like, "Listen, I don't care what you put in the prenup. I know you're going to take care of me. I'm gonna sign it." It's very possible she did that, or it's very possible they did it together, and she wasn't like a stickler for it. Like, yo, I want your money. I want your money. You know.
But is it probable?
You gave her way more credit than you should, though.
Yeah.
I don't know her. I don't know her character. I know that
Consider you and your money.
Her
You
character is documented.
you got.
She's told
she's
the
a hoe.
story.
She's not gonna be considered that. She wasn't considered that man's feelings. She wasn't considered about the way when a man with the whole to get the Heisman, win a Heisman. She wasn't considered about how he looked, how she tried to make herself on the forefront of the whole situation. Do you think she gonna be considered about his money?
I
No,
think it's.
no.
This is the thing, right? Because you can easily block your blessings. So like, she know that she's living this lifestyle. This man is about to make 10 million a year, 20 million a year, up to 30 million a year. At some point, he gonna be making 30, 40 million a year. So it's like, yo, yeah, like as long as you agree to take care of me, I'm good. Like as long as you like, yo, listen, we can sign this prenup. It's going to say that anything in my name is mine, anything that's in your name is yours. And yeah, you can start stacking. Start stacking. Put some stuff in your own bank account. She can have 10, 20 million in a bank account by the time they get a divorce. Like I just don't see money being that big of a deal when you got that much money. I don't know.
I would have to disagree with you there because we all know that the number one thing that causes divorce is money. So money could be an issue at any level, especially if you're dealing with somebody that has an insatiable appetite, which is a lot of time how these marriages go bad, right? You got this guy who's getting all this money, and he's dating this girl, or he's married to this woman that has this insatiable financial appetite, and he's jumping through hoops, making bad financial decisions, buying houses, jewelry, going on trips he can't afford, and then 10 years later, when his career is not looking the same and she leaves him, he's in shambles. So money could definitely be a very huge point of contention for sure.
He's paying full price for it. You know what I'm saying? He's paying, Bentley money for Alexis. That's crazy to me. I just feel like
we can't like he said though, we can't judge her unfairly. Like we don't know her. For all you know, she packing all his lunches. She ironing all his jerseys. She keeping that house spotless. She
was
busting 3-4 times
a day while she was with him. We do know. Like it's out here. Like that's one of the things about being a celebrity. You can't be a celebrity and think you're gonna have secrets. She got a whole leaked the whole video of her eating dick. Like, what are we talking about? Like
that don't fully speak.
That's why he married her. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look,
that's what some brothers value.
That's what weak brothers value. Because I don't think any man on here is going to be with his woman after a dude while they were together leaked the video of her eating dick. Like, what are we talking about? Let's not act like and be disingenuous saying that anybody up here or the average man is going to go for that.
Listen, man, cuckolds exist. It's not my flavor.
So we saying that they into that. Now, if you want to assign that to Travis, I can't do that. But what I will say,
I don't know if that's who he is, right? If my pops knew, I'm just saying there's guys out there that would love to watch their woman on camera.
But we talking about Travis Hunter though, so like let's not talk about other guys. Let's stick to the man we talking about.
Like I do want to ask you guys.
We don't know his kinks are. You know what I mean? He married her.
I do want to ask you guys this: do you think it's impossible for like a woman to change her behavior in her past, the things she done in her past? You don't think it's possible for her to grow from that past and be who she need to be for him?
I mean, I do think it's possible, depending on their age, depending on their maturity. I mean, I think it's possible. You know what I mean? Like, if we're saying she's 23 years old now, and this
23.
stuff, and this stuff happened, 19, 20, 21, like, I'm sure we've grown up with a lot of those who were one way and then they slowed down. They might have been fast in the ass and they learned better, what I mean, and made the necessary changes. But I mean, like Will was saying, I mean, it is a lot to deal with on our behalf, what I'm saying, ego wise, dealing with a woman who has documented video footage of her intaking sausage to the face. You know what I'm saying? That shit is a lot to deal with, no matter who you are, how much money you have. That shit is heartbreaking. You know what I'm saying? And we have ego. So
yeah, but Jay, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying I was having a conversation with somebody, a few people, and I've always said that, believe it or not, a lot of men who are married got down with their wives maybe the same day. and they still decided to marry them. Like there are some men that are married now that still don't know the exact number of bodies that their wife have had, or if even if it's a true number. Like some wives may have had a past, and they just hope nobody else finds out. So I do think. Go ahead. What you about to say, Jay?
Nah, I'm saying that's a fact, man. Like all we can really do is hope that a woman is telling us the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like you saying them getting down on the first date or whatever, which would bring off a red flag normally, but what you're speaking to is he married this person, they're still, I'm assuming, successfully married. How do you truly know what the body count is? If it's documented, of course, that's one thing. But if she's being truthful with us, we have to take that at face value until more information is provided. But we never really know. You know what I'm saying?
I would take it a
Yeah,
step further.
you
I
don't
would
gotta
say
admit,
that
ain't none of us married no virgin.
no,
Ain't
but
none
I
of us
would
made virgins. I mean, not everybody's that lucky. If you got lucky, married and dated a virgin, man, congratulations to you. So we all know most of them that had a dick or two in their goddamn life. We understand that. But what I'm talking about is the other behavior that I'm more concerned about is the way she operates when this man is supposed to be the center of attention. She's trying to take the shine. She's always trying to make it about her. Always trying to make, okay, was she feeling some type of way because he was dancing with the cheerleaders while he was celebrating? See, women like that, that's a problem. That's a big problem to me. So maybe she can stop being a hoe. And man, good luck to her if he could get her to do that. But I'm more so worried about the how she operates and acts and
So
carries
he
herself in a disrespectful manner. Yes, sir.
if somebody teaches her and coaches her to change that behavior and she changes, does that change your outlook on her then?
Yeah, if they can do it, if they can convince her to and guide her and help her out by doing it, yeah. But I would hope somebody already had that conversation when it first happened before. But it seems like nobody's had that conversation as of yet because she was still moving. This one, it happened started when they started first together. She ghosted a man. She had no respect for this man. She kept you in the inbox the whole time, and then all of a sudden she finally decided to get desperate because she didn't have nobody else to go to a certain event to. She called you. You was the backup man. Yeah, she had no respect for you all the way up to the day he had his Heisman. He was honored and given his props and credit. She still had no respect. Now I don't know I haven't seen nothing lately since then, but maybe she ain't had an opportunity to really show him out. But I don't know. I don't know if she's willing to change.
Hank, I want to ask you a question because
Yes, sir.
there's some relationships where and I don't know, you might know the guys who spoke out about this who said like, yo, I was not into my wife at all when I met her. Like she was on my head. You know the rapper Nicole, it's a rapper with like a scruffy beard. He said it about his wife. He said, "Listen, I was not into my wife at all. I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole." And the girls was dragging him for telling their story. But he was like, "Yo, like this is my wife. I love her now. I love the mess out of her, but I wasn't into her. She was on me for a long time." So do you believe the same thing about men and women, or do you think it's a little bit different when it comes to a man not being in his wife first versus a woman?
So you saying that the man wasn't into the woman at first?
Yeah, it was
Okay,
these
so
are
I mean,
it's a couple
over what?
relationships where
Okay, so
men have spoken
over
out.
what period of time? Because she left him in the inbox for over a year.
It
See,
was
that's a
now the guy I'm talking about. It was a nice period of time, and maybe y'all can remember his name. He's a rapper. He like Andre 3000 a little bit. He like real independent. And he be rapping, and he
Ali.
got like they be wearing like little
Yeah, he be
clean
wearing like
clean looks.
cowboy shit, like
you
cowboy
Yeah,
talking
hat,
about
fur
man.
vest. Ali.
his name is like Nicole. It's an African name. Um, but he be doing he be singing that joint where it be like uh God God what you say?
These hands, but God.
Yeah,
Oh, you talking about? Oh,
Same song with a T.
something
Damn.
like that. His wife,
Okay.
she was on him for a long time, and he didn't want no parts of her. And they talk about it, and the girls dragged him. Like, why would you say that online?
Toby a Wigway.
Toby,
Yeah.
yup.
So I mean, well, look, I if that's what she was willing to stand around and be friend zone or whatever, that's on her. I don't agree with that. There's no way I would have did that. I would have
It's
moved the hell on.
it's poss-
Go
it's
ahead.
possible for people to change, but we deal with probability over possibility. That's why a person's past we take in consideration, and that's why it matters. She was saying how she used to go to parties, and he would take her to parties, and he'll sit in the car while she inside partying and doing whatever. That right there to me is like not even respectable. Like while y'all were in a relationship, she wanted to go to parties, and you sitting outside in the car while she in there drinking and dancing up on dudes and stuff like that. And she was like, "Oh, he wasn't really much of a partier, but he would take me and let me go inside and party." Just the stuff that she shared with us publicly already doesn't sound good. You know what I'm saying? So it's possible for people to change. There's always room for that. But what's the probability if someone has a history of them sleeping around and they have a large body count? And now whether or not they hide it from you is a different story. That just shows they're ashamed of their past. I never got the idea of someone wanting to sleep around but then hiding it from someone they want to spend the rest of their life with. I don't understand that idea. But
Women need control. Women need structure. If you take your girl and you let her do whatever she wants, she's gonna do whatever she wants. You gotta be like, yo, yeah, I don't like that outfit. And she gonna be like, oh, what's wrong with it? You gonna tell her, like, a lot of these girls didn't have fathers that was real strong in their lives. A lot of them do need structure, and they need a man to really give them that. Like, a lot of girls don't be seeing certain things, and you gotta be like, yo, like, your friend over there, I don't really like her. Like, that's me. Like, I don't fully control who my girl's friends are, but trust and believe it's been certain friends who been who tried to come into the picture. I'm like, yo, no, she can't come in my house. Like, you want to go out with her? I don't want you going out with her tonight. I'm not comfortable with you if she gonna be there. I don't know. I just think women need that.
that's
Well,
the
then don't
problem. He wasn't
you
even
already
doing that.
saying you control who her friends are. Well, what you just sit there and said, if she's not allowed to welcome at your home, if you don't like her hanging out with, you're pretty much controlling what your friend. Look, and I don't blame
To
you for
some
that.
degree, but not.
I evaluate. Look, I evaluate my wife and her friends. I evaluated her friends and who she hangs with, who she was influenced by, who she was talking to, who she interacted with. Yes, you men, you should do that. You should want to know, just like I needed to know who my kids was hanging around with, who my kids was influenced by. You should want to know, because if they are negative influence on you and your circle, that's a bad thing. So yes, baby, if you're gonna be with me, I don't like you hanging with her. I don't want her being around you. She's not really a good friend. She's not even what you would consider a friend. You call her that because that's what you think she is. That's not what she is. You don't need to be moving and operating with her. So yeah, he should be evaluating the friends.
I do have a question for the panel. What do you think is what do you think is more risky, being single forever or marrying the wrong person?
Marrying the wrong person, times hands down.
Marrying the wrong person.
Yeah, what? That's
I agree.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, marrying the wrong person.
Okay. Does anybody want to explain why?
If you marry the wrong, if you marry the wrong person, you putting yourself in a position where you're going to be giving your best years, your best effort, and your most valuable commodity to someone who doesn't deserve them, won't reciprocate them, and won't do what they're supposed to do with them, which is multiply them. So you have guys out here who married to a girl in their 20s when they should have been building and trying to make themselves better, only to be divorced by their 35, and now they've missed, their prime, and they're trying to play catch up. So you've got a 35-year-old men, a group of 35-year-old men who are out here trying to move around in the dating world like they're 22, 23-year-old boys. And that's one of the worst things that you can see in a man, because it puts us so far from our purpose. Now he's going to, what do they say? I don't believe men can be hoes, because I believe men make hoes. But for the point I'm going to make is, you got these older men going through hoe phases, 35 to 40 years old, because they missed it when they were kids. And now that same man, he's probably bitter, he's probably angry, he's probably got a bunch of unhealed trauma and issues that he's never going to address, all because he married the wrong woman. Like, I don't believe that any man should be married until he's able to take care of a family by himself. I don't think that any man should get married until his brain is fully developed, if not until their mid-30s. I think that that's when you should look at having children. When the only thing you have left to do in life that's exciting is grow old, be a husband and a father. and then die. Those should be the only things you have left to do before you get married. And when these guys get married young, almost all the time they've married the wrong person. I'm a product of that. I got married when I was 20 in the military. Definitely married the wrong person, but it was my high school sweetheart. I thought I was supposed to, so I can speak to that. But at the same time, I think that it's also really important that we understand that sometimes men just don't have the guidance they need to know or how to vet women. We get told how to be good men. We're told, protect, provide, pull out chairs, open doors, be sweet, thoughtful, and romantic, but we're never taught how to choose the women that we're supposed to do that for.
A perfect example of this, of choosing the wrong person and why it's so important, you could just look up the case of Travis Rudolph and Dominic Jones, and he was a football star, Travis Rudolph. They weren't married yet, but it was his girlfriend, and she lied on him, and she told her brother that he was abusive, and then her brothers and his friends came over to the house, and he ended up having to, take life in defense of his life. So that's a prime example of why it's better to be single forever than marry the wrong person. It could get you in financial trouble, criminal justice, trouble with the law, or it could get you in all types of trouble just ending up in a relationship with the wrong person.
And the right man can get all marriage benefits from any woman he's with anyway, because if he's really him, she's going to give him those things because that's what he requires. None of those guys that women want are going to marry them and then be like, okay, now show me you're a wife. Like, marriage doesn't benefit men, marriage doesn't benefit men, the men that women actually want to marry, the way that it does all women.
So to marry the wrong person will affect you mentally as well as physically and emotionally. If you marry the wrong person, it will affect you mentally, emotionally, financially. Okay, we all know that. Shit, the wrong girlfriend could affect you financially, but the mental part of marrying a wrong woman can affect you emotionally and mentally, and that's probably the most important thing. You can get that money back. You can make that money back. Matter of fact, you can double and triple that money after you leave that heifer. But your mental, how much it can affect you, it can scorn you to the point you may not even want to ever get married again, or ever want to be in another relationship again. It could mess with you that much. And like my man was talking about, Travis Rudolph, the wrong person could get you to crash out and act a fool for some weak men who do that shit.
Another question: how do you think most men really pick their partner? Feelings, looks, or logic?
Looks.
Looks for sure.
Looks. I think it start off with looks.
Yeah, it starts off with looks and then goes to feelings. I don't think that most men are able to even view their woman through a logical lens because of their feelings and how she looks. That's why so many of these real pretty women get away with the stuff they get away with. So
I think your age too. I think the age of the man matters, or the experience of the man matters, because you'll realize, man, after you finish, doing what you do with this beautiful woman, and there ain't nothing to talk about, there's no other elements to kind of keep you engaged. And you like, and if you start noticing it's a pattern, like, damn, these chicks is bad, but fucking space cadets, there's nothing else to talk about besides how bad you are, how pretty you are. You don't have anything else to offer me except this damn, these 16 pumps.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that there are men that do that, but
you can't speak to us before you come in. Just
my bad. Peace, fellas. Peace, King.
I was just playing with you, dog. I was just playing with
you.
Good, bro.
But yeah, no, I think looks definitely plays a huge factor. But if you done had 5 8s before, looks ain't shit. You can have the baddest chick in the room and she a bird brain. That's not gonna make a man that knows his value choose a woman, especially, and I just looked at the title, especially one to marry just off the strength of looks. So looks play a factor for sure, but I would think how does this woman make me feel? You know, what feeling does she give me? I think that those are or at least what you should be looking for if you looking to marry something.
I agree with that. I feel like looks are only good to look at. That's all I could do is look at you. If you look, I mean, you know, you look good. It's nice to look at you, but that don't guarantee it's going to be the best sexual experience. That don't guarantee we're going to have the best mental connection. It don't guarantee we're going to have the best conversation. It don't guarantee you're going to smell the best. It don't guarantee that you're going to be the funniest, that you're going to cook the best. So for most of the things that I personally require from a woman, looks don't function to do any of those things besides like be seen. And like it's nice to look at stuff, but like I could look at pretty women all day. You know what I mean? When it comes to someone I'm spending my time with, they got to have some utility in my life, and looks provide none. So
Yeah, but Clyde, you know, we got to be honest, man. Most of us, we care about them looks because, you know, when we get out our boys, man, they're going to be talking, man, your chick, where'd you get that bad one at? We're going to talk about it. We're going to get the props. We're going to slap hands and do all that shit because we worry about the looks. Now, you can have a woman who's solid as hell. Is going to be right back on your side. She may not look the best. She's a 5. But let me get that 8 or higher, boy. You're going to roll with it and deal with whatever drama issues she going to bring to your goddamn. She ain't going to bring no piece of your ass. She going to give you headaches. You popping ibuprofen every other fucking day and aspirin and Tylenol. But you said she's bad in the motherfucker, though. And your boys are giving you all the props you can. And we know that's how most of us move and operate when they came around.
can't take props to the bank, man.
Nah,
Can't take props to the bank. Props ain't gonna make me nut. Props ain't gonna have me looking fly. Props ain't going. You know what I mean? I can't do nothing with props.
I forgot. I'm up here on a panel full of super ninjas. My bad. Maybe it's just me.
I'm just saying personally. I'm not speaking for nobody. I'm just saying personally. I've never personally been a dude that ever really cared about. Like I 100% don't care what anybody thinks about who I'm with. Like if I'm with her, to me, she's a 10. To me, that's the only reason I'm fucking with her because I'm into her. Like, and what I'm into her for is not usually just about looks. It might be the first thing that catches my attention. Absolutely. But as far as like a woman that I choose to go beyond her just catching my attention, that I'm investing any time in, it's all about how she make me feel and what she does for me.
Right. You could get a lot of props just off of how your woman treats you. When your boys see that every time you come home, you got a meal cooked, she run your bath water, she massage your feet, she peaceful to you. You say, "Oh, babe, can you go do that for me? Do that." And she says, "Oh, yes, sir, yes, king." And they see how she treats you. You get props just off that. If that's a 5 or a 6 that treats you like that, as opposed to you having an 8, 9, or a 10, and you can't tell her nothing. You like,
Not
oh,
if she a 5.
out last night, or if she like
Travis,
Travis,
your birthday.
Most time your boys ain't gonna see
what?
them coming home and she cooking a meal. They may hear about it, but they don't see it.
No,
No,
I don't.
even if she a 5 and she's doing all
They
that,
gonna
you
see
don't
that,
get no
they gonna
credit
see
for
that
that.
big old ass on her. Man, look at it.
Yeah, I'm not
Man,
giving no
she-
man partial credit.
Hell
If you got a 5 that's doing all that, she's supposed to because she's a 5. That's how she keeps a
You gotta
man.
overcompensate, Will.
Yeah, I'm
Will,
not.
she gotta
I don't.
overcompensate?
If you got a girl who's an 8 or better in both, but I'm not trying to be. No disrespect to 5s or below. I'm not even a guy that likes to assign the numbers. I use other descriptors. But no, again, if a girl is a 5, she's supposed to do the extra things to compensate for her lack of attractiveness, because her number one agency is her beauty. So if she's not super pretty, she can cook. She should be a little nastier. She should be a little more agreeable. She should be a little more fun. She should let you play on the game a little longer. She should let you work longer without stressing you, because at the end of the day, she knows that you are probably the best that she's going to do. And that's only if you're the kind of guy that's done that work. So it goes on both ends. But to say that we supposed to give credit to a dude who got a girl who, 300-400 pounds and she going above and beyond for him, that's her job. That's just her staying in a relationship. That's not special.
But that's the woman job, no matter whether 1 through 10, that's the woman job. If she with you, she chose you for a reason. She should do that 1 through 10.
So you're proving that goes to prove my point. That if she's a 5, you don't get credit for that. You only get credit when you get the exceptional women to do their job. Average women are supposed to do it.
No, even if she's an 8, 9, or a 10, she's supposed to do it.
That's not what's. I'm not saying that she's not supposed to do it because she's 8, 9, or 10. What I'm saying to you is that because she's a 5 and doing these things, like you said, if you get a woman who treats you good, if she's a 5, we're not giving you credit for that because your girl is big, ugly, and kind. We would do it if she was slim, thick, fine, and kind. That's the point that I'm making. It's just because she's a 5 and doing her job. Not trying to be funny, but she should be doing her job because she's a 5. The girls who can get away with not doing their job and still getting stuff from men, like Travis Hunter's girlfriend or the rest of these 8s and above that still go back and do their job, those are the women that men give credit for you having access to.
Yeah, I agree with you there. If you got a fine woman, who's doing she's giving you the Coming to America treatment, and she's super fine, and all of the men agree that like she's like a 10, then she's gonna get more credit than a 5 doing it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's so. I think we agree there. But I mean,
how's everybody doing?
Great.
I did speak, so I guess I can speak afterwards. I'm trying to figure out all this shit y'all throwing out on the wall. How is it gonna stick? I don't heard every damn thing up here. I haven't heard the most important thing. The most important thing is most men don't even find out this in life, married or unmarried. It's what gives you peace. Y'all can go talk about love and all that other bullshit, but what gives you peace?
Yeah, that's my next question. Is peace more important than love when choosing a wife?
Most certainly is because when you have peace, you can find all that other stuff. Matter of fact, peace opened the door for you to be able to solve any problem that you're dealing with because you're at peace. When you're not at peace, you can't solve shit. All right? And so I'm trying to figure this out. I think I'm the oldest person on the damn panel. If I'm not, my gray hair is coming out too soon. But anyway, it still look better than that shit you got, Billy Goat. Hank. But anyway, what I'm trying to figure out, see, I guarantee you, my standard of a woman, and I can go through all y'all wives, I will find something I didn't like about her. Just from my standard. It could be the makeup. It could be what she dressed, how she walk, how she talk. And what I'm saying is, we can all play Monday morning quarterback on anybody's wife. I think it's very disrespectful. This man have married this woman as black men. As black men, we shouldn't be calling men's wives whores, stanks, skanks, or whatever come out of our mouth. That's disrespectful. Even though you might feel that way, keep that to your goddamn self. All right? That's that man's wife. And we as black men, we call ourselves kings. We don't talk about other kings' wives in that matter. Now, you might have some disappointment in her and may have some disappointment in his choices. But we don't talk about other people's wives like that. We don't give people wives names like that. We just don't do that, man. How can we sit up and call ourselves kings and we're talking about something that we might have this man someone else's choices, but we go call their wives the lowest fruit on the damn tree? We can't do that, man. Black men, we got to stop doing this.
So, OG, we don't have to call her that, but what if she got hoish ways?
That's whole potential. But we keep that to ourselves.
Okay, so I can't put that up.
No, we can describe the act with not calling the name. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think that's what we did. I don't think nobody.
No, you called his wife something unpleasantable.
No, I didn't, but I understand.
You did. I'm calling you.
I called her heifer. I mean,
that's okay, unpleasantable.
I did say that. I did call her heifer.
And we got to stop doing that. That's all I'm saying. Is we can describe the act, and everybody here is intelligent enough, and probably people in the chat, I know they're intelligent enough, know what you're describing, behavior. But to come out right and call a man, wife that, as kings, we got to stop doing this.
Yeah. Hey, but OG, to your point, as far as with finding peace in that woman, I don't think that you can necessarily find peace in a woman. That's why I spoke on that. How is it that she makes me feel? What feeling is it that she gives me? Because I can be at peace with myself and sometimes find peace in her. But if she's volatile or she's not fully present to be aware of how it is that she's making me feel, then I think that plays a bigger factor in that.
Viz, but what I would say to that is it how she's making him feel or how she's making you feel? So
Well,
that's why you got what I'm saying. Because I have never seen a brother come out. No, I have never seen a brother come out and say that his girlfriend or wife today is making him feel uncomfortable. So we don't know that. So the only thing we go out about is how we feel about certain things that a person's behavior is showing in public. We have never really asked him. He has never come on anything and said anything other than
I'm speaking in general.
No, I'm speaking in general too, because we're speaking about a specific person, but we're speaking in general. A lot of our feelings come by how something makes us feel. And I'm saying is, I'm not saying a woman gives him peace, but what I'm saying is he's peaceful with her. And you might not be peaceful with her. That might not be your choice. But that's it for any other man's wife on this platform. I'm guarantee you might not be peaceful with somebody they chose. But what I'm saying is we got to let things play itself out. We don't give the guy all the warnings for a whole year. We talked about this subject. He don't had other people in his life. Matter of fact, Dion brought somebody in at training camp in Colorado.
Brittany
talked
Renner.
about this same thing.
Brittany Renner.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, if all of that and you still make your choices, let's just let it play out. Let's don't call this man wife anything other than his wife.
Yeah, I'm gonna call her heifer though when it is warranted.
I understand, but if one man did that to you on this channel, I'm telling you, there's gonna be some problems in America. Mm-hmm.
Well, let me say this: they've been saying some wild shit to me in the chat. I don't pay no mind.
Yeah, but I'm talking about one of these guys on the panel will say that about your wife. It's gonna be some trouble in America.
Yeah, we have a conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to tell you to give the olive branch to the same situation.
I do got another question for the panel. How do you know if a woman is actually for you?
You don't.
If you don't have to go get some Viagra, that'd be a good sign.
You don't. Literally, you could think a woman for your whole life, and at your deathbed, she slime you out and take everything. There's literally no way to know what's in another person's mind, which is why love requires trust and faith. You got to take a risk. It is what it is. There's no way to know.
Who is talking right now? Because that's you, Pop.
Yeah,
that was Jay.
Your video is frozen, so I don't know if you want to go.
Okay.
Just get a little closer to your neighbor's Wi-Fi. You'll be all right.
I would say, you know, I would say, you know, a woman is for you by how she falls in line with your ideology, your principles, your morals, and the way you live your life. Like, I'm an Israelite, and there's certain principles and guidelines that I follow biblically. When I see a woman who's in tune with that and she's willing to fall underneath my leadership and she's peaceful and she's submissive and she falls in line with what I believe, then that's what signals to me that she's for me. That's what my lady right now has done. So until that changes, she's for me. People could always change and switch up, and then, you know, you got to let them go. But I would say in the beginning stages and things you see, paying attention to how they carry themselves, how they fall in line with your structure, your leadership, that's how you could tell if they're for you. If it's peaceful or if it's issues, it's headaches.
I think it's a consistent sum of their actions. And if those actions don't show you that she's, as Dr. Williams said, Dr. Will said, is in line with what you have going on. If the stuff she's doing doesn't give you peace, if the stuff that you're doing makes you, have to say, hey, I don't like that, you don't have to correct her or try to adjust her behavior, I think that's the number one sign. But I think that all men need to understand that even if the consistent sum of a woman's actions make him feel, trust, and believe that she's that way, and he has faith in her for being that way, that at the end of the day, that those feelings can change in a heartbeat, and then a woman's being for you is directly attached to how she feels about you in that moment. So I think that we need to keep that in mind, because a lot of men think that, look, men love holistically. Women tend to love or transactionally, and it's based on how they feel. Most guys, will stay in a bad relationship because we love someone for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But a woman, as soon as she's unhappy, she's going to choose herself 9 times out of 10, as the divorce rate show.
I
Go
want to
ahead,
add to what you
Jones.
said. I just want to add to what he just said about the transactional thing, because I did come up with one. One way to tell if she's rocking with you is just she spends some paper on you. If she willing to break some bread, spend some money on you, give you some money, she like you.
Unless you're dating a
Absolutely.
stripper, they got a bunch of cash. Strippers spend money on everything.
Even a
Anyway.
stripper, if she breaking bread, she like you.
Yeah, no, real
Yeah,
rap.
but
Real rap.
liking
Especially a
you
stripper.
and
Especially a
liking you
stripper.
and
If a stripper breaking
liking
bread,
you and being for you, liking you and being for you is two completely different things. So
is it
No, but
for
that's
a
any
woman?
you do know how.
any woman could like you. Money ain't shit now. What's spending $1,000 on something that you want to deal with or be involved with for a month?
How many
No,
women doing that?
I disagree right there. I do think that
Shit,
women.
I think it's a lot of women doing that.
No, yeah, I disagree right there. I do think that women genuinely, if she likes you, she'll spend money. Any type of money that she spend on you is a positive. Of course, not if she's a woman who just spend money willy nilly on everybody. But I think that is a marker that she is kind of into you. And another one is like, yo, does she listen to you? I know that for me, like, is she obeying you? And especially when you giving her something that is a little bit, you know, is a little bit, tough to deal with for a modern woman. Like how do she feel about terms, when you say terms like submission and stuff like that? And over time, how has she changed in terms of, have you been able to teach her, you know, things like that? So I think those are good markers too.
Women have told men what it means, how we can tell if they're into us or for us, because all they do is describe the things that they want men to do for them, because that is based on what they do for people they like. So the same way women say you got to apply pressure, you got to be consistent, you got to alleviate my burdens. If you see my tires need to be changed, you take care of that, like anticipate needs. Those are the same things that women do for men they like.
I would say their utility to you, to what your needs are, that bring you peace. You know what I mean? Like, I think for instance, what I mean, I had one female who, used to shower me with expensive gifts and stuff like that. And it wasn't really stuff that she didn't do any research to find out what I was really into. You know what I mean? Then I had another female who literally bought me a Yeti cup. You know what I mean? Like, she observed, and I was getting them big gold cups from the gas station, and I would fill it up with ice and water, and I would use it. So she observed. She was like, you know what he needs a cup that he can
Cool.
keep
Bye.
small as, small item,
Right there.
but I use that shit every day since she gave it to me. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody who observed you, find out what's something that would make his life easier, something that would bring him some convenience, something that would be a utility. That's what I call a utility, man. Something, a woman who's observing your life and finding pieces that actually assist or help you, makes it just a little bit easier than it was, what I'm saying, before she met you or the day before. That's when you find out that, okay, she's really for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Me and my girl been together for about 4 years. I knew I wanted to marry her, but I didn't know if I should marry her until we moved into this house together. Um, because that's when she started to like. That's what I needed from her. Like, then now she's like, yo, she waking up, she brushing my kids' teeth with them. Like, it's just she's her utility within my life. She found out like how to really add value to my lifestyle, and she's cooking dinner and she's doing all these type of things. And I'm like, okay, now I know that what you're willing to do for me. So
Let me ask a question. Do any of you guys on here know what Travis like to do?
We
play,
Yeah,
know
I know he likes fishing.
eat Pop
And he
Tart.
likes to,
There you go.
and play
Fish,
video games.
fish,
And play video games.
and eat Pop
Now
Tart.
he
you
like to hoop
seen?
too.
Yeah, he like to hoop too. He's a little hooper. He got some hops too. But anyway, um, fishing is something I like. It's one of the most boring way of hunting in the world. Cause sometimes you're sitting there 3 hours, 4 hours, you ain't got a bite yet, but you enjoy it, even though you haven't got a bite. What I'm saying is, if this woman is okay with him going fishing, and he comes back, and that's the way he relieves himself with all his daily problems, world problems, or whatever, then that's a plus. I mean, regardless of money that a woman might spend on you or whatever, I don't like women spending money on me, buying my underwears and stuff like that, because I know there's some shit could happen when we break up. She wants to burn some shit. So I just don't like women buying me clothes. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, we make this thing so difficult. Life is a lot simpler than we want to give people. I heard somebody say earlier, a man shouldn't get married until his brain fully developed. Who the hell told you your mind wasn't fully developed? That science is about as crooked as a goddamn question sign. That's the same science that say black men had lower IQ and smaller brains and all that other bullshit. When I went to the continent, that guy's over there getting married at 17, 18 years old, and they use the village, which that is something we don't use anymore. So I'm saying, where are we getting all this shit from that we trying to do a formula and come up with a good idea of what the fuck we supposed to be talking about? A lot of this shit, this science that we're using, you should throw that shit straight out the window. Because I have seen it. It's not the normalcy of the world. It might be the normalcy in the United States, but it's not the normalcy of the world.
But we're talking about men in the United States, not men in the world.
I understand that, but see, look,
It's different.
this is why I'd say universal. Things have to be universal. All right? So if you say the brain is not developed here, but over there the brain is developed, well, what are we really talking about?
That's not what he's saying. So you got to think like
That's not
when you
what I
get
said at
married
all.
in, if you're getting married in a rural village in Africa, what do you have to lose? How big of a decision are you making? Right? It's a
Life,
little, it's way different here. We got so
life.
many things to take in. We got so many things to take into account. The way that we work, our lifestyles, like the entire American lifestyle is so much different than it is over there. There's so much more to take into consideration here.
Is it a mindset or is it life?
It's everything.
Men
No,
don't.
no, no, no. I'm asking you a direct question. Is it a mindset or is it life?
It's a mindset.
Thank
You need
you.
a certain. You need a certain.
Thank you.
You
And
need a
you
certain.
want it. Wait. The reason why I wanted you to ask that question, because it has been very important in my life. If you want to change your outcome, the only thing you have to do is change your mindset. So that's why I asked you that question. So it
Oh, it's
has
deeper.
nothing to do with, wait. It has nothing to do with the development of the brain. It's what they put in front of you that you believe because of the mindset.
I disagree with you.
Men,
You can disagree all you want to.
OG,
men
you
men
gonna
in
mic?
Africa that only have to worry about losing mud huts and all that shit are not. They have nothing to do with this conversation.
Brother, you've been looking at too many Tarzan pictures.
Women over in
You need
Africa,
to
man.
take your ass over there.
So
Wait. Listen.
if you took that as literal, then that's I
No,
apologize.
I took it a little because you said it that way.
Well, no, I'm sorry. So
They
then let me
got some
say,
look. I live in California right now. They got some places in the continent to make California look like a damn bomb hit it.
right.
I agree.
I've actually been over there to
Thank
several.
you. So you know what I'm talking about.
But my point is
Okay,
this:
hey. Let me say this real fast. I'm gonna get
civilization
out.
is
Hold on,
significantly
y'all. We are talking over each other. Let's
in
make
Western
sure.
civilization is significantly different than anywhere else in the world, and that's what we're talking about. So cool. What works in Asia, Africa, on those continents is great for them, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. The African and the Western civilization, the mindset and the experiences of the men over here, we have to be considerate of these things because of the women we are dating. Those in Eastern and Africa, Europe, Asia, and those other continents, they don't have to deal with a lot of the stuff that we're doing. So what works for them over there works for them because of the environment that they're in. What works for us and what's best for us is due to and key to the environment that these men are in. If Travis Hunter was dating an Ethiopian girl or a South African girl or a girl from Ghana or an Asian girl, we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation because culturally those women don't behave the way that westernized women do.
Yeah, but unfortunately, some women over are.
Thank you.
You get more Americanized. Some of them women over there. So unfortunately, you might suffer the same way. Maybe not as much.
Right.
But
you got to go marry them over there.
You got to marry them over there.
Hey, hold
no
on. Are y'all forgetting about the guy that smashed like 50 women over there that was all married on camera?
That doctor?
The doctor, he cracked.
Yeah.
I want to say it was more than 50.
It was. It was over 100. You're right.
Even in that case, as the saying goes, there's nothing new under the sun. What's happening here is happening in Africa, is happening in Asia, is happening in India. It's happening everywhere. That's just what happens when people are around. I understand what y'all saying, but I agree with OG because this is the mentality that we should be having, because it's more so built off of respect, off of honor. I'm in Africa, for you to do that, that's disrespectful to your family. In Asia, that's disrespectful to your family. You get caught cheating. Oh, you cheating. Oh, you just shitted on your whole family bloodline. Here, don't nobody give a fuck. We're so individualized and we're so to ourselves, and it only matters how we feel, that there's no honor and respect in saying, okay, our two families are coming together. So I think that I understand what Willie is saying, but I think that we should be thinking and should make it the norm as to what OG is saying. And I think that's the only way for us to have a shift and down the path of what we're doing now.
I got another question for the panel. Do most men pick based on who they want today or who they can grow with them long term?
Who they want today. I don't think that you have to have lived a lot of life to understand how important it is to plan or to have foresight or to think about like the end game. Most guys are looking at the women that they want to be with right now because of who makes them feel good right now, who looks good to them right now. They're not thinking about how will she be raising my kids? How will she be supporting whatever empire I'm trying to build, or just being a support system to me? They're not thinking about like, well, how will she act when things get bad? How would she act if I fell off? They're just basing it off of, she keeps my nuts empty. She feeds me from time to time. She scratches my back, pats my head, and calls me handsome right now. And they never think about the 5, 10, 15 years later.
Instant gratification. It goes back
most of us think and operate off today, because if that was the case, looks wouldn't be our first priority every time we try to choose a woman. They wouldn't be just based off the looks, because we got to look beyond what the exterior has off of. What has she got going on between her ears? And that's going to really be the most important. And it's going to bring that goddamn peace that we was talking about. But most of these heifers are not going to bring you peace. Now, as far as Travis's wife, look, I don't know. Is she going to allow him to go fishing anymore? Or if he does go fishing, does he have to drag her ass with him? And maybe he doesn't want to take her. He just want to be out there feeding the fish by himself, but that's not what she wants. So hopefully she let that man do it. I don't know.
He the money. I don't know how she gonna stop.
Happy wife, happy life. He's being a real man.
No, happy life, happy wife.
And his needs and desires. A real man don't worry about his needs and desires. A real man only worries about the needs and desires of his wife and children. Come on now, amen. Come on.
She's gonna dictate a lot.
She's gonna get back to the question.
I've heard online today.
Hey, let's go to get back to that question. Do most men pick based on who they want today or who they can grow with them long term? Anybody else want to chime in? Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, what I used to deal in the now. You know what I'm saying? But as you get older, you realize, man, who you want or the type of person that you want around you when it matters. You know what I'm saying? I feel like now, when we're younger and when we at this age, we're a lot more resilient. You know what I'm saying? Like, ass whoopings hurt a lot more later than they do right now. Like, health issues, whatever, you got to look for a person that has those capabilities later on in life. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm about to be 44 years old. So I'm thinking like, Shit, 16 years. I'm gonna be 60 years old, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can't be sitting here talking this whole bullshit that I was talking before, because that matters more to me. You know what I'm saying? I want that side of my life to be peaceful. You know what I'm saying? I see some of these old niggas out here, man, on the grind, or some of these old niggas in the club wearing jean suits, man, looking for somebody to just cook them a decent meal. You know what I'm saying? Niggas be wearing Sean John jean suits out here looking for these young girls because they think they're gonna take care of them. But it's like, it just looks bad, man, because they don't realize how different the world is now. You know what I'm saying? They thinking that they gonna find somebody like moms in these clubs and these bars, and it's like, nigga, it's snipers out here. Like all they gonna, you know what I'm saying?
No, bro, you can't
Hey,
seriously
you
think
stay
that.
in the
You
game.
can't
You
think
never
an old
step
head is
wrong.
gonna get in the
Barry, you
club.
missed a step. That's why you gotta
Yeah.
stay safe.
Oh man, no, bro. There's
Stay
no
in the
way you
game.
think a old you think an old head is in the club looking
Hey,
for a wife.
OG is. OG is.
Yo, yes.
Looking for a wife?
Yes. They be looking for
No,
somebody to
bro.
take care of them, man. When them feet hurt, yo, them
Got enough
innocent, the
girlfriends, you don't
balls
need a
of
wife.
his feet hurt, his hands hurt. They don't work the same when he wake up in the morning. You know what I'm saying? He got to go through a whole routine just to feel his fingers. Like, yeah, he's looking for somebody to, you know what I mean? Somebody to deal with.
He looking for somebody to spend some time with, but he not looking for no wife, bro.
Nah,
Not no sane, mature, older man, bro. I refuse to believe that.
He looking for a
They
little
did so much
companionship.
damage. They did so much damage, or made so many bad decisions when they were young, picking people that made them feel good right now and not measuring whether this person was going to be around or grow with them or be able to even take care of them later on in life. So you get dropped on your ass, and now you're that old person out here scavenging. Out here
I'm
just
curious.
trying to-
I'm curious. What is people's I realize in society, I just want to ask this, like, what's the obsession that people have with this idea that somebody's gonna take care of them? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know plenty of people that have kids that they kids don't take care of them. There's plenty of people that got wives, husbands that don't take care of them in old age. Like, there's this idea that people have that if you get married or you have kids, that somehow dumb people are just signed up to take care of you when you're old and dying. And that's not the case. You better off getting your money up, getting some real good health insurance, so that when you old, you could pay for a real good nursing home with some nice young people that got the job to take care of. That's what they want to do with their life. They want to take care of old people.
Cloud,
and I'm
you reaching
saying,
like a motherfucker on that one, bro.
and I'm
You
kids
reaching.
and your wife to take care of you. Just save up your bread and pay for a good nursing home.
yeah,
No, bro.
Yo, do you see what
You
be
don't.
going on in these nursing homes, bro?
That's why you pay for the good ones.
These
But
old
listen,
days,
They happen in the good ones.
the only reason you probably won't be able to afford a good nursing home is probably because of all that money you spent on the wife and kids. Think about it.
Yeah, no, you reaching, bro. I know plenty of cases of where people was in extremely nice nursing homes, and they was in that mall getting beat, abused,
catching syphilis.
What, bro? They taking advantage of them people. To think
That's
that
why you gotta have the lawyers too. See, stack your paper.
Come on, man. That's doing a lot, man. I think this goes back to what OG was saying of complicating something that's simple. Who doesn't want to be with a person that they can trust enough to go through those valleys with them? You know what I'm saying? That's human nature. This is something that we're instinctively supposed to feel and want to do.
Because
so to say that a man or a woman. You say what?
Why? Because the TV says so. Like, why is that what you're supposed to want? Because you're human. Because it says so.
That's what we do.
After why?
Real quick, Viz, because if you go I've spent probably the past 8 months in hospitals, specifically nursing homes. I've seen lonely people, dog, who are just latching on to your family coming to visit you, but you got this old lady who happens to be a roommate. She happy to see your family come visit you because her family don't come visit her, or his family don't come visit him. I see these people in hospitals, nobody checking up on them, nobody coming to see if they got a bite to eat, a Gatorade, a cup of tea. They just sitting there sleeping, assed out. You know what I mean? Nobody to come just check on basic well-beings. What I'm saying is, at that age, you don't want to worry about stuff like that. You don't want to.
Nine times out of 10, that person that you're describing is someone who had a family and lost all their family, and now they have nobody because they were so happy in their family unit. They didn't develop social skills. They didn't learn how to make new friends, right? And then you have the people who stay single their whole life. They learn how to make friends their whole life. They're constantly sharpening and developing their social skills. So those are the 80-year-olds that have friends. The ones that are sitting in the nursing home alone are the ones who had a wife and kids, and then their wife died, and the kids are too old for them, and now they're lonely. But the guy who was shooting dice with his homies, and the guy who was shooting dice with his homies till he was 70, he's still doing this. He's playing cards and playing chess at the nursing home. So it really all depends on your personality, how you live your life.
I do got another question for the panel. I
want to answer that question we was just throwing real quick. If most
before you do that, I missed two questions. And Cloud Jones, the only person who's shooting dice, and then at the next home he's playing with his nuts. That's the only thing he's playing with. He ain't got nobody else to play with. let's just put that on the damn table, okay? I'm the only one up here run a home. I got 32 people in my house. I don't seen it all. Jay said some truth. Viz said some truth. A lot of these people you're talking about is not because the people died. They got so many mental challenges or so many health challenges that their family members are just beat up. They just can't take it anymore. So they ship them off to me, or they ship them off to people like that. Yeah, there are some real effed up homes, bro. I don't care if it's nursing homes, transition homes. They are really messed up. But there are coordinators. There are people who do check on these spaces, especially in California. I don't know what's going on in other part of the world. But in California, there's a lot of checkups, social workers, coordinators, stuff like that. So, hey, look, it ain't perfect, but I'm like this. The guy we talking about, he ain't gonna have to worry about none of that. Usually when people go to nursing home, their insurance run out and they end up in transitional home because the insurance will no longer afford that when it's $3,000 and $4,000 a month. That's what it calls in California. I don't know what it calls over there, but that's what it calls in California.
All right, go ahead, Dr. Will. I'm gonna get you in there for this question, and after him, I got another question for you guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question: are men choosing women based off the now or long term? I think the problem we see in the Black community is a lot of men and women are choosing people based off the now instead of long term. When you choose a partner, you should be looking at what marriage will look like, what life together is going to look like, what raising a family will look like. If something happened to you, are your kids safe with this person? How would these people raise your children? What morals are they going to instill in your children? Characteristics, how are they going to help your child develop? All of those type of things. When you get with someone, you need to look at that person's character and their integrity, their morals, and really think about the structure of life and how things are going to go. If you're raising a family, are y'all going to have money to raise kids? Are you going to have money to put them in programs, have resources to give to them, provide them with the best food and resources? All of that is thinking long term, and enough of that is not being done. So I would say that the majority are just for the now when they're choosing someone instead of long term based off that.
All right, next question. Can a man fully trust again after a failed marriage?
Yeah. I think that Steph Curry trusts his jump shot after he missed a shot. Like, I don't think that just because you fail once mean you're not gonna fail again. Because if you don't, then you don't trust yourself either. You can't just arbitrarily assign all the blame to a woman or women for your failed relationship issues. As men, we were complicit in those failures, and it takes two to fail. So if a man is saying that, well, I don't want to get married again, I don't trust women because of a failed marriage he has, then he's also highlighting the space that he has to grow and the work that he needs to do in that regard.
I think the problem with that analogy is that a jump shot doesn't require you to trust someone else. You have to trust only yourself with a jump shot. Whereas with a relationship, you have to trust somebody that's completely unpredictable. They have their own free will, their own ability to think for themselves. So that's not really a great comparison. Trusting my jump shot that I set up, I time versus trusting your jump shot are two different things.
You might be correct, Jones, but you forgot about the first part of that. Your decision of your choices to pick the person you want to shoot that jump shot.
Which was my point. Yeah,
Sure.
That was I think
you
that
can
was
pick the person you want to make a jump shot. Like look at these basketball teams, right? Every year they do trades and they pick who they want on their team. That don't guarantee you no championships. That don't guarantee
listen what you
no
just
rings.
said.
That don't even guarantee you no wins. So that's what I'm saying. Even though you have the power to pick your teammates, you don't have the power to pick how them teammates gonna work together. You don't have the power to pick how effective they're gonna be against the other team. So making it seem as if your choice is somehow directly related to the outcome is not realistic.
Well, without your choice, you don't have an outcome, sir.
You chose the woman.
Well, no, because
without your outcome, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice of an outcome.
No, you do have a choice if you're single. If you have
no, this is what I'm just saying.
Single, we're talking about control of all outcomes.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Once you do make that choice, you have to have faith in your mindset of choosing. Sure. And if you lose that confidence, regardless of who you choose, you're not gonna have the outcome you want because you don't have confidence in your own decision making.
All I'm saying is that confidence in your decision making doesn't mean that you're going to make a right choice. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but it gives you a good start when you say that.
I can be 100% sure that you're the right pick for my company, and you could embezzle everything I have and make me go bankrupt. You have a stellar background, stellar references. You can have all of that, and I still get my money embezzled. You know how many people have given their retirement money to people with stellar references, a stellar track record? 90 other people in the community and told them, yo, this guy is the guy to invest your retirement with, and then he runs off with the bag. And
right.
All
you
know what I mean?
But Cloud Jones, you're saying things after the effect. But what I'm saying is, where's the starting point? Your own confidence of choosing correctly, regardless of where we go from there. You got to have that at the beginning. Would you agree to that?
Sure, but one could argue that choosing to intermingle your life with someone else is not choosing correctly to begin with.
Okay, so we got the starting point again.
You could argue that not choosing someone could be the same exact thing.
It's still a choice. Piece of the panel. OG, remember that term, a plaster for every sore? Could never answer a question with a yes or no.
Gotcha.
Thank you for letting me up today, y'all. I had time to reflect on the conversations that we had prior.
Yes, sir.
And I realize it takes a fool to banter with a fool. My life experiences have shown me that the conversations that we have here, OG, JR, certain members over a certain age, you have experience. So you can speak upon these things. As you talk about this topic right here, can a man fully trust again after a failed marriage? The same one who was giving you banter, his marriage failed. What did he do moving forward as for, the union itself? I remember we questioned it before. He questioned my manhood, how long his tongue was, but he never gave me a game plan. Like he has a game plan for everything else regarding getting back into a successful marriage, nuclear family, and making it successful. That was what I didn't hear, besides me hearing him in the comments. You understand? It is hard to get back up after you fall.
Like
who is to say? What's the testimony you have if you fall and you don't get up? We have hope. That's why we do it. We're not solitary creatures. Some people are anomalies. Other people want to be under that biblical thing, God, man, woman, child. That may not be for everybody because we're not monoliths as people. But a man can't fully trust, but the work has to be put in. Understanding self-worth, loving who you see in the mirror. Moving forward so you can love someone else. I drop it there.
Good words.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's your marriage doing, Kenny?
I'm separated. I never told nobody that, but I'll say it today.
So how's your marriage? So you're not with the person. Your marriage is failing too.
She loves me. Our
Separated
situation
marriage don't
doesn't
sound
work.
like a success to me, brother.
No, you're divorced.
You have a lot of opinions on other people's lives.
No, you're
but
divorced.
your marriage is in shambles, isn't
No.
it? I mean, you're
No.
separated.
You're asking me or telling me?
I mean, you're separated. You're not together.
You're asking me or telling me?
You're not together. You and your woman are not
Okay,
together.
it's
You're
in
separated,
shambles.
meaning
Where are you
marriage
getting
is
your
fractured.
information from?
Why are you getting so sensitive? Is it because your marriage is fractured?
No, I'm answering to your assumption.
It's not an
Where
assumption.
do you
You
know-
said that you're separated.
Okay, it's in
From my understanding, a separated marriage is not a together one.
Okay, so where is
That's
it in
unsuccessful.
shambles?
That's unsuccessful. So
Okay,
since you
where
spoke
is it
on
in
how
shambles?
since you
You know what
spoke
a
on how the
separation is?
OGs hold on, let me finish. Since you spoke on how the OGs have wisdom, since you're also speaking from the position of a failed marriage, I don't think you're in a position to judge anybody else's marriage or why
It's
they make
not
the decision.
failed. So
Considering that you and your woman are
when you-
separated and no longer together.
Okay, so
You're
you know
separated.
what? I hold certain things there. Separation does that mean end? You divorced. Mine might be being worked out. You don't
No, the
know
only
that.
difference between me and you is I'm not delusional, so I let mine end. I accepted its end. You're trying to hold on to something that's probably already over, which is why you're separated and not together.
Are you sure? Where are you getting your information to quantify your end?
Kenny, I've had conversation with you. I'm pretty sure your marriage
No,
is
you've not
not
had
gonna last.
conversations with me. You've barked at me. You've insulted me. You don't have the resume that I do.
We've had discourse several times online, and just based off of who you
that's
are,
not
your character, I could see why your woman would be separated from you.
All right. Okay. I do want to pose this question,
brother. And I didn't want to have to dog you like that, but you wanted to be slick.
Hold on,
to have comments on my marriage when you didn't need to do that to make your point. So now everyone knows that your marriage has also failed.
Clout.
So let that be known.
Clout. I got a question for the panel that may be able to answer this question. What lessons did divorce or heartbreak teach you about picking a person?
Kenny can't speak on this because they ain't even go through with it. They ain't even divorced. They separated. He got to sit out.
Well, this question is for anybody on the panel.
You can't even make a decision, my brother. Make your mind up. What you gonna do? You can't be one foot.
Let's go to.
Don't be lukewarm, my brother. Don't be lukewarm.
I haven't had a heartbreak, but I have been divorced, and I think that in that divorce, what it taught me was to a lot of the things we talked about tonight. It taught me I need to consider a woman for where I'm going, not where I am. I need to consider how that woman is going to interface with my children or the children that we have. And I also need to make sure that I prioritize, my purpose above all, because not being in a man's purpose and then trying to be married and build a marriage, I think is foolhardy, which is why I think that a lot of men should wait until later in life to decide to get married. And then lastly, I think that it's important to protect myself from risk. And one of the things that being married has taught me is that, yes, marriage is a beautiful thing, but it is inherently risky for men in my position. So what I've learned since then and from my divorce is just to make sure that I'm never able to be got the same way, or I'm never able to have these same failures or make the same mistakes more than once. Because the older you get, now me at my age, I don't have the same amount of time that I do when I was 20 and 30 to recover. So now the older that you get and the more time you put into a marriage, I think that it's important for me. I'll speak for myself personally. I think it's for me. It's important to understand that, I'm playing for keeps at this level. Like I don't have it in me to go get, married now at the level I am and then get divorced and try to do it again. I mean, like to Clout's point, he said, men save up bread so you can pay for a nursing home. I understand that sentiment completely. But what's more important to me is that, I have someone who can help me, that I can bring a nurse into my home that will be able to help my wife at that point. Because then I'm at my home and I still have the most valuable thing to me, and that's my family.
Anybody else want to speak on that? All right, moving on to my next question. Do you think most men marry too young, too fast, or for the wrong reasons?
You leave it to the ones that think they know it all.
All of them. I don't think that any one of those is higher than the other.
Have you ever been married, Mr. Willie Beeman?
Did you not just listen to what I just said?
I don't know.
Cool. So if I have to rank these, I'm gonna say that I will go married too young first,
continue
too
with
fast,
what I was
and
saying,
then for the wrong reasons.
I will continue with what I'm saying. If you don't know decorum, I won't show it to you. Because I addressed you with a question you could have easily answered like a man rather than a
Hey,
kid.
Such a goofy, bro. Like,
hold
Jesus
on, y'all.
Christ.
Hold on. Kenny, the story
I
he
posed
just
a
made.
question.
My bad. I
Okay,
thought I was muted.
I posed a
I know you
question.
posed a question. The story he just told said that he, in his first marriage, that he wish he could have kept it together. He listed everything he learned from it. So that's the reason why.
Bro's he was nodding his head when I was talking.
I
So
was
like,
not hearing it, so that's why I asked
so
him.
again,
It's
like
called a
that's why I
question.
just
Simple
ignore it.
answer.
Like I understand Will now. I get it.
It's
Will
called
was
a
right.
question.
I
All right,
get
Simple
it.
Doc, come
answer.
on. Is there anybody else who want to answer this question? Do you think most men marry too young, too fast, or
To
for the
stay on
wrong reason?
point, Jr. Yes, I think.
I
I think.
I would like to
no,
answer it.
go ahead, man. Finish. Go ahead, finish.
Go
I
ahead,
think.
Kenny.
I think a lot of guys that are married young, most of them are forced into it. Don't understand the gravity of it until they're in it. It becomes overwhelming. Some stay, some flee. I think you have to have a greater understanding. Most people are pushed into it because that's what they're taught to do rather than what they need to do for themselves holistically. And that's why a lot of things fail. As you get older, I would agree with the sentiment that you are better grounded. You understand who you are as a person. And then the percentages lean in the favor of you making good decisions with what you need in your life long term. As OG said, peace. Love will be there. Duty will be there. Top priority, peace. That's what will keep you together.
So real fast, I'm gonna say this because I didn't get the opportunity. I got a phone call, so I apologize, fellas. As far as the last question, what lesson did I learn in my failed marriage? There's a lot of lessons. One
Kenny
of the things
goes
that I
on
had to learn was
the
going
convo.
through learning family court laws, learning your rights and all that stuff is one of the lessons I learned. The next lesson is don't make selfish decisions. Don't cheat on your wife. You know, that was my lesson.
That's a good one.
That's my biggest lesson I learned. You know, it's not worth it. No matter what's going on, it's not okay. I made a selfish decision. I ruined my marriage because of it, and it cost me. And I got to accept that. It is what it is. Those are some of the lessons that I learned in my previous marriage. That I make sure I definitely don't want to carry those same bad habits into my new marriage. Now, as far as fully trusting, yeah, I was able to get back out there again. Was it hard for me to do? Yeah. I had to go to therapy for 2 years in order to be open to get married. Because I was one of the, I get what they call them red two bill. Fuck marriage. Marriage, I mean, shit, I ain't gonna never do. And that was a mindset I had until I went to therapy. And then I had, be willing to do it again, really to step out. Was it a lot for me to do? Hell yeah. Because financially, I'm way ahead than I was then. But I still was willing to do it. So, in order to answer this question, do you think most men marry too young, too fast, or for the wrong reason? Look, I got married because my ex-wife got pregnant. She was pregnant, and so she told me she's pregnant. I said, well, I don't want my son to go without a father in my last name. So that was the reason why I did marry. Now, was that for the wrong reason? Hell yeah, because I never should have did that. But during my time, that's what we did. You get a girl pregnant, you need to marry. And so I made a bad decision. I wasn't young. I was 29 when I did that. I was 29 when I made the decision. Do most men get young? No, they not getting very young. Not most men, I don't think. I think the average was about 29, 30 when most of these people, these young men are getting married. I think that's a reasonable age. By then you're mature enough. You should have some level of experience of dealing with women by then. Hopefully financially you're in a good place or in a comfortable place where you're able to afford and take care of a family. So that's my thought on it.
I think that's a good thought, Hank, and good accountability too. I think most men get married for instant gratification in the West, since we speaking of the West, since that's been highlighted. I think a lot of time men get married to validate themselves, validate their value. And I think that is an approach could be very, very dangerous because it shows you the level of your confidence of who you are if you have to get someone else to validate you. That can be very, very dangerous. JR, I really believe in all these conversations that we're having and the things that we speak on, it really puts a microscope on us, regardless of the subject matter. I think in the end of the day, we got to understand that we're that atom that we are talking about. We're the atom that has to make the decision. And if y'all don't learn anything from me on this broadcast today, I want you to learn this because it was a hard lesson for me to learn. Your mindset is the closest thing to God. That's why they spend so much time, effort, and money to change your mindset. If they can make you believe in a reality is not universally, then that means that they have completely put you in the second stage of hypnosis. If you don't learn that, you're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble.
Well said, OG.
Yeah, I'm surprised you cut it off as soon. Normally you go about another minute or two, OG. Shout out.
Well, you had helping me so much, I was getting pierced in my ears, so I know I need to end that. Right?
All right, I got the next question up. How can the wrong person destroy a man's purpose?
Just let Travis Hunter stay married and watch how that works. I think that'll answer this question. Or the other times where it has been, a guy who was on his square and picked the wrong woman, or a woman who's been on her square and picked the wrong, and then had the wrong man pick her. So it's not hard. I think you can see that if you just sit back and observe. Most of the athletes that have been married and been taken for, millions, billions, have, whatever that's happened. The average guy who is typically, a high performing guy, when he picks the wrong girl, ends up, losing. Or, women who have children by men who aren't ready to be fathers and who they probably should have seen that weren't going to be fathers. But it's easy.
Yeah. I mean, I think if, a lifestyle, if you pick someone that, you might be attracted to them, but you have a different lifestyle than like, say if you meet somebody that is a survivor, I've come across this where, I have long-term plans and this person is, their plans aren't past the week that they're in. You know what I mean? And you start trying to help them survive past the week. And if their mindset is just strictly on surviving, if they're not looking 5, 10, 15 years down the line to what they want their life to look like, then that surviving can engulf you because you think you're helping them, but mentally they're a survivor. So it's just like pouring your time into a dark hole because, I compare it to like when, obese people get like the lap band surgery or whatever, their minds are still fat as fuck, and if a lot of those people, they'll usually gain a lot of that weight back. They'll lose the weight once they had the surgery and then they'll gain all that weight back because they didn't mentally go through the process of getting out of that obesity. You know what I'm saying? They cheated the system. So the same thing if you're dealing with a woman that is a survivor, they didn't go through the steps of saving money, paying off bills, sacrificing, going out with not going to the club for a year or two, or not buying this or cutting back on this. They didn't go through those steps to even appreciate, once you got them out of a surviving state. Because surviving, most people think it's financial, but it's a mentality. You know what I mean? It's somebody that doesn't care about what 15 years from now looks like.
So, you don't think you can teach a woman that though?
Not if they're not if that's all they know. You know what I mean? They'll pull you down before you pull them up. And then and then you'll actually start to adapt
Yeah.
because all the plans that you have, have kind of been pushed to the back burner because you get so engulfed in trying to do what you said, trying to teach.
I think that a woman, like if you the breadwinner in your relationship, she's spending what you tell her to spend. Like you teaching her about financial literacy, you teaching her why we not spending on this, why we not spending on that. Because honestly, poor people and people without a lot of money are the biggest capitalists in the world. They get anytime they get a little bit of money, they spend it. Right? They buy it on what they want. They just spend money on stuff. So I think the average state of a person is to just spend money. Like we never grow out of that thing when we a kid and we just get money and we want to buy sneakers and stuff like that. Most of us never grow out of that check to check like lifestyle. So, but I do think most people can come out of that if you in a relationship with somebody who's like, yo, we not buying that. Especially if you really control the purse strings. If you like, yo, this is your budget. You can spend this on that. This is how much we invest in, and this is what we doing on that. A lot of people just don't have the knowledge.
No, there's
Yeah,
the knowledge. But
I'm
real quick, Viz, real quick. You gotta
yeah.
identify real quick. You gotta identify whether the person is a visitor on surviving, like they're just visiting, it's just a time in their life, or if they're mentally just trapped there, what I'm saying? Mom or whoever, just set them up for failure mentally. That's always how they live. They used to lights cutting out, they used to eviction notices on the door, like whether they live there or whether they just visiting. Now, what you said is for a visitor, a person that you can teach better. But if they live there, get away, run for your life.
But you would see that early on though. Even if let's say you meet a young lady and she's in survival mode, right? And you're in a position to where you're thriving and you're trying to show her how to come out of that. Is she now trying to at least take some steps to no longer be that person that she once was? Now, if she's not, I think, okay, yeah, me personally, I think that when you choose a person, you're investing this time into them, and where you pouring into them is also you being an influence. You investing, of course, yourself into her. But what is it that I see the potential of getting out of this? So if I see that there's a chance and an opportunity for me to build and change or shift this woman to go along with what my vision is, then me pouring into that will be worth it. Because once, as they say, no risk, no reward. So this reward just may be worth it. This might be the jackpot. Just like that picture of the dude in the diamond mine, and you got two dudes, and one dude is about to give up and the other one's still going. You just might have that opportunity. And then, of course, yeah, if you can walk away from it, or it might be shit. But I think that you would see that in the beginning stages, the early, 6 months. Is this woman actually trying to become better or walk on this journey with me? Or is she intentionally sitting and, as you're saying, being not being a visitor?
I mean, you'd be surprised how much stuff you don't find out in the first 6 months. You know what I'm saying?
Representative.
You just need to know if she listen.
I literally was in between her legs and the fucking lights cut out.
You didn't know that she had money problems in the first 6 months?
Nah, because I'm the type of person that we
Did you finish? That's what's important.
Hell no. Hell no.
Well, let's not gloss
the mindset.
Poverty makes my dicks off.
Keep the mindset.
So I'm saying in that first 6 months, you didn't know that she had money issues, or she handled money poorly.
No, in the first 6 months, that didn't come up until I spent more. I would say about a year in is when, you know what I mean, it became prevalent.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't mention it. You didn't bring it up, the conversation. Because you was about to say I'm something. You was about to say something before Willie said.
I'm the type of person, like I pay for stuff. You know what I mean? So you will only notice that if like financially.
That's why you ain't noticed the struggle, brother.
financial
I'm
circumstances
telling you.
present itself. You know what I'm saying? We go out to eat, like, you know, I'm paying for that. You know, we worked at the same location, so you know, I had a roundabout of, you know, what she was making, and so that, you know, it didn't come up until, you know, it
Of
got
course it didn't come up.
we got closer. I'm at a crib. I'm, you know, peeping the scene, and I'm staying there more, and I'm noticing shit is just, you know, it's just collapsing.
Right. So you saw it before the lights went out.
I didn't. I didn't. Before the lights went out, everything was good.
So the lights went out, and then you started noticing
And
everything.
then I'm like,
How you see it if the lights is out?
how did I see it if the lights was out?
Yeah.
The lights went out. That's how I saw it, because I've never, you know,
They shouldn't have been on to begin with. That's where you messed up.
You know how disrespectful it is for a woman to let like. I feel like she timed that. Like she was on the phone before, like, hey, listen,
Right.
Pepco, I'm about to get this dude something that I want to pay my light bill. Cut my lights off in
Right.
22 minutes.
Right.
And then, like,
listen, man,
because you know when your lights is about to get turned off, they tell you a date. Like, you know what I'm saying? I used to see when I was a kid. I've seen that. Like they give you a date and it's like you get a pink envelope and a little slip on it. That girl knew what she was doing. But I bet you from now on you're gonna start looking for them pink slips.
Now, has anybody on this panel had something cut off on them?
She gonna get some candles. That's it. I'm gonna run down to Walmart, get you a 6-pack of them candles, shorty. You gonna make do. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, if I get my car,
no light bills get paid.
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I believe Jay.
I'll buy the hell out some batteries.
Hold on, y'all. We talking over each other. We talking over each other. We talking over each other.
You say what you say?
I think that it had to been.
I'm gonna buy the hell out some
it had
batteries.
to been some type of something at some point that was like, man, shorty not financially, you know what I'm saying? Like she tricking off or something. Like, was it just her light bill? Was the light bill $1,000? Was it $50? You know, I feel like there had to been something within that time frame that said, okay, this woman clearly is jagging off all her money on this, or she just have just terrible poor money management.
Poor money management. It was
Hey,
somebody.
Vic, how many men 6 months and become their woman's money manager? And let me.
That's fair. What I mean by that is that for me, within 6 months of me intentionally communicating with a woman, I'm gonna have somewhat of an idea. You say what?
It wasn't intentional.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's something completely different now.
It wasn't intentional.
Okay, that's something completely different now. But if I'm intentionally pursuing a woman, I'm gonna have a good idea, a somewhat of an idea of where she is financially within 6 months.
Okay.
6 months is a long time.
How long can a woman put up a representation of something that she is not?
A woman can't. No one, in my opinion, no one can uphold some facade for a long time if you are intentionally looking to see what it is, what you're searching for. If there's a red flag, even if it's small, as soon as you notice it, the next time something else happens that's a little bigger, you're gonna be like, man, this. Okay, I see this is what type of person she is. Now, it's your choice at that point if you continue to ignore it or if you address it. So in my opinion, I think, again, within that 6 month period, you'll be able to get a good idea of what this person's true personality is like.
Okay, and
You
finishing.
know how many serial killers got husbands and wives that don't know they serial killers?
The last time we spoke.
And you know how blind they have to be, bro?
We showed how men have been dating down from the beginning of time, and we make exceptions for the things we want, even blindly. A woman wouldn't do the same for you, more or less. But you could have seen the light cut off. She could have gave you any excuse. As Jay said, you know what? Let me throw a couple dollars, because men are so pre-programmed into being in the wooing stage that I got to have this woman, because if I'm up in her crib, in between her legs, that means either I have an intent just for her to be a sexual friend or for this to go further. And men are savers. I don't know about these young dudes that we spoke to Tuesday, but men are savers and they love to uplift women. We've been dating down since the beginning of time, picking up women and putting them into our standard and molding them to what we want. Yes or no, Viz?
That men have been dating down and
And then
upholding and
lifting
with
up
the same
women and molding
with
them
the
to
savior
what we
complex.
want, right?
That's fair.
Okay. Why do some men ignore the red flags before they say I do? Because we're hopeless. We believe that we could turn the tide. We believe that we can move the mountain. You understand? We believe in the strength of us being able to turn the tide and make it into something, a house, a home, that type of thing.
Yeah. So even that's fair, right? So even in not to bring up your situation, but just using
Bring
it
it up.
as a
Bring it up. It's here. Bring it up. Don't be afraid.
so just using it as an example, right? So I'm quite sure now that you're going through therapy, you're potentially reading books, you now have more tools that could have averted this situation that you're going through. Same with Clout, same with he. I think Ikane was once married as well. If you didn't have these tools prior
I'm still
to
married. I'm still married.
Okay,
okay,
don't cut his
my
bill.
bad.
You come in.
So even then, if you didn't have the tools that you're aware of now to correct, to properly course correct the way that you needed to, then it'll be a completely different situation, right?
Okay, to help you with your assumptions, I did everything a man should do. I vetted poorly. Her representation came to be when adversity hit. The way I respond now is because I'm bitter.
Right, but you're
That's what I've
trying
been
to.
therapy for. So I've done
Wait,
everything. I've done
but Kenny,
everything.
Kenny, you
correcting
said that
you
you're
where
trying to.
you made an assumption.
That's fair, but I have that assumption because you're saying that you're trying to fix it. You're trying to save it, right?
Okay, I'm gonna say again. A woman showed I vetted poorly because the representation that was given to me, it came to be false in a time of adversity.
Right,
I
but
gave
you're trying to.
everything. I did what a man was supposed to do, and it made me
Right,
bitter.
but you're
Why I'm in
actively.
therapy, to answer your question, is to not keep a hardened heart. Get back
Okay.
to believing in that being what JR posed at least 4 to 5 questions earlier, because I know I have the necessary tools. It's just to hone it.
I hear that. I understand that, but my response is that because you said that you're trying to save it, you're holding on to it. So
I did
if
not
you're
say
doing,
that. I responded to somebody saying something was in shambles that did not get the right information, that was assuming.
so you don't want to save it.
No.
So it's in shambles.
Okay, so let me get it up off the deuce right now. So I'm gonna answer this question. Why do some men ignore the red flags before they say I do? Well, most times I think
Because
they
that pink
ignore
flag, that's why. They ignore the red flag for the pink flag. That's all, brother.
Fellas, hold on, I'm talking.
Yeah, man, we're trying to have a conversation. Let's make sure we be respectful to everybody else when they're speaking.
That was me. My bad. That was me.
All right, I got you. So I think most of the time they ignore the red flag, like I said before. They enamored by the beauty of a woman. They ignore them little red flags they see. They try to make them yellow or pink or whatever other color. They think, oh, I can still make it through the light. No, dog, you probably need to acknowledge the red flag and accepting what it is and keep it moving. Matter of fact, you should even address the red flags and see if there's going to be a continued red flag and make the proper steps and moves that you need to do. So like what Jay was talking about, he didn't know how she was financially unaware, financially ignorant to the facts. Me, I say it all the time, by the third date, I'm going to know your credit score. I need to. I got too much to invest and too much that I'm putting into. With my wife, I put out my game plan on how I financially move, how I financially operate. I need to know if she's with it. If she's not, then she can't get blessed with my last name. I'm all for one pot. I ain't for 50-50. I ain't for you got rainy day, get out of jail fund. I ain't for that bullshit. You got to be all in or all the fuck out. And if you're not all in, I don't want you.
Respect it.
So, fellas, please stop ignoring these red flags. When you see them, you acknowledge them. You bring it to attention. If she's agreeable, if she's willing to make the adjustments and change these red flags about her to proceed. But if she's not, leave her ass at the goddamn restaurant.
I got another question for the panel. Should your person reflect your values or push you to change?
Your woman should respect your values. I think the man is the and this is the reason why in general I say men shouldn't compromise, because I believe that the man is the foundation of the relationship. You got the playbook, you the head coach, this is your system. So you can't compromise the foundation. There was certain things that we don't care about. I wouldn't consider that compromise, and I would consider that like, yeah, I don't care what color you make the curtains. Like, do your thing. But of course, like foundational things, absolutely not. I think women compromise. I don't think men compromise. But that's just the way I view relationships.
Yeah, I don't think that you should ever necessarily change your foundation or what you're rooted in. But I think that the woman that you pick should definitely push you to change. And maybe change is the wrong term. I would probably say more so evolve, because we're human beings. We're constantly evolving every single day. So if this woman or man isn't pushing you to evolve, then again, there's what's the point of you being here? If I can't use you, then you're useless. So you should 100% choose a person that reflects your values, because when you see her, you see me. When you see me, you see her. And just the same again. If she can't help me evolve to become a better man, a better husband, a better grandfather, whatever the case may be, then it's no point of the two being there.
All right. Do men feel pressure to marry because of time, image, or guilt?
Yeah, I think so. Especially successful men, because when you get to that platform or that point in life where you in that top 1%, the rest of the 1%ers look at you as more trustworthy when you are married, and that's also something that they measure you by as the woman that you have. So, if I think that it's that, and then also some guys feel like they should be married by a certain age, the same way that we tell women they should be married by a certain age. Like all of those things are societal pressures or peer group pressures that men will feel. But I mean, a man that can be guilted into getting married is a man that'll be divorced soon anyway. So I don't even give those guys the respect or the mental energy to even consider them.
I think that goes back to what OG was saying. No, that when you do get into that top 1%, people expect you to be married because we expect you to trust your decisions. So I think that goes back. That goes right back to what OG was saying and what has been traditionally the standard for a long time.
I reject that. I reject the idea that men feel pressure to get married by society. I think we might feel pressure by the women that we with. But like, I don't think a man that's like 35 successful is like hearing around like, yo, why you not married? Why you not married? Girls dealing with that. Where my grandkids? Why you not married? What's wrong with you? We don't really deal with that from society. We just get pressured by the woman we marry, by the women that we with, who we care about, and we like, you know what? I really bang with her. I'll marry you.
Do everything have to be said? You saying men don't say it, but do anything have to be said when it's in the back of your mind? When other men have it in the back of your mind, let me tell you something, bro. You ain't coming to my house 35, 40 years old, and you don't have no clarity, no space, or no journey of being married, and I'm a married man. We ain't even having that friendship. We might have businessship, but you ain't coming into my house. Because there's a certain point in my life that I clear path of certain things once I got married. I just clear that path. Because I don't want single men influencing me to do single things. And see, this is where you bring people in your space who's going in the same journey that you're going. So even though men don't say that to other men and women might say that to other women, it's still in the back of your head. I mean, we pick presidents on being married. We pick, I mean, you think about the most important things we pick in life as leadership. We want that person to be associated with the greatest thing you can have being on this earth. And I'm just saying it. There's a reason why there's men and women. That's not a mistake. I understand that you might bump your brakes a little bit there, Clown Jones. We're going to get to you. All right. Y'all asked 3 questions, and I only get to answer at one time 3 questions. And then I seem like I'm long-winded, but I'm answering 3 questions. Okay? So, in the midst of all of this, men, we are who we are. There's no mistake to why women are on this earth. There's no mistake as why we want to join together. Even a damn dove picks a party and spend that life with. There's certain species on this earth without going to school, without having education, without having a bank account, they pick lifetime partners. Something we should be just sitting back and just look at nature itself and see why they're being successful and we're not. Who's supposed to be the smartest creature on this earth.
I did have another question. What's the real? You want to talk about?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment on one thing, which is that a lot of times we like to reference this idea that, oh, well, you know, we pick people based off of them being married. And we kind of like to propose that, like, you know, CEOs and successful people are married and that's a good thing. And that's why we want them married, because it means they're more trustworthy. Let's call it what it is. The reason why people who are married are selected for higher paying, or, you know, higher power positions is because they need someone in power to have a weakness. They need someone in power to have a leverage point that they can eventually use against them. Because having a man who's in a position of authority with no weak point is a very dangerous thing, right? In every superhero movie, you know that the weakness of the superhero is always what? Their love interest. So the reason why they want leaders to have a wife, and the reason why they want the CEO to have a wife, is because they know when they send their wife to go talk to his wife, they can influence him. They know that he's worried about losing his position because he has a wife and kids to support. They know he's worried about losing his status symbol because he has a wife and kids to support. A man who doesn't have those things doesn't have the same fears as a man who has those things. So a guy who's running a company that says, nah, I don't think this is right, I want to run it this way. It's very hard for the board to leverage anything against the guy who doesn't have a wife and kids and something to lose. So that's really why people in power have wives and children, because we need them to have something to lose. That's the only reason. It's not because of a virtue. It's not because they're somehow more responsible or better men. It's because we need them to have a weakness. That way they cannot gain too much power on their own. That's how the laws of power work.
I think generally speaking, a man that's married is viewed as more trustworthy amongst other men, especially that are married.
Because he can be controlled. That's why he's more trustworthy.
No, it's because that man is proven that he's able to take care of a family, commit to something, and uphold that commitment. I'm significantly more inclined to think that hanging out with, say, Viz, Dope, and OG, they all married. I'm significantly more inclined to think that those men are going to be aligned with what I believe in, and then also act a certain way. So those are the guys that I can go out with. Exactly. Those are the guys that I can party with. Those are guys that I can do business with, because I know at least at some point they are of men of upstanding moral character and fiber.
Notice you said act a certain way.
Because those guys are also going to be able to, they are demonstrating that every day in their lives as husbands and fathers. The same way I don't hang out with men who you're saying openly cheat on their wives or their girlfriend, because if you'll fuck over your wife, you'll fuck over me. So I don't want to do no business with you if that's how you are. So, and I've seen it firsthand. People asking me why I'm not married now. I'm like, well, I have been. So I get a little pass because I've been married before. But the expectation is that me at my age, that I should be married with a wife and a family. And I can say that in some circles, that is a huge detractor from me as a person in those spaces. And it's not because anyone thinks they can control me because I have a wife or kid or something to lose. Everyone has something to lose. And that first thing is their freedom. They think it's because they want me to have a wife because, one, it shows that I'm grounded, I have a purpose, and that, two, if nothing else, they know that I have a home. And because I have a home, I'm not going to conduct myself in a certain way.
And all those
Yeah,
things that you said,
I
all those
think
things
we
you
can.
said equate
Wait,
to what I
hold
said.
on, hold
Those
on,
are all
hold
leverage.
on, Cloud.
You having
Hold
a
on,
home
Cloud.
is a house you
Hold
can
on,
lose,
Cloud.
right?
I
You
think
having a
he
go
made
ahead.
a really good point. I also want to say this too. I agree with what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. But on the flip side, that same man may now not have any morals. His morality compared to everyone else may be lower. So yeah, he may not be wifed up. He may not have a wife in the family. Hear me out. Let me finish. He may not have a wife in the family, but maybe his vice, because he's still going to have a weakness. Every man has a weakness, especially a man that's in power. So let's say that man's vice, because he doesn't have a wife, is going out and sleeping with escorts. There goes his weakness right there. It's clear and evident. Maybe his vice is that he's an alcoholic. Maybe he's on drugs. There's going to be still something that somebody is going to clearly be able to use to as leverage to control him.
You can't use morality against someone who doesn't position themselves in a moral high ground, right? So married people, the reason why married people are so predictable and controllable in society is because by being married, you're automatically stepping into a moral high ground, which means you now have a place of grace that you can fall from. You have a wife that you can cheat on. A single man is not held to the same standard because he doesn't have a wife to cheat on. So the reason why the reason why you would feel more comfortable with a married man is because you know he's bound to the same morality as you. Whereas a single man isn't bound to the same morality as you, because it's not wrong for him to sleep with whatever woman he wants. It's wrong for the married man to do it. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of people in power feel more comfortable with people that are bound by the same rules as them because it makes them feel safer. Everything's more predictable. It's controllable. I know you're married. I know you have to be home at a certain time. I know where you're going to be on Christmas. I know where you're going to be on your kids' birthdays. But that single guy who's running his business has the power to be ruthless, because guess what? I don't know where you're going to live. You might not be worried about losing your home. You want to know why? Because you don't live in a house with a wife and kids. You might live on your own. So you could, for example, Kanye was the most dangerous to the system, not while he was with Kim Kardashian, but when he was single. When he was with Kim Kardashian, it was the time when they were able to destroy him the most, because there was the most leverage against him. He had assets tied up with his wife. They were able to influence him through his wife. They were to influence him through his kids. The time when he was able to be the most expressive was after the divorce, because they had less things to leverage against him. So that's really all it's about. And you'll see the pattern in society. If you want a man that you can control, the best man to get is a married one.
Okay, so
Hey Jones, let me ask you a question. Can I
Wanna
ask
work
him a
with
question?
somebody like that though? Would you really want to work with somebody like that? Befriend somebody like that?
Right.
Well, me personally, but see, this is the thing. You guys are making the assumption that a person who's not married has no morals. Just because they're not bound to the same morals as you doesn't mean they have no morals. There are plenty of men who have no wives that are honest. There are plenty of men with no wives and kids that are honest, trustworthy men. You don't have to have a wife to prove you're honest. It's just that the wife is now the leverage I can use against you. Because if you do cheat, I can show your wife and she can divorce you.
Hey, I do got a question for the panel. I do got another question for the panel.
Before you do it, can I ask him a question?
It's going.
And then he don't have the answer. He can just keep it in the back of his head. Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Would you use that same thing in warfare?
Can
you put that? Could you use that same thing in warfare? Isn't it in warfare, or any country who's looking at another country looks at how the women respects that male, how they approach that person or that country?
I don't think so. No, and I'm gonna give reference. For example, if you
Read
look at
the pale horse before you do that.
hold on. Hold on,
read
I'm
the
just gonna
pale
show you
horse
something.
before you do that.
I already knew it was going to get dragged out.
If we go into history, right? If we go into history,
Hold on, Ikane.
you'll find that the most family oriented groups were the ones that were most easily conquered by the ones that weren't family oriented. So people like the Spartans, for example, the Spartans didn't focus on family; they focused on war. Whereas the Athenians focused on family. But if you notice, the Spartans conquered with a lower population, conquered way more than the Athenians did.
The Rockefellers, the Kennedys.
What? What about them? I don't get
the Spartan and Athenian. I mean,
he said war. You're talking about business now. Are we talking
as a
about war or
history
business?
guy,
'Cause Kenny's talking
that's
about
not the
business people. You
example that
said
I
war.
would use.
Okay, guys. JR
I'm
got
just
a
saying that the
question.
guys who have no wives and
JR
children
got a
are usually
question,
the ones who
guys.
win the war, not the guys with the women and
Yeah,
children.
y'all got real derailed just there.
JR got a question, guys.
Yeah, I
Yo,
got a
Club,
question.
you got
What's the
sand in
real
your nuts.
difference? What's
What
the
are you
real
talking
difference between a wife and a long-term girlfriend?
Nothing.
A whole
No,
lot.
A
A
ring,
whole lot of
paperwork,
a lot of difference. There's a lot of difference. I got to answer that.
paperwork.
Good afternoon,
The reason
Kenny.
why a
Good afternoon,
wife,
Kenny.
He rude,
huh?
ain't he? He rude.
Good
He
afternoon,
rude.
Kenny.
When you start
Oh,
speaking,
Ekene,
oh.
pardon me.
I thought I said good afternoon when I came in. I said good afternoon to all of you
No,
by
you
doing
went,
this.
No, that's what
my
you
bad,
did.
Yeah.
my bad,
Okay,
brother.
sorry about that. But let me say it again. Good afternoon, panels, and good afternoon, chat room. Okay. Um, let's put it this way, right? There's a big difference between a wife and a long-time spouse or a long-time partner. A wife is bounded by the principle and oath that was taken. It might be cultural, it might be religious. A long-time partner is not bounded by any oath. Secondly, a long-time partner can walk away because you as a man might not believe in marriage. She might believe, but she just don't know how to say it. But when a man that promises her marriage shows up, she's gone. That's one other thing. Then another thing is this, right? Long-term partner, you don't have any arrangement with that person. There is no single arrangement. There is no arrangement based on number of kids to have, based on number of kids not to have, based on responsibility that connects your family with her family. There is no inter-family relationship or connectivity whatsoever. She might want to be with you, but the family might object to it because as you say, let me put it this way. The sad thing is that men without, because I hear some guys say morals, men without morals want things to go their way, irrespective of what society and culture thinks about it. They manufacture their own morality, and to them, their morality is universal morality. It's not. If you take somebody's daughter and don't wed her and put her into a long-term relationship based on your own principle, that is not moral. That's immoral because you have no relationship with her family. So if anybody is
How
letting his daughter to be in such a relationship, that person is a fool.
Hey Kenny, I'm gonna
Why
tell
do
you
you
why I
assume that
disagree
there's
with
no
you.
relationship with the family? Though I know plenty of.
Hold on, Clark, real quick.
My bad.
I'm gonna tell you why I disagree with you. I think I actually would argue that a long-term girlfriend is way more down for you than a wife, right? A lot of women want to be wives, right? And a lot of women know what they get when they become a wife, especially if you're a man of means. You can a wife is almost incentivized to leave you at some point because of what she can get, especially if you're a man of means. If a woman does not have the backing of the American government behind her, and she's still willing to be with you for 20 years, give you kids, do what you say, every single thing that a wife would have, right? And she doesn't have that backing behind her, that most of these girls get that battery in their back, and we see what happened with most marriages. I would argue that she's more down for you than a technical wife. Because when you talk about like, oh, she's bound by the principles, we all know when we got a boyfriend or girlfriend, you can't cheat, and it's all the same. But don't nobody pay attention to the vows unless you're religious. But most of us, we just Americans. We're not really into all the vows. Like I'm just saying, most of us we're not really into all of that.
Cracked, bro.
Then you getting married for the wrong reason.
Every women be getting cracked. I'm gonna tell you that.
Hold on. I'm just saying, like when people say they be like, "Yes, I promise to obey my husband." Them girls they just be saying what the people tell them to say.
They say till death.
Clutch, you can't impose your fear on the rest of the world population. If you have your fear is your fear.
I
I have
have
a
no
wife.
fear. I'm
I've
not
been with
married,
her
brother.
for a long time. I'm coming.
Brother,
I'm coming because the last time I spoke to you, you
no
said you
fear.
weren't married.
But no. You see, the reason I just want you to understand, I have no fear. That's why I'm staying single. If I was married, I would have fear. I would
You've
have
been
to worry
married
about somebody
before.
cracking my wife. I would have to
You've
worry
been
about my
married
wife
before.
following my
That's
instructions and how she
insecurity.
makes me look in
You
public.
see, it's
But
your
because
fear.
I'm not
It's your
married,
fear. It comes down to your fear.
but because I'm not married, I have no fear, brother. I'm good.
You
I
got
have
No,
a
no
yeah,
fear.
flashlight
yeah,
at
because
every store.
your fear
You
is the
can't
reason why you're not married. You
No, no,
were
no, no, no,
married
no, no,
before, you got
no. I
divorced,
would only
and the
have
fear
to
of your
have
first
fear if I
marriage
was
is the
married.
reason why you're not married.
I
But
would
y'all
only
act
have
like
to
it,
have
like
fear
you
if
act
I
like
was
a
married.
long-term
I
girlfriend
don't
can't
need
get
fear.
cracked too. They all can get
I don't want to
fucked.
live in fear like
They
y'all.
all, hey, Hink, they all like, come on, man.
But what would be the
Y'all love to
benefits?
do that. Y'all
And
love to do
I'm
that.
so
Y'all love to
crazy.
think because
I'm
someone
going through the
has
benefits
That
of being
decided.
sound
married.
crazy, man. That
Y'all love
sound
to
crazy,
say
bro.
because somebody made a new choice for their life that's different than the choice that y'all would have made. It's because it's fear. It has nothing to do with that. It's like saying, "Oh,
But no,
it's like if I don't ride motorcycles." It's like if I
your
don't ride
literal
motorcycles,
reason, your
it's like,
reasoning is
"Oh, you don't want
literally
to ride
fear,
the
though.
motorcycle because you got fear." No, nigga, I just don't want to ride motorcycles. It doesn't thrill me. I don't want to risk my life. It's not worth it to me. The thrill ain't worth the ride. I rather drive in my truck.
But
If
that
you
doesn't
make
mean you're going to
motorcycles
tell
my brother,
everybody else not to ride a
if
motorcycle. That
you
motorcycle is dangerous.
He's
if
not
you
getting married
Some
for
people
the
are
marriage is
reckless.
dangerous, brother.
Just
Marriage
like
is
just
dangerous.
like
Are you
some people
serious?
are reckless with marriage, some people are reckless
Marriage
with
is more
marriage. That's the
dangerous
same way
than a
some people are
motorcycle.
reckless with motorcycle. Not everybody
Marriage is
drives
more
stupid with
dangerous than a
motorcycle.
motorcycle.
you
I
don't
gotta
need
tell you, it's not.
Listen,
It's
man.
not. It's not dangerous. It takes two people
Listen,
to
brother.
make a marriage, and it takes two
If
people to break it.
Listen, if you tell me trust another person with 50% of my life or ride on a motorcycle, I'm picking
You
a
have to
motorcycle
because you live in
every
a
time.
dangerous world.
I'm picking a
You have to
motorcycle
because you
every
live in a.
time.
Let me tell you something. Your girlfriend, right, that lives with you,
No
that has
girlfriend lives with me.
no
I don't,
bond.
see, you making
Okay,
assumptions,
your
brother. I
partner,
don't live with
whoever
women.
it is. Yes, I'm making an assumption because you make an assumption. Your
Exactly.
Listen,
girlfriend,
I don't share shit.
your girlfriend or partner that lives with you, that
That's my
has
code.
no bond with you. Do you know how many men she fucked last week?
There's no woman living with me, brother, so there's no fear for me. That's
No, it does.
what I'm
It
trying to
doesn't
tell you.
have to. But that
That's against
partner.
my
That's why I
rules,
say
brother.
that partner.
Put one
That
back.
That's against
partner
my
that you have.
rules.
How
A
many
woman
boys do
living
you
with
know?
me, that's
How many men do you know she
not
fucked
me.
last week? Can you answer that?
I don't care
Damn.
because she don't live with me. The women I deal with, I
Okay,
literally don't care what
that's what
they
I
say in New
said.
York
I
because they
said
don't live with me.
your girl that lives with you or your partner doesn't live with you, right? Do you know how many men she
I don't have
fucked last
partners,
week?
brother. I don't do that. I don't do the partner. I don't do the living. So them fears you
So you
talking about,
just fucking random women all the time?
I have women that are loyal to me. I have women that I have a
Okay, they're
relationship
not
with.
loyal to you, brother. They're not because you're not
Obviously.
loyal to them.
No, hold on, brother. Let me explain it to you. I don't need
God.
her to live with me to feel secure in myself. I don't want to live with a woman living with me. I don't want to share my space with a woman. I want to sleep when I want to sleep. I want to decorate my place how I want to decorate it. I want to invite who I want to invite over when I feel like it. So as far as me compromising to
is that
split my
because
space
of
with some woman, you're bugging. It's never gonna happen. Which is why
so
I
is
have
that
the privilege of not worrying about who she's sleeping with. Guess what? Because when she goes to sleep with him, she does it in a
Now you know
state.
what? Oh, now you're not
Stop
worried
lying.
about a woman who she sleeps with,
Ikane,
but you're
hold on,
worried
hold
about
on.
your
Ikane, hold
your
on.
wife.
Hold on. Ikane, hold on. So, Clout, is that because of your previous relationship?
No,
Is that because of your past
no, that's
experience?
because no. That's
You
because
did,
as I've grown, listen, I'm 36 years old, right? Well, 37 now. Between the ages of 25 and 37, I learned a lot about women. A lot. And this was long after I got divorced. I learned a lot about women. And what I've learned about women has made me adjust the way I live my life. There's certain things I don't want with a woman. For example, this partnership thing y'all talk about, I don't want it. This living together thing y'all talk about, I don't want it. Y'all want it. So if you want it, that's fine. I'm happy for you, brother. But I've lived with several women. I've done it. I've done it multiple times. It doesn't get better. It doesn't get any different. It's the same shit every time. And after doing it a couple times,
right.
I
So
said to myself,
you just then
after
admitted
doing it
to
a
it
couple
being
times,
part of your previous
I know they left
experiences, bro.
let me finish.
You just
After doing it a couple
said it.
times, I said, wait, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is insanity.
No,
So
you
I
are
decided, guess
insanity.
what? To stop
The
being
things that
insane
you
in my life.
espouse are insanity. You got a
Wait,
plasma for every storm.
wait, hold on. So Clout, you don't think you don't think the common denominator is you in that situation?
The common denominator for what?
Yeah, and all your
and you're
failures.
living with all of these different women, and it's always being the same.
Well, sure. All those relationships that I lived with women, I was in my early 20s. So I mean, I can obviously it was my fault. I mean, I'm young. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm in my 20s. But what I'm saying is, since then, I've learned. When I didn't have the knowledge, I wanted to do things like live with a woman, like get married, like be in exclusive relationships. Those are the things I wanted when I was young and stupid. But then I grew up, and now that I'm grown and I've learned from my mistakes, I've adjusted my pattern. I'm not continually doing the same mistakes, which is living with women, trying to be in long-term exclusive relationships with women, trying to be locked down and married. Those are things I don't desire. And because of it, my life is exactly the way I want it to be right now. I'm happy. All the women I have relationships in my life are exactly the way I want them to be. We go on vacations together. We have great intimacy. We have conversations. We talk on the phone 3-4 hours a night. I have great relationships. I'm just not married and I don't want to live with anybody. And I think that's a great thing. I don't think you need to live with somebody to be able to have a good relationship with them. You just have to have regular conversations, open communication, a healthy sex life. You know what I'm saying?
So you're a goddamn trick.
No, I'm not spending no money. What you talking about? I said we go on vacations. I didn't say I pay for it.
I don't have a problem with a man being polygamous, but you got to be married to them. That's why I have a problem. You got to be married to him.
I didn't say I paid for them.
Bro said you a trick. That's wild. Talking to a woman on the phone for 3 or 4 hours that you're not with is crazy.
Big T's over here playing. No tricking. No T's, only P's.
Nothing.
Oh, play.
You ain't big nothing.
Big
You're an example of what not to do.
Man, I wish a girl who I wasn't married to could give me the talk on the phone.
Last week listen, I don't even want to tell y'all about my life. Y'all won't believe me anyway. It's all good.
We know you the player from the Himalaya. Go ahead, brother.
OG.
Come on. Yeah.
Really? I know different.
In a real way. You know what I'm talking about?
Nah, but can somebody really answer this question? Can somebody really tell me what can a wife offer that a long-term girlfriend can't really? And I'm pro-marriage. So, but let's just keep it real. What can a wife offer that a long-term girlfriend doesn't?
You just said it. You just said it. You wait. Y'all gonna make this too complicated. He just said it. You said girlfriend and wife.
That's a title. That's a
you didn't do anything there.
No. I ain't trying to do anything there. I just made it. I just made it uncomplicated for you. For you to have to name it differently, you just said it. There's things coming along with that W word. Let me say the W word and that L word. There's different things that come with it.
What comes with it being a wife as compared to being a girlfriend?
Well,
just give me an example of 2 things.
Okay, and what I'm telling you, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. In California, go ahead, JR. Go ahead, JR. You were saying something?
I would say obligation.
Right. That was it. Thank you. I agree with you 100% there. But OG,
right.
You said we got to be universal, right? So not just in California. What is it?
Okay. No. You brought me back to the United States. You remember?
Yeah. So
I parked my bike right here. I parked that motorcycle right here in the United States.
What is a wife obligated to do? A wife not even obligated to legally fuck you.
Or do anything that she had to do to get you in the first place. Being a wife, there's no duty.
She is obligated to do that.
No, she's not. There is no legal obligation for a woman to do anything that she when she's married. Nothing.
The thing y'all just named, a long-term girlfriend's not obligated to fuck you either.
That's the thing, but she still does it.
I'm gonna break up with her.
So a wife still fucks you. My wife fucks me every
time. You got a divorce if she don't.
That's you.
But you got a divorce.
That's you.
Hey, no, like on some real shit. We sound real bitter right now.
How does that sound bitter? Because we don't think that we're highlighting the fact that there is nothing there is no legal obligation for a woman to do anything in a marriage, but there is a legal obligation for a man to do everything he's supposed to do as a husband. All of his husbandly duties, there is a legal precedent behind them. You can't keep
wait. Let him bump the brakes on that one. You show me anywhere in family law that there's a legal obligation for a man and not for a woman. It don't say in family law. It don't say woman or man.
Cool.
It say husband or wife.
Watch.
And both of them. Okay, wait.
This is
Okay,
easy.
I know it's easy. It's easy for you. I got you. I understand. But listen, in state of California, if you with your wife for 10 years, it's called long term, or you with your husband for 10 years, it's called long term. You can't get that with a you can't get that with a girlfriend.
That's not the argument. The argument is this. For example,
you asked me what you can get.
I didn't. That's not what I'm asking. I'm gonna ask Viz. Name
long term mean that she or he get 50%.
You're trying to define something that we're not even arguing about.
No.
What are the top 5 things you want from your woman? Like, and you a respectable guy, right? I can tell you mature. I can tell how you can. What are the top 5 things you want from your woman?
Next. Top 5 things.
Money.
Or we can just go with 3, bro. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just asking you. What are your most important things you get from your woman?
Things that you require.
I would say submission.
Okay.
Being dependable.
Bet.
And
fidelity.
I mean, that's being dependable.
Okay, cool. I understand. So what's another one?
And
it's taking a while, brother.
Commitment. I'm gonna help you out, Viz.
Commitment is part of being dependable.
Do she have to have sex?
Commitment is dependable. I'm just trying to generalize. I'm trying to
generalize. Brother, you can say it.
Does she have to have sex with you?
I mean, that's being dependable. Is that not being dependable?
No, he right. He cool. She's dependable for sex. I get it. I'm following you, bro. Go ahead. I'm not trying to put you on the spot at all.
In respect.
Bet. All right. So now you ask women from what women put out here into the world, what they want from a man. They want a man who protects, provides them, will support them, and nurture them, right? If you don't provide for your family, you don't provide for your family, you punish for that. If you don't respect your woman, you can be punished for that. You can be shamed for it. And then 2, if she goes and says, hey, my husband is abusive to me, he's disrespectful to me, the courts will actually side with her and help her. All of the things, all of the duties that a man has in a marriage, there is a law attached to enforce him to do those, either not just before, but during and after the marriage. With a woman, there's no law that can make a woman fuck you. There is no law that can make a woman respect you. There is no law that enforces her duty to be to be faithful to you. So when me and Mont are saying is that the things that we get from a long-term girlfriend, we also get from a wife, we also get from any long-term girlfriend. The only difference is now when you marry someone, you're obligated to do stuff for somebody. Once you put the state in it, then you have a requirement and obligation to that person. They're not going to make her do shit for you.
So you saying that
you talking about a moral obligation?
Any of the things, the obligations I'm talking about, are any of the things that he just listed.
There's no law that says I have to do all of that.
Yes, it is. There's certain laws that you have to provide for your family. What are you talking about?
You got to take care of them kids.
You got to take care of them kids. You got to take care of your spouse. What are we talking about?
You got to pay that alimony.
What law says I have to be faithful?
When we making a search, there was when you had to do that.
There are some states where hold on. There are some states where cheating is punishable, where you can divorce because of that, and she'll get all your stuff because you cheated.
California is one of them.
That would go the same way though. You're both not if you're single.
What are you talking about, bro? The average respectable man provides the provision.
Bro, everything that Willie just stated, a man could be in the benefit of the same thing. What are we talking
We're not talking
here,
about the small minus the small amount of men.
The anecdotal
provides the provision. We're talking about normal, respectable men where we provide the provision. We're not talking about girls where they the breadwinners and all that type of stuff. We pay the bills.
That's not the norm.
Wait just a minute now.
Not the norm. Women are not the breadwinners on the whole.
Most men are not provider men. Most men can't provide on their own.
Women receive 85% of all alimony paid in America. What are you talking about?
We already know that. They're the biggest winners in divorce.
Not getting alimony either. Most women are not getting alimony.
They get child support.
Girlfriends.
They wouldn't get child support if you took your kids.
She's probably entitled.
That's not true.
Also receive child support.
Listen,
That's
ain't
As
no
a man,
spousal support for a girlfriend, player.
child support as well.
Yeah, ain't no child support for ghost children. When you take your children, you can get child support.
That's not true. And I got custody of my
Yeah,
kids.
no, please,
Ain't no
man.
child
You
support if they
talking?
don't know his
We talking
mind.
about a living example right
Ain't no
here.
child
We talking
support
about
if
a
they don't
living
know his
example right
mind,
here.
sir.
Said they got
You
You
talking
just
about a
one
living
example.
example right here.
Okay, OG, one
Listen,
second.
she got to
Let's
get
Said
the
they
talk
got
blood
about it.
test
custody.
first, man. She got to
Let's
prove it
talk
first,
about it.
man.
So I have my kids the majority of the time, right?
Are
I have
you
my kids the
married?
majority of the time. I don't pay child support because it's just a mutual agreement, mutual respect, right? But the way that the child support system actually works is it's divided by the amount of money you make, by the amount of money that she makes, and also by the overnight stays with the kids. Now, if y'all got split overnight stays, cool. But if you're making $1 million a year and she's making 70,000, you're going to be paying her money, regardless. Doesn't matter.
Okay, let's take it this way. All right,
She your girlfriend, though.
let's take it this way.
Your girlfriend,
Let's take it
though.
away because that's something you didn't mention in there. Say I got 51, she got 49, and I got physical custody. Because that's the most important thing, is the physical custody, regardless of the time. When you got physical custody, that is when you become the power. And that's why I told Willie, and Willie, I agree along on a lot of stuff you say, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not following you to a dice game, though. But what I'm trying to tell you, Willie, everything that's in that book for women in family law is for men too. Now you can spell out all you want to, and I know
No
you
one's
saying
arguing
this
against
is not okay. Well, see, this is what I'm saying is this is why men get beat in the courtroom because we're always second to get there. We are answering things versus being the person who's going there to fill out the work. Okay, so we know
You got
these
to fill in no
conditions.
paperwork for the girlfriend.
And listen, if we know these conditions are happening, why we always got to be second? That's what I've been telling men for the years. If you know these conditions are out there, when you know your relationship is rocky, why you worry about your Nike, your PlayStation, and your car, and you don't worry about the kids because they're going to be the most important thing when you go in that courtroom. You can take them when there's no women. Listen, when there's no custody case, you have the right to your kids just as much as she do. But y'all ain't understanding that because y'all think that she got some God-given right to have the kids, and you to have the freedom. But then you gonna pay for it in the end.
None of us on this panel, I believe, are thinking that. And as someone who owns a nonprofit organization called Fathers First, who handles these cases and has handled thousands, none of what you said is true or applicable to what I was saying. There's no reason that a father should have to fight to be custody for his kid, even if he does come second. There's also no reason that a man should have to fight to be in his child's life when he doesn't have a custody agreement in there. So the fact that the simple fact is this: over 80% of the time, the kids go with the mom because the courts do favor mothers. They have an easier process. For example, if mom put his baby mama on child support, they're gonna go ask her for income, and it's gonna take forever. But if she puts him on there, with him being a high earning man, it's not going to take that long because they know they fix to make money off of him. In Texas alone, they make over $900 million a year in child support. Like, the fact that that's a statistic that we can verify is insane. And the people who are paying that child support are almost always men.
Hey, Willie, let me ask you a question. What's the name of your organization?
Fathers First.
All right. Well, type right in computer where you at. How long you been in business? My child say daddy. Type it in right now.
Type in what?
My child say daddy.
Okay.
Okay, so Mont, why did you have to go to the route of child support rather than sit down with your child's mother and do something amicable?
And he left.
I'm here.
No, he said Mont. He asked Mont a question while you were asking me one.
So what you saying, Kenny? My bad.
Okay, so why did you have to go the route of child support rather than sit down amicably and co-parent?
Oh no, I don't do child support.
You made it sound like you did. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Yeah, I think you misheard. I was saying that I don't have child support. The way we go about it. Well, I got my kids 5 days a week, so it really is. It would be ridiculous for them to even, as a human being, to be like, "Yo, I want child support." But yeah, we never went that route. But of course, early on, it was some turbulence because kids were young, so it was a little bit of turbulence. So I went the route of researching everything I possibly could about child support, child custody. Learning the law, calling every lawyer I could, getting consultations, seeing what they had to say, and I just made myself knowledgeable.
Listen.
Willie, the only reason I asked you to do that, I don't want us to argue on the panel. I want us to work together. That organization, that organization
I'm
been
fine with
there
it.
since
I
like
will work. I will work with anybody at any time, whether I even regardless when it comes to something about being a father's rights issue.
right.
So if your
And we got to
organization
study.
is aligned with that, that's fine. But when I tell you these statistics, I'm on top of them. I'm on top of them.
Well, we got to study from Texas, and we the only father. The father, my child say, "Daddy, we the only one that have had a law change, have a bill, and had a law change." So what I'm saying is, we got your study that your study from Texas say men are better fathers when it's single, and so we took that. No. We did that study. The study we did, what came out of Texas in the 90s, where we was able to have a bill approved and sponsored and passed in California. So we can work together on that.
Look, I'm from Texas, so I'm familiar with a lot of the inner workings of fathers' rights and father advocacy groups go. But that's not the fact that fathers make better parents is not a Texas thing. It's a nationwide thing.
I understand, but I say the study came out of Texas. I didn't say the study came out of Texas.
The University of Texas put that study out.
And I don't want to get off the subject. What I want to tell y'all is, men, believe it or not, a lot of times we lose in the courtroom because we always answering versus being the person who's pursuing it. And that's in anything in life. Anytime you second, you always playing catch up. That's the problem. Is you believe these things are not going to happen, and you get all the red flags that they are happening in real time, and you refuse because you want to beat on your chest and saying I can stop this or I can direct this, and then you find yourself second every time. That's what I want to leave that with you on that one.
All right, you guys. I did have one more question I want to put out there. Does being a husband mean giving up control or gaining leadership?
Giving up control and gaining leadership, I guess. A little both.
What?
I think gaining leadership, but I think you are, by signing that contract, you technically maybe you are giving up some leverage. Well, not without a prenup, but I guess you are giving up some leverage when you might have had more before. I don't know.
Even with the prenup, bro, as a guy's been divorced and had to execute one, you do give up significant leverage. You give up some leverage when you actually have that prenup drafted, because in that prenup you can literally put anything in there. You can put how many times you were requiring sex a week in the prenup, how much weight she can gain. You can put a lot of things in there, but the stuff that you have to give up to get those things, you do give up some leverage, because now, your wife will know, like, hey, I have to greet him at the door on my knees 2 days a week, and then, you know what I'm saying, give him access to all 3 holes, the other 4 that being 5 days a week. But for me doing that, for every year that we're married, I get $250,000. For every child that we have, I get an additional $15,000. All you're doing is identifying terms to protect you guys both, so that way that when you do divorce, it's not up in the air. You're not fighting over houses, properties, investments, 401k, stocks, options, bonds, all of the other bullshit that women tend to fight for that they typically didn't earn, or in my case, stakes in a business. You're just identifying what it's going to be in the front end instead of trying to figure out what it's going to be on the back end. It saves everybody, I think, personally. But
I agree. I agree with the prenup, but saying when you do divorce is crazy. I think even like what are we talking about as far as with giving up control of? Because in an instance of where you're marrying a woman to be your wife, there is no giving up control. If anything, I'm gaining more control, and the only control that I'm giving up is me giving up control to God. So I don't understand the question as far as what is it that men are giving up.
His leverage and his decision making. God's not in those courtrooms with these men when they get divorced. God is not present.
You got to look from a faith-based perspective.
They took the Bible out of the courtroom.
You got to look at who,
but they didn't. But they don't. They can't obligate the people in the courtroom to abide by it. Is what I'm saying.
Hey, look! You throw me off. You throw me. Wait a minute. Oh, go ahead, Vic. I forgot you.
So Willie, so in this case, you're saying giving up control as for your assets.
Yeah, like in life. I don't think he was talking about God, and that was the way that I interpreted the question. So if I'm wrong, I apologize. But I don't believe that he's talking about, because the only obligation that you should give seed control to is in God. Like, for example, I would get married and just have the ceremony, give the woman the, dream that she wanted. I think all women have that vision of a big wedding. I would love to give my woman that, right? I have no problem with it. But once you put the state in the middle, that's when you give up the most of your control. I have no problem seeking control of God because I believe in him. But when it comes time to introducing the state, that's where I have, I'm saying, significant reservations that I've already articulated on the panel.
Okay, so the control is giving up your power to a third party.
Yeah, that's not
Okay.
God. That's not.
Okay.
That's not Jesus' daddy. So
Okay, so my thing is, what throw me off? What throw me off was the 3 hole thing. I didn't know what that was about. I'm only dealing with 1 hole, so I don't know what the 3 holes is about. But y'all gonna explain that to me somewhere down the line. But anyway,
it's in the chat. It's in the
chat. but anyway, this is
OG
not even.
He's okay with being vanilla. That's what OG is saying.
I'm okay with the. Look, I'm okay with the proper hold. That's just me. I'm okay. I ain't into no prison love making. So, but anyway, let me get back to the point. This is not even hard to argue against, and you can do this with any family member, anybody that you come in contact that you're doing partnership with or whatever. When it comes to a wife, it's the same thing. You are giving up some percentage of control. Come on. Anytime you got 2 minds moving in the same direction, that is individual minds, you have to automatically give up some level of control. Because you got 2 minds, because you're not always home. That person might be at home, taking care of the home, and you out there in the field. That person gonna have to make decisions. So you are giving up a certain level of control anytime you bring any individual in your space to make decisions.
Go ahead, Clout.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you want to know the things that you lose control over, I mean, your penis for 1, for 2, your finances, how you spend your money, for 3, when you sleep, how you sleep, for 4, who you can invite in your house, for 5, decisions that you can make about your children. You got to check with somebody first. For 6, you're not even gonna be able to control how you eat half the time. Half the time, your wife is going to be at some point controlling how you eat, what you eat, when you eat. I mean, you lose a lot of control. I mean, over your finances, you lose control over what hours you can work, how long you can work, what jobs you can work, what cities you can work in. I mean, literally, there's so much decision making.
What kind of life you was living before, bro? But that shit sound miserable, bro.
No, I'm not babbling. I mean, you try to dismiss what I'm saying as babbling, but these are challenges that real married men face with, where they have to consult with their wife over all the decisions that they're making in their life. There's a lot of men that can't even stay up doing something late at night because they got to worry about if it'll keep their wife up at night. Like something as simple as wanting to stay up late could cause a problem in your marriage. So
what's the positive?
Wait, hold on.
The conversation is control you lose, right? Hold on. Can y'all stop interrupting me? Because stop interrupting me.
So you're saying
the conversation,
as a
the question wasn't
man,
to say positive things.
How you eat?
Wait, hold on, Clout. You moved on. I'm trying to.
So hold on. We've never heard of. We've never heard of wives.
You guys know that Clout does not have a conversation. Clout does lecturing. I'm coming. Clout doesn't have a conversation. Clout does lecturing. So you guys should know how you approach Clout.
Nah, listen. All I want is when I'm talking to let me talk, and when I'm done, I'll let you talk.
You just went, bro. Hold on.
No,
He's
y'all
been going.
did cut him off. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all did. He
was about to answer Kenny's question, in which I was trying to stop him before Kenny even started the question. So you said that you lose control of what it is that you eat. So you're saying that you can't sit down the woman that you married and say, hey, let's do this, let's eat this on these days. This is going to be the timeline of what dinner is going to be. This, if I work late, maybe I want to go out to the garage. I want to have some garage time at least once once a week by myself where I can go do my thing.
Listen,
so you saying you can't
brother.
have this conversation?
No,
Let me finish. Let me finish. So you saying that we can't have this conversation with the person that you married in order to get what it that's literally what you just said.
I'm not saying you can't have the conversation. What I'm saying is you have to have the conversation. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
What's
me.
wrong? That's the whole point of being married.
Hear me out. I'm explaining to you. Me, for example, if I have dinner at home, right? Like I can have dinner at home waiting for me. And if I don't want that dinner, I can choose to go out and get dinner whenever the hell I feel like it. 9 times out of 10, if your wife cooks you dinner and you decide you don't want to eat what she cooked and you just going to go out and get some on your own, 9 times out of 10, that's going to be a problem. Now,
no, it's not.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
That's crazy.
If your doctor, hold on. If your doctor tells you, let's say you got high blood pressure. Let's say you got high blood pressure and you got a wife. And your wife knows you got high blood pressure. And you want to bust down them shrimp, that shrimp scampi, whatever it is. And your wife is more than likely going to be that person that's going to be like, no, you can't be eating that. The doctor said XYZ.
She wants you alive.
That's right, because she wants you alive.
Let me give you another example. Let me give you another example. If you come home at 4 a.m., smelling like liquor, you're gonna have to have a conversation, right? About where you were.
Disciplined husband.
That's not true.
When I come home at 4 a.m., you know what I do? I kick my shoes off, take my clothes off, and I lay in my bed. I don't have a conversation with nobody.
Because you're not accountable to anybody.
You have a conversation with the police if you drive JR.
You were married to a controlling woman. You married to a woman that controlled the shit out of you. That's what happened. She really fucked you up.
Personal. You can't be accountable to someone. Someone can hold
Mr.
you
Jones. Mr. Jones.
Standard. So if
Mr.
I
Jones.
say that my standard is a particular standard, someone can hold me accountable to that standard. Like if I say I don't want to eat pork, and then I go eat pork, sure, my friend, my wife, anybody could be like, yo, I thought you said you wasn't going to eat pork. That's holding me accountable. I can't be held accountable to someone else's standard. I don't owe that to nobody like y'all do. Y'all owe that to somebody else, their standards. I get to be held to my standards.
Hey, Mr. Jones, can I back you up just a little bit? The first thing you said. Can I ask you about the first thing you said? Because I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Jones. I just got through getting up, going use the bathroom when no wife was telling me that I couldn't hold my penis and piss. So you say you lose control. You say you lose control of your own private part. Wait a minute. No. What I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
Can you stick it where you want to? Simple question. Can you stick that where you want to?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And what were your wife saying?
Yes.
No. Yes. What were your wife saying?
But what I'm saying is being accountable. Wait. Being accountable. Being accountable of the true man that you're supposed to be. You understand? It has something more to do with you and your choices than it has to do with what she feels.
That's the thing.
You understand? So most of these men up here. Wait. Most of these men up here. Listen to what I just said. Most of these men up here, not most of them, but a couple of them did say they cheated. All right? She didn't stop them from cheating. They cheated on their own. All right? Yeah. So you don't lose wait. You don't lose control. It's the commitment that you make to a person that you volunteer to make that commitment to that person. You didn't lose control. You was willing to give up
I don't want to volunteer that. I don't want to volunteer that.
Oh, we already know you playing from him to there. You ain't gonna give up that.
Hold on, because I don't want us to make straw man arguments.
I don't
want us to keep making straw man arguments, because the reality is he's just speaking like this. Let's just have a philosophical conversation, not really like emotional. The reality is you do lose control. Just the same way if you merge with a company and part of your contract is you can't go do this, you can't do that, you can't work with this company. Oh yeah, and if you say something online that doesn't align, that we don't think feels like aligns with our company, we can drop you, we can cut you, we can do this, we can do that, or the third. I mean, the reality is you do lose some control based on the examples that he's given.
I think that we don't.
I said that at the beginning. I said, wait. I said that at a certain level.
Control with autonomy.
Y'all trying to argue that married men don't lose a level of autonomy. Like, why are we even arguing this?
There you see. That's the first time you use the word autonomy, though. You don't lose control when you get married, but you do have to cede some autonomy in a marriage. The same way a woman
And
has
autonomy
to
is
cede,
what?
okay,
Autonomy is just self-control. That's all autonomy means is self-control.
right? But you're saying
I gotta say this. I gotta say this. I gotta say this, guys. I gotta say this.
It doesn't happen in a long time relationship too. That you have to have some type of sacrifice. That you
That's
lose
right.
control. Even in a long-term relationship, you lose a certain amount of control.
Oh,
So I don't know
yeah.
what you're talking about. You can't eat what you want to. My wife asks me, "What do I want for dinner?" She don't tell me what I'm eating for dinner. She asks me. I don't. Dude, that sounds miserable. And if you weak men who are moving like that, where she tell you everything to do,
My girl asked me what I want for dinner too.
I know who's the man in a relationship and who's the woman.
That's right.
I don't move like that.
Listen, my girl asked me what I want for dinner too, but I'm not married. You know what I'm saying?
But what are you talking about? You talking like you live.
So why didn't you have the same with your wife?
I'm talking. Hold on. I'm talking about what I hear from married men. Right? This is what I hear.
Those married men are pussies, man. Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Y'all can chat that chat down. Y'all know. Hold on, listen. Y'all can chat all that chat right now on the internet, right? But in your house, something. In your house, there's something that you cannot do without your wife approving, whether you want to admit it or not.
Let me say this. Okay. Let me answer that. Let me answer that real quick. Let me answer that. Let me say this to you, Cloud. Do you know that women lose far more autonomy than men in marriage? Women can't go just. Your wife can't just come out. My wife can't just. I'm telling you this. My wife can't just come out and go wherever she wants. I can go more of wherever I want than my wife. My wife has to actually tell me where she's going because I want to know where she is. In case if anything happens, I can reach her.
You should be
And
telling your
especially
wife.
with my, excuse me, especially with my daughter, right? That's even for more critical, which means wherever she is with my daughter, she must tell me because she's always the one with my daughter. But me as a man, 80% of the time she doesn't know where I am. But it's good for me to call her and tell her where I am in case. You see what I'm saying? Men never really lose autonomy like that. It's very few autonomy that we lose. Women lose far autonomy than men in marriage.
Listen,
So I have no idea. No, I'm coming. The reason why I'm saying this, Cloud, if this was your experience, man, your ex was a hell.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I never said that was my experience. Whoa.
No, I said if. I said if. I said if. No, I said if. I used the word if.
I do think the average.
I said
guy
if.
a lot more than we talking about.
I said if. I didn't say that was. I said if that was.
We're talking about the experiences that most married men complain about.
Alimony are paying some type of. Most men are not paying alimony. Most men are not doing half the shit y'all talk about they doing. So
yeah,
I don't think
the average man just gets hit with child support, not alimony.
Okay, that's true, but that's temporary.
Listen, hold on. Listen, bro.
Listen, for 18 years.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example. When I used to go to church, right? When I used to get to church, I used to look around in church. And all of the men that was at church, you think they was at church because they wanted to be at church? Or do you think they was at church because their wife told them, you coming to church?
Did they tell you that they didn't want to be at church, or you're assuming?
90% of the men in church be there because their wife put their suit out.
Where are you getting those numbers from? Where are you getting those numbers from?
Brother,
Man, those numbers ain't really.
I'm not having a numbers conversation right now.
It's not a numbers thing, but he's right. It's only
90%. Okay, just
anecdotal
people that want to go to church.
Anecdotal argument.
Just to be
this is an
polarizing.
anecdotal argument. I'm not claiming this to be fact. Hold on, let me finish. This is an anecdotal.
You can't throw the
I want you
numbers
to
out
stand
there.
on that
word out, bro. I got to get a word out. This is an anecdotal argument. I'm not claiming.
90% of women listen to what you're saying. I mean, men go there because of women.
Hold on, y'all. They cannot hear us. One mic.
I can't even hear myself talk, bro.
No, you can't hear yourself talk.
It's only 4 types
I'm making it clear. I just want this to be clear that that was an anecdotal point. Like, I'm not trying to claim that this is every man's experience. I'm just going based off what I hear and what I see. And I hear a lot of married men in the barbershop. I hear a lot of married men in conversation when they're complaining about marriage, when they are complaining. These are the things that they're complaining about. Now, y'all could pretend y'all never heard these complaints before if y'all want to be fake. But
So
anybody
so
who's
they're
being honest,
complaining.
anybody who's being
I heard what
honest
you're
has
saying.
heard these complaints before. I'm not making
you
these
hear
up.
what you're saying. So you saying most men are weak. That's what you're saying. Because
I
you
agree
got to
with
be
that.
weak.
Yeah, most men
if
are
you
weak.
start operating like that.
Yeah,
Is that
Duh.
what you
most men.
No, wait, hold on.
Duh.
Most
Most
men are
men are
not weak.
married.
Most men are not weak. They're
I would
not.
say
No,
most men
not
are
Cloud,
weak.
even,
they're not.
not even
They're
that,
not.
not even that.
Most men are
The
weak.
question
Men are
is,
weak.
you're saying that most men are complaining about going to church. Out of all the shit that you could complain about, they're complaining about going to church. Going to church is this thing that I loathe so much. Goddamn, this bitch made me go to church every Sunday. She put my suit out. She made my breakfast. Man, what's wrong with this? Like, come on, bro. That
Man,
sounds crazy
I'm
as
not going
hell.
to church, brother.
All
I'm
I
not
know
going
is
to church.
single men
Use a
don't be
different
there.
example is all I'm saying.
Single men don't be there. When they have freedom and they don't have a woman in their life, they choose not to go to church. The only men
They
that
go
be
to strip clubs.
all the only men that consistently be in church are the ones with wives. The men
Wait,
that don't
wait,
have
wait.
a woman in their life telling them what to do don't go.
Look
I
at
just noticed that.
It's
I hear what you're saying.
That is not true. Married men don't really go to church.
hey, Cloud.
Married men don't.
Yeah, lie.
Let me
How
say
many
this.
pastors are constantly complaining
I
the men
got you,
don't
man.
come to church?
Let somebody else talk.
How
bro.
many pastors constantly
Let
complain?
somebody else.
All we see is women in church, and
But
now
you
y'all
don't
gonna
go to
sit here and
church, so
pretend that's not
who are
true.
these pastors that you're speaking to?
I know.
If you
Brother,
don't
I
go
go
to
think I
church,
have
online.
heard that.
who are
Do
these
your
I
research,
think
pastors?
I
brother.
heard they're trying to
But
get
I
more
don't.
young men
Bro,
in church,
Oh,
more
man,
single men
I
in
don't
church.
agree.
No,
Bro,
that's true.
act like y'all don't
Kenny,
know
that's
what's
true. Men don't really go to church. Today, men don't really go to church.
Yeah, the
Cloud.
ones that go are who? The ones with wives because their wife told them to.
No, y'all,
Let's be
one
real.
mic, man. We're
I'm
talking
not
over each
being
other.
real here.
We all talking
To,
over each other.
to your point, Cloud, I agree with you, bro. But it's four types of dudes who go to church: the dudes who got caught cheating, the dudes whose wife make them go because they just was raised that way, and then the men who are trying to pray to love a dick out of their heart. Like I understand, like where you coming from, bro.
Ones
But
who
at the
mama
same,
makes them go.
like, listen, the ones who mom make them go. That's a given. But what I think Viz has an issue with is that you're saying that the men are complaining as if going to church is one of the things that they hate about being married. And I think it's more so that they hate being forced to do something they don't want to do while they're married, which in
is
your
what
example
most
was going to
married
church.
men have to do
Right.
with.
So, and I get that, but at the same time, champ, you can't expect if a man expects to get married and have full control over what he does, that's wild. Because you can't, like
That's why I don't
Mont
want to get
said,
married.
if we merge as a company and then I was making I was calling the shots before I merged, but now that I merged with somebody, I have a partner that I'm accountable to, and I have to explain to them my decisions. I have to consider them in the decisions I make. It's the exact same thing when we get married. Me getting married, I know that I'm going to do whatever I want to do because I feel like I'm like that and I've earned the ability to do so. But that's not going to come at my wife's expense. I'm not going to not let her know where I'm going just because I can get up and leave. I'm not going to not consider how she feels about certain things that I'm doing because we are now one and we're working on the same team. But to think that like, hey, I can get married and still not give up any type of control or having to, that's just foolish. I don't think any man should think that.
I agree with you, brother.
Not you. I don't think.
believe-
I'm not saying that you think that either. But what you said though could make people think that you feel that way. So I just clarified it for you.
Well, I just want to say I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000%. I agree with you 1,000%. Let me just respond to Willie. Like I agree with you 1,000%. I don't believe that it's reasonable or realistic to think that you're going to get married and have autonomy, which is why as someone who values autonomy personally, I'm not pro-marriage because I value autonomy more than I value companionship, more than I value partnership. Now, if you value companionship and partnership more than autonomy, then marriage is perfect for you. And I say go ahead with it, get married, and you'll be happy giving up some autonomy. Me, the person that I am, knowing who I am and accepting who I am and being honest with myself about who I am, that ain't gonna work for me. But I'm not knocking it if I don't knock it if you're happy to give up some of your control for your wife. I don't knock it. Do it what makes you happy, brother. I'm just doing what makes me happy. Listen, Hink seems to be very happily married. I'm happy for him. Sweeney seems to be very happily married. I'm happy for Sweeney. I just don't want what they have. You understand what I'm saying?
Right on. So, hey, let me say this. How can we expect something from our wives that we're not willing to do ourselves? That's
because the standard is different. That's how.
Okay. I can't expect certain things from my wife to do that I'm not willing to do.
Like what?
Yes, you can.
So, like, no, I don't. So
you can.
I hear what you have to say.
I just let me finish real fast. So one of the things is I can't expect her to buy into my theory about one pop if I'm not willing to do that. I can't expect her to do that. I can't expect her not to go on girls trip, and I'm not willing to not go on guys trips. I can't do that. Those are just a couple examples I can't expect to do. We talked about it. I don't believe in girls trips. So guess what? I presented to her. She asked me, well, what about you? Are you doing? No, I'm not. And if I do go on a trip with the fellas, you can go to the hotel with me. We get a hotel outside at Airbnb and do what we do. And whenever we get together, I go get with them, but then I'm heading back to the Airbnb. And you can do the same thing for your goddamn girl trips. I know how to move and operate by myself. While y'all out doing your thing, do your thing. I'll be at the hotel waiting on you. No problem. But that's what we agree to. I can't expect that from her to do, and if I'm not willing to do the same.
I think that you could. I think that you could because
I agree. I understand what y'all say, but I'm not going to.
The standards are different. You don't want your woman going on a girl trip because you can't protect her. So one of the things that a woman has to understand about a man is that if she's under his protection, then she's also under his responsibility. And a man can't be responsible for anything he doesn't have some control over. You don't want your woman going out of town because something could happen to her and you can't protect her. You're not worried about your woman being a hoe or doing none of this other wild girl shit. It's simply because she will be out of your reach. That's not the same when you go out. Because if you go out with your boys, you are a man. It's just we are able to protect ourselves. We're not on any sort of country's watch list for threat conditions. Women going to the Bahamas, Jamaica, all these high risk countries by themselves is unsafe. You traveling as a black man by yourself is not anywhere near as unsafe as it is for a black woman to do it. So that's why the standard is different. But now when it comes to saying, well, you turn your location on, but I'm not turning mine on, that's bullshit. You can't go to the club, but I'm gonna be at the club. It's still bullshit. But the difference is the reach and how extreme those cases are. I don't believe that any man should ask his woman to do something that he's not willing to do within those bounds. If he's saying, hey, I want to sleep with multiple women, but you can't sleep with multiple men, I don't believe that's fair. I don't think that it's fair if a man says, hey, I want to be able to spend $10,000 a purchase. You can only spend $100 a purchase, even though they both make the same amount of money. I don't believe that's fair. But there are several instances where what a woman and man can do are different because men and women are different.
Agreed. Man, I agree with all of that wholeheartedly. And this is why I see it the way I do. Because it's like, look, I don't want to put no limits on what you spend. You spend your money to how you want to spend it, and I'm going to spend mine how I like to spend it. And we go, listen, you want to go on a girl's trip? You don't live with me. I don't own you. Go on your girl's trip. Because guess what? When you on your girl's trip, I'm going to be doing whatever the hell I feel like it. And I'm not clocking you. I'm not watching you. Just answer my calls when I call you, and that's it. And if you don't want to do that, cool. We can end this right here without signing no paperwork. I don't gotta call no lawyers. I don't gotta pay no fees. All I gotta do is press block. Look, all I gotta do is whoop, block, and it's the relationship over. And I can move on.
All right, let me go and get Swinny in there, y'all. Let's get Swinny in there. Go ahead.
Wait, welcome to the show, bro.
He just left church. Welcome to the show, my brother.
Hey, that was funny, Sweeney. That was a good joke. I like that joke.
Damn, I missed it.
We can't hear you, Sweeney.
On mute.
Hey, Sweeney, you silly as hell, dog.
Hold on, wait. What was the joke? You talking about the joke in the chat?
No, you said a joke, didn't you? That's why we.
I ain't hear it.
I ain't hear
no, because you couldn't hear you. You was unmuted, man. Come on, man.
No. I didn't say a joke. Well, what's going on, fellas, man? How y'all doing this Sunday, man?
What's up, dog?
Doing good.
Mm-hmm. So I see the topic is about marriage and autonomy, huh? Cloud is right. You do lose some form of autonomy in your marriage. You do lose some form of control in marriage. Nothing wrong with
that's
it.
what he said at first. He didn't say autonomy at first. He said control.
Control. Self-control is autonomy. It's the same thing. Synonyms.
They're pretty
Well, autonomy is the ability of an individual, group, or system to act independently, make their own decisions, and govern themselves without external control or interference.
Control. Self-control. What are we talking about?
Right. So he is right, but and he actually, what I was gonna come in and say, he actually said it towards the end, so he actually cleared it up. I did find it wild that Akene said that his wife doesn't know where he's at 80% of the time. That's crazy.
I don't believe him.
I don't believe him either. But here's the reason why.
He's sharing locations.
It ain't even got to do that. Men are
But I can
fairly
clarify myself though.
no, men are fairly consistent in how we move, like on a day-to-day basis. We aren't very, you know what I mean? So she knows where you at. You either at work, at home, or driving to work or home for the most part. So she doesn't have to beg and go in y'all and beg and tell you where you're going and ask you where you are, because she knows exactly what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. Now, I will challenge Kennedy to do this. Not be home when you're supposed to be home, when she typically expects you to be home.
Then he moved different.
Got him.
Then you go find out. And I'm not saying that he's gonna tell her, but that don't mean she won't ask.
He African, he moved
And
different.
That don't mean she won't ask him. And his wife is Black American. So
I'm trying to go some places, but I can't go, brother, because that might take me a whole lot of state. You feel me? Yeah, but I know what you're saying.
Show up when you ain't supposed. Be home when you ain't supposed to. She gonna be like, "You lost your job, didn't you? Why ain't you do this? Why are you here?"
I gotta explain myself then.
But no, I understand what Doc's saying. I think he's absolutely right. If you value relationship and commitment and the duty of being a part, the duty of family and all of that, then marriage is most definitely for you. It should be for you. But when you value autonomy more than you value marriage, he's absolutely right. Stay single.
That's not what he said.
That's exactly what I said. I value autonomy more than I value companionship.
Yeah, but you said control. That was how you started off. You said control first.
Autonomy is self-control. Autonomy is self-control.
It's not.
That's exactly what it is.
It's not.
And the definition included control. So it's self-control.
Autonomy within marriage is being free to have interests outside of your relationship. Also, it also allows each partner to maintain individuality, make independent choices, and feel respect.
That's not a definition. That's not. Those are definitions, sir. Autonomy and marriage is not in the dictionary.
I said both control and autonomy.
Those are definitions. Please.
Where'd you get the definition from?
That's not a dictionary definition.
Autonomy in marriage, there's no definition for that because it's not in a dictionary.
Okay, so
it's like autonomy and dog training. Like you can't just make your own.
Even if we look up the word control and compare to autonomy, I mean, we could do that.
Since you look
autonomy is the ability to make your own decisions, having self-control. I said I don't want to give up control.
Put it in the back.
Not wanting to give up autonomy.
It's over yourself.
Yes, because self-control. These are synonyms. I don't understand what we're doing here. These are synonyms.
Yeah, I don't.
They mean the same thing.
Giving up control, but those are the guys that you was describing, man. Those sound like a bunch of weak dudes. So if you go to that church with a bunch of weak dudes, that pastor did that man, them men in that church a disservice.
Listen, that's a lot of married men, brother. Maybe that's not you, Hank, because maybe you put your Mac down different. But that's a lot of married men. A lot of married men are very controlled by their wives.
You keep trying to throw it on married men. That's men, period.
Oh, yeah, he's correct.
Long-term life.
It's easy to control them with that leverage.
Same weak, soft-ass way too. So we can't just put it just on the married men. If married men move like that, shame on them. Let me say this: if any man is moving like that, shame on you as a man. Your father failed you. Your community failed you. Your pastor failed you. You failed your goddamn self.
Preach, brother. Preach.
I know. For me, I agree with everything. Well, most of what Clout was saying, but at the same time, I'm marriage minded. I'm going to be married, and I want to give up some control. I want to give up autonomy because that's a part of being married. I want that. You know, so yeah, and I do think most men happen to be weak.
Brother, this is the problem.
This is the problem. Cloud. This is the problem with single men. This is the problem with single men.
Here we go.
Single men want to be able to come whenever they want and go whenever.
Damn right.
But guess what? When you're a married man, you mature from that kind of behavior.
I'm not maturing for that. That ain't the type of maturity.
No, that's why you're immature in that aspect.
Look, hold on, brother. Any maturity where I can't bust when and where and how I want to bust, I don't want that type of maturity.
That's how you bust. You bust your wife when and however you want. That's what you bust. You bust your woman when and however you want. That's what you do.
No.
Right?
No.
Or you want to bust other women Is that what you're saying?
I want to bust whatever. I want to do whatever it is I want to do. Listen,
That is called stupidity,
if
brother.
that's what I want to do, I'm not saying
So
that's
you
what I
want to
want to
be
do, brother.
stupid, right? So you
That's not
enjoy
what I'm
being
saying.
stupid.
You're not listening. I'm not saying
No, I'm
that's what I
listening.
want to do. But if
No,
I did
no,
want
that's
to do
what you
that,
want.
if I did want to do that, nobody's
That
gonna
means
tell me I can't.
if you want to be stupid, nobody should stop you from being stupid, right?
That's your opinion.
Well,
That's your
No,
opinion.
that's a
why getting
fact.
married is
no.
stupid.
Explain
That's
how
his
you
opinion.
think he's being stupid by
No, because when you married, there's something called, if you busting anybody wherever you want, that is a level of irresponsibility. I'm not gonna fuck
hold
every
on.
woman
I think you're
or
taking
any
him a
woman.
I
little
don't
too
have no kids
serious.
out of wedlock. What makes you think I'm
Yeah,
irresponsible?
I think you're taking him
No,
a little too.
no. You don't have to have
little.
kids out of wedlock to be irresponsible.
But if he's using condoms, explain to me how that's
As long as your dick gets into a woman's pussy, that's irresponsible.
So
Either
explain.
That's your
condom or
opinion.
no condom.
Explain it.
That's your
Nick,
opinion.
logic, put
It's
logic
a
behind
matter of fact. It's a matter of
It's a matter of
fact.
opinion.
Logic
That's your
behind it.
opinion.
Not just you just repeating yourself, but I'd like to hear some logic.
What are we talking about, man? I like
No,
antagonism.
and I'm not saying that I agree with Clout. I don't think men should be out here
Autonomy
fucking
is a
everybody.
broad
But
umbrella.
also, I'd like to hear the logic behind
Yeah,
how it's
I'm giving
stupid.
the logic. That's what I'm trying to say.
You didn't
Let me
give
say
no
this
logic.
right.
There's
There
no
is
logic.
something that's called.
There's
There is
nothing.
something.
You just
No,
allowed
there
it
is
to
logic.
happen.
There is logic to it. There is
It's
something called
stupid if you want to be
responsibility.
married. If you want to be married, it's stupid.
Guess
If you
what?
don't want to be married, it's perfectly fine.
No, it's okay not to be married. But when you give an excuse and say that the excuse why I don't want to be married is because I want to bust every hose and any and when, that is level of irresponsibility. Because guess what?
In your
A
opinion,
responsible man is a. I'm coming. There is dictionary over there. I'm very learned. I'm not stupid, brother. I went to college. I'm not college aside.
College
I
don't
read
make you
my
not
shit
stupid.
and I study my shit. No, that's why I said
You don't
college
have to
aside.
prove
College
your
aside.
education to him.
Remove college aside, right? I'm educated in culture
He doesn't know you're an engineer.
and tradition. So I know the definition of words. In any country, it's the same. When you have to mess around whenever you want and however you want, it's called level of irresponsibility.
You know
Because
where
a
that came from?
responsible man is somebody that is attached. When you are attached to, let me say this thing.
That's a
If you are
program
attached to something,
shame men into getting married. That's a program.
Hold on.
it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Well, you got a plaster for every store
For
for
the
not being
Why y'all talking? Why y'all talking so much?
Let him finish though.
for the past 350,000 years of for the first 350,000 years of African existence, right? Marriage was in existence since then.
That's great.
A human being has been programmed by God and nature to be married. So whenever you're out of that, you are out of program. Yes, it is a program, but not programmed by the government. It's programmed by nature and God.
Jesus didn't get
That
married.
a human, it's a what?
Are you
Jesus didn't get married, so how was that the program?
Excuse me, I'm not a Christian, so I don't know about
God
Jesus.
didn't get married.
I don't know about Jesus. I'm not a Christian. I don't follow Jesus' teachings.
Hold on, guys. Let's push back after he finishes his point.
I don't follow Jesus' teachings. I follow the teachings of nature, of God and nature.
Let that man pass that mic, bro.
Okay,
So,
where in nature have you seen two animals get married? In nature. When have you
okay,
seen
let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this.
plants?
I will answer. Yeah, I will answer that. I will answer that. No, I'm about to prove it wrong. Do you see that lion that is the head of the pride, right? Go and touch one of his women and know what is going to happen to you.
One of his
That's
women.
because he's married.
No. You can't tell him you're willing to take. You can take his women from him.
Hold on. I got this.
In his house, you can take
multiple women. Hold on. I got this. He just said having multiple women. Hold on.
Kenny, do not play that game with him.
No. Let me play that game with him.
Let me finish my response.
Yeah.
You just said having multiple women is stupid, but then the example that you used to reference fidelity in marriage was a lion having multiple women.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
You said go to the lion, which is
I'm about to prove you wrong.
Hold on, stop, brother. You said touch one of his women, and you said that is proof of his marriage. But that lion has multiple females. I asked you to show me an example in nature of this marriage you're talking about where one is married to one. But all of nature shows examples of what I'm talking about. Non-commitment, multiple partners. That's what nature shows.
It's commitment. It's commitment. That's why the lion will. Excuse me, it's commitment. That's why the lion will come after you,
No,
because it's
female lions
commitment.
are not committed to no male lion. Cut that out.
Okay, that means you don't understand. You don't know
Well, if
nature.
the
You
male
don't know. You
lion
don't know
loses
animal
to you,
nature at
man,
all.
No.
listen,
They're
What?
not
if the
committed to
male
you.
lion is
You lose a
defeated in
fight.
What
combat,
are you
if
talking
if
about?
the
You
male
lose a
Do you
lion
know
fight.
is
the
defeated
If
in
you lose a
combat,
fight,
his
you
woman
lose
will
your
go to
hose.
the lion that beat him.
a,
Yes or
a
no?
male lion will tear you into pieces
No, no,
if
no,
you
you're not
another male
listening,
lion
brother.
going after
You're not
his
listening,
woman.
brother.
If
If
you
a
lose a
male
What are you
fight, you
lion,
talking
lose all
about?
your women.
brother, if a male lion loses in combat to another male, what happens to his women?
He loses his woman.
Okay,
All
so
of them.
so you're
Don't
done.
even
Your
don't
argument
even
No,
is
no,
go
no,
over.
no.
there.
But he was saying that. But he was saying that a
Argument
woman
over with.
lion is not committed to his man. So you don't have any
Okay,
logic.
hold on,
You
hold
just
on.
you
You're
just
the one who
contradicted
said that
yourself.
lions are married. I didn't say
If he
lions are married.
hasn't lost any battle, right? He still has hold of his woman. And if you
Okay.
come to his woman, he tears you apart by
Lions
still
are the
winning the
worst
battle to
example you can
maintain
use.
his women. So your example is
Kenny,
flawed.
That is
No.
the
Your
worst
example
Women,
doesn't
example
even
you
make
can
any.
use,
That's the worst
Akine.
example to use.
That is
you
the
know who fights
worst
over women
example to
most
use.
commonly?
Let me
Men
tell
who
you
are not
something about.
married.
Let me tell you something. Okay, let me answer that question about multiple women. When I said it, clout. About an hour ago, when you said that you go with multiple women, I said to you that if you practicing polygamy, I don't have a problem with that. But you have to be married to all of them. I've always said it on this panel. I come from a polygamist family. I know polygamists. My grandfather was a polygamist. My great grandfather was a polygamist. But guess what? I don't have a problem with you marrying multiple women. But if you're gonna have to have sex with multiple women, to me, that is a high level of irresponsibility.
Oh, I guess I'm irresponsible then, brother. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'd rather be
So I'm just saying that
irresponsible
you're
than
irresponsible.
rather be
But
irresponsible than lose my freedom. I'll take that L. I
Okay.
hold that L in. Bam.
where,
On the chin. I'm irresponsible.
where's
Oh,
the
everybody thinks I'm irresponsible.
I
Oh
got a
well.
question. If you're not
Well,
if you're
real
not
quick, OG.
responsible for someone, right? If you're making it so like I don't want to be responsible for these women, because I think Clout's not a polygamist because he doesn't want to be
He
responsible for the
admitted
women.
he is.
He
He
I don't
admitted
think
he
he is
is.
because he does
I
the
didn't
women
say
that
I
we're
was a
talking
polygamist.
the
I'm not
women
a
that we're
Said it
talking
on
about.
prior shows. Yes, you did.
It seems like he explained that he doesn't want the responsibility of having these women. He wants to be able
Thank
to
you.
deal with them in different, aspects, but he doesn't want to be
It,
responsible.
it is a
Exactly.
polygamy without
No,
marriage.
Now,
polygamy is
if he's not
responsibility.
if he's
I
not
don't want to
responsible
have
for the
6
women,
wives.
does that make
I
him
don't want to be
irresponsible?
responsible for multiple women.
It
I don't
is
want to be responsible for
irresponsible.
any woman.
That's what I said. I don't know how many times I'm going to say it. If you're dealing
And I
with
said, you know what?
multiple women that you have no attachment to, it's irresponsibility.
Hold on. I have attachment. See, this is where you're making assumptions. I have an
Man, you
attachment to
contradicting yourself. You're just making language to just
you're not
be
listening.
able to win the. You're just
No,
contradicting
you
yourself.
just don't like that it
You
doesn't fit.
contradict. No, because you're
You just don't
contradicting
like that it
yourself.
doesn't fit the
You're
mold.
lying to these women. You're lying to them. That's what it is. You're just lying and
See,
deceiving those
that's,
women.
again, Ekene, you don't know how my life is. I don't have to lie to women because I'm not promising them the things that every other man is promising. I don't promise them marriage. I don't promise them fidelity. I don't even promise them that they're gonna be the only one. I don't make promises because I don't want the
That means those women are fools. If you're
Hold
not
on,
promising,
Ekene.
and if they want that, right?
Hold on.
But if they don't want it, and you're dealing with the ones that don't want it, guess what? Kudos to you.
You know
If
why
they
these
don't
women
want marriage or anything, kudos to you. You're good.
I'm gonna tell you why these women are not fools and why a lot of these women would rather deal with me.
Why
Why
do
they
you
would
have
rather deal
feelings
with
for
me
them?
is because they would rather get the truth from me than a pretty lie from one of y'all. They would rather me tell them, hold on, hear me out. They would rather me tell them the truth, which is that they're not going to be the only one, than them get married to you and you cheat on them or say you want to have another wife or you lying or you doing some type of bullshit. I don't do none of that bullshit. I don't have to lie because I don't make false promises. They know what they're getting when they deal with me and they accept it. But also, I'm also happen to be a very caring, very loving, very thoughtful guy. So the treatment that women that aren't even my girlfriend are getting is better than some of the treatment that they're getting from guys
But
that
you
are
said you don't spend money on these men, on these women. So how do you treat them good if you don't spend money on them?
Their husband to come rock with me, the irresponsible one. You know how many married women?
Money on them? You spend money on them?
Can a woman treat you good without spending money on you?
Can a woman treat? Yeah, sure.
No, I'm talking to Kenny. Can a woman treat you
Man,
good
you
without
lie
spending
too
money?
much, brother.
Before you jumped in,
You think I'm
Lamont, you're
lying?
good at jumping into things.
You lie,
I was going
man.
to qualify more.
You think I'm lying all you want, but
I'm telling you, Man,
The reason why you think
I
I'm lying
rock
is
women.
because you only know one frame of how to deal with women. For me,
Brother, you don't know who I am. You don't know who I am. You don't know who I am.
Mr. Jones, I only
I've
have
been
one
dealing
question.
with
Wait,
women. I've been dealing with women when you were 5 years
Mr.
old,
Jones.
and I got to
great.
tell
Jones.
you,
Your frame
and
of
I got to
dealing
tell
with
I've
women.
had so many women,
I'm
so many
sure.
women.
So then you're
I
just as
can't even count it.
irresponsible as
But one
me.
thing that I know that women have in
Just
common
as
is this:
one
you
mic,
got
one
to
mic,
spend
guys.
money on them.
Did you
You got
marry
to
them?
spend
No,
money on women.
you got to spend money on them. I don't have to spend money on nothing. You
No,
have to
Mr.
you're
spend money.
Jones.
lying if you're not spending. No, you're lying. I said
You
if
have
you're a
to spend
gigolo,
money.
just tell us you're a gigolo. I don't believe you
Hold
now.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
You
guys.
have to
And
spend
Mr.
money.
Jones.
We got one
Yeah,
mic
you
it.
got
We
to
got one
spend
mic
man,
it.
brother. You got to spend money. Me and you
Okay,
ain't
we
All
getting
right, man.
have.
Y'all got to shut the mic. Y'all got
Brother,
to shut
if
the
you're
mic.
a
Shut the mic.
gigolo,
Shut
Yeah,
the mic.
I'm
please
gonna
share the
believe it.
mic.
Y'all shut the mic, y'all. Shut the mic.
I want
Shut
to
the
ask
mic.
Mr. Jones one question.
Hold on,
I
now,
want to
OG.
ask him
You got to
one.
shut the mic too, OG.
value.
You been
I
talking too.
value these
I ain't
women.
saying nothing.
Hey, go ahead, Sweeney. Like Sweeney had his
I ain't
finger
saying
up.
nothing in 20 minutes.
All right, go ahead,
OG, go ahead,
Sweeney.
OG.
Damn.
Sweeney, you want to get in there?
Oh no, I thought you was gonna get Jay Prince in there. I thought you was trying to get the new guy on the panel.
All right.
Loser was trying to get in there too.
He yelling,
But
so it's
he
important.
couldn't
I
hear.
have number one question.
Who's not even up here?
Yeah, he
Go
left
ahead.
because well, he had to fix his microphone
I
or
had
something.
one question for
Oh
Mr.
man,
Jones. That's all I had.
wait, you
Hey,
got the
hey,
space
OG,
to
hold tight,
ask.
OG. Hold tight. Hold tight, OG. Go ahead, Jay Prince.
So I also agree with shout out to OG Speed in
Now
the
you
building.
you gotta say hello first, JP. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, what's going on, Lapeef? What's going on, everybody? What's up, y'all?
What's up, buddy?
What up?
All right. So
Long time, JP.
yeah, long time. So I actually agree with Klopp. Since I've been dating and stuff like that, I always been broke. So women, I think women, the men that got to spend money on them is the men that they really don't want like that. So they it's almost like how I be seeing a lot of black women, they be with these old men that's in damn near in a nursing home. You know, why? Because he got a steady disability check or he got some large sum of money. But when it comes to men that they actually want, man, they will fight tooth and nail. Like, for an example, I had a couple of women that came on these platforms. One of them bought me a duplex. She was she was actually my landlord.
God
She
damn.
bought me a duplex, and she was married. She was married to her husband since high school, and when I got with her, she was like 40, and they had 2 kids together. I was the second person, the second dick she ever. I was the second penis she ever even had, cheating on her husband, which I caused them to get a divorce.
Dang.
My other woman, she put $5,000 on my food truck, so I always been a broke nigga.
You see what Clout and JP have in common? Married women.
No, it's
Not
not
swinging
always
that wood, brother. It's swinging that iron, brother.
It's always been married women. See, the thing
Swing
is,
that iron, brother.
I don't fuck married women.
no, here's the
That's
secret.
why.
Here's
Me
the
neither, but
secret, right?
they try.
Here's the secret. You can be broken, but be a high value person though. You don't always got to have money to be high value. What makes you valuable is the people that follows you. And you know how y'all always say, y'all go through all of these trouble to get people to follow you, to get women to follow you. The only way to get women follow you, she got to see you having men following you, right? When other men is inspired by you, automatically that woman gonna be inspired by you. So you don't always. I see a lot of niggas with a lot of money. They don't get to play that like all my cousins and uncles them do, and them women be all just chasing them. And that no matter if they lived in the suburbs, no matter if they lived in a hood, right? It don't matter how fine they is. The women gonna be chasing certain type of niggas. You gotta have something about yourself. And a lot of times when it comes to me, I never put women on a pedestal. I always was like I felt more valuable walking in my own footsteps and just being me. I got a personality. I got a character. And a lot of times, a lot of women, I hate to say this, but women secretly love killers, drug dealers, inmates, because it's a sense of
And
when
selfish.
it comes to black men, the only thing you got left that represents masculinity is
Like
that.
yourself and irresponsible like me.
is jail to see what you working with them hands, to see when you pull that trigger. That you just taking a risk, knowing the risk that you take every day when you go on that block, right? That's a sign of bravery to women. See, I think that a lot of these men, the good guys, y'all gave women their y'all told women what they should desire from a man. Y'all told them y'all gave them their taste. They didn't have that taste, right? Because when it comes to women, women care about a little money, who out the bam. However, they care about the character of that man, the personality of that man, right? So a nigga from the ghetto will always to the day y'all die, get more women attracted to them, especially at that prime time. Y'all get them when y'all got to take care of our babies when they titties done fell to the floor. They booty done sucked in. That's y'all the good guy. One man trash is another man's treasure. Y'all get the treasure when they in their mid-30s.
JP, let me stop you real quick.
Okay, let somebody else talk.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
Yeah, let it go.
I know something about you, and it sounds funny that you're
the problem that a lot of these I call them butlers, which this is slash for nerds. The problem that y'all having is y'all not going after the women that was raised with the same foundation as y'all, right? Grew up with a mom and dad, lived in the suburbs area. Y'all keep trying to come from the women that we was raised around, single mama communities and stuff like that, just because they got a nice shape, but they not y'all caliber. Y'all don't relate to them. I can relate to them, right? I understand them. They understand me, right? Because why? Because we grew up in the same house. They got brothers like me. They got cousins like me. They got, they've been dating us all their lives. They more familiar with guys like me than it is y'all. I'm more familiar with people like me than y'all. I didn't know that y'all really existed, nerds.
You are right, 100%, brother. You are right.
I didn't think it was so many black nerds, so I got on YouTube. Most niggas in the ghetto not crying about no women submit, and I ain't never had to ask no woman to submit to me ever in my life. I ain't never had to tell no woman. Well, there's a woman calling me a couple of bitches who out the bam here and there, but that was just sex talk, though. That's just sex talk, right? And us niggas at the ghetto, we know how to talk to women. We know how to deal with women because why? We was raised around women, right? So we was raised around the very women that y'all complain about. So we got to understand it. So once I get with a woman, they know police pulled up, you take the dope, right? Because you gonna get less time. They not gonna be scared to get in my car. They get in my car, they see a bunch of guns, right? So they more familiar with that because this is their surrounding. So I think that's the disconnect, that reason why y'all don't understand why they mess with guys like us than y'all. And then y'all not right. See, I think everybody look at nerds. Y'all not creative, right? Even though y'all played the good role, y'all not creative, right? I'm gonna close with this. Nerds didn't create nothing. The only thing y'all did was buy the book. The white man told y'all go to school, get an education, and get a good job in your career. That's y'all. Us, we gave them rap, right? We influenced the world with rap. We told the world how to wear your clothes. We told the world how to dress up your cars. We told the world how to soup up your what type of food to eat, soul food. We taught the world slang. You got people, niggas from the ghetto is so influential through the whole, not just America, but you got people from UK trying to emulate King Von doing drill. So niggas is very influential. And them white boys want to be us. They don't want to be black nerds.
Emulate. God damn. So we have learned a whole lot today.
Nerd joint. He called y'all nerds
all week. And then JP has told us that all women
he told the truth.
I got my two questions.
Purse snatchers and criminals. Dumbass women and weak ass men. That's all we learned today.
JR,
I don't deal with no dumb women. Like literally.
Can I have my two questions?
You can get them titles all you want to. Titles not real.
Jeans. I got my two questions though, JR.
Two more?
Can I ask my two questions now?
Hold your one, then you yelled. Then you gave it to Jay Prince. You have 2 more?
I got 2
Cloud,
questions. I got
Cloud,
one
you
for
deal with crazy
Cloud,
ass
and I
niggas.
got one for Jay Prince.
Well, let's go ahead and see if we can get Sweeney in there first, and let's get real dope in there. I know they haven't
I
spoken
thought
in
you
a
said I
while.
was next. Okay, quiet.
You got anything, Sweeney? Okay. All right, go ahead, real dope.
All right.
And then we'll go to
saying that,
OG after the
I
real
think
dope.
Jay Prince is
God damn,
absolutely
y'all
right.
saved me for last again.
Because the reality is like the most brave men in the black community these days happen to be the ones that are committing the crimes. And I'm not saying that it's right, but that's the only, like, we're not going to act like a woman doesn't want a man who can kill another man and who has, if you have killed another man, hopefully legally, right, in self-defense, a woman would, they just want to feel safe around you. And for whatever reason, they choose these men who, you know, have checkered past, and they feel safe around these guys. Like if a girl think, especially women in the hood, they want to be able to say like, nah, what, you know who my boyfriend is? Let me go tell my boyfriend this. No, I don't think it's right. I think that the good men in the community should be braver than the men who happen to be the drug dealers and the criminals. Absolutely. I think if the good men get together in the communities, I think that they can protect the communities from them type of men. But they all solved. It just is what it is. But I think he is right when it comes to that. These are the only men that they see some sort of stoicism in, besides the other ones.
The good men not brave. That's what make them good.
Hey, Jay Prince.
Hold on. Once again,
I
that
disagree on that.
So that proves that women are dumb. If that's what
Women
they
are
believe,
dumb.
that's how they move and operate. These are dumbass heifers.
I think you call them dumb because you don't want to accept that and make you feel.
I gotta disagree with you guys before. OG gotta go, man. You guys gotta wait. OG gotta go, please.
OG, you on mute.
My 2 questions. First question, Jay Prince, since he was the last one, he got bitty eyes like me. I don't trust nobody with bitty eyes. All right. So, first question go to Jay Prince.
Jesus Christ.
Who do a lifetime prisoners like coming in jail, Jay Prince?
You said what?
Who do a lifetime a prisoner in jail like to come to the jail, Jay Prince?
Hood niggas.
Why?
Because they think they soft.
Because they gay.
So that answer. Wait. I'm gonna let you go on back and you can fill in the blanks afterwards. The same standard, and the reason why I asked you that question, the same standard that you say used for women, believe it or not, is used for men in prison. And they become valuable in prison too. So they ain't as tough as you think they are. All right, Cloud Jones.
Ain't nothing.
I'm gonna ask you the question.
But the prison is filled with.
I'm gonna let you fill it in after action. I'm just asking 2 questions. I'm trying to be short-winded. All right, if that could be a word, short-winded. I think so. Anyway, Cloud Jones, you was talking about being irresponsible, but that's not being irresponsible. Let me ask you something there, sir. You seem to be a very intelligent player from the Himalaya. How many diseases can you catch from having sex with women? Did you wait? I didn't finish the question. With women you don't care about, and you don't care about what they do. How many diseases can you catch from them type of women?
You can get the same amount that you can get from a woman you care about.
No, I'm gonna ask you again.
Yeah, the same amount.
No. I'm asking you. Wait. If you was a bet man to go into Vegas, and you got one woman who had 10 partners, and one woman who might have a side piece who might be your wife, we just go put that in there. What is your odds of catching the disease from the 10 versus the 1?
0, because I'm strapped up.
Wait. Do you know this is why I asked you? How many diseases can you catch when you're strapped up?
I don't know of any diseases that go.
How about herpes?
Just one.
And what else?
You can't strap up on herpes.
Wait. There's more. Wait. I'm gonna give you a chance to Google it. Wait. Cloud. It's part of my question. What up? It's part of my questions. See, this is why I say we should always think before we make statements. You said it earlier, and I heard it. You said earlier that you didn't care what them women do. because you don't want them telling you what to do, and you don't want to tell them what to do. So you putting them out there in the field where they can do exactly what you're doing, have as many women you want, they can have as many men you want. So what you're doing, adding odds of what you can catch. As far as being responsible, wait. You don't have to be responsible for them. You have to be responsible for yourself. That's where I come in at.
Hold on. The reason why with a wife. Let me respond. And the problem, I hear what you're saying, right? But here's the problem with that argument. The problem with that argument is, let's say I'm single, right? And I'm sleeping with 100 women, but I'm using protection with all of them. Let's say you're married to the love of your life. You've never cheated on her, but she cheats on you one time with a nigga with AIDS. You're gonna get AIDS from your wife that you've loved for 20, 30 years, and I'm still gonna be free in these streets running through them, disease free. So there's no way to like this argument that somehow familiarity with someone means that they can't give you something. That's false. A lot of people that get something.
Nobody said that. Answer my question. Nobody said that. I said the odds. The odds. Okay, let's just take your what you just said. You got herpes. They're alive and well, right? And then you hit another girl who has AIDS. Oh yeah, you strapped up. That strapped up don't mean shit. You on the chopping block, brother. Now you got AIDS and herpes.
AIDS doesn't go through
condom.
It's transmitted by fluids. Wouldn't you say yes or no?
No. Specific fluids, though, brother.
Blood, fluid.
Right, but if we're not exchanging sexual fluids of blood, I won't get it.
Wait, I just told you. You say if.
Hold on. I don't know if you know this, but did you know people with herpes can take pills to have sex without protection and not spread?
Again, you're still putting yourself at. Wait. Again, I'm saying that I see you as a betting man, and I see that when you go to bed, you bet. Well, no. I'm just saying you're a betting man, and I'm pretty sure when you bet, you make sure the odds are as closest to your favor versus the other person. When you say that, when you make a bet, right?
That's why I strap up.
And I'm saying you're betting the 10, and if each one of them 10 has at least 5, we're talking about 50 versus the 1. I'm just talking about odds now.
What you're asking me is like, what are the odds of me getting shot at a shooting range when I have full body armor on from head to toe? I mean, yeah, I might get hit, but I mean, it's not likely, brother. I got body armor on. Like I go out there with body armor.
We can realistically answer his question. Yes, it does higher. The odds are higher that a single man having sex with different people are going to get a versus a married man. We can be real.
It may be higher.
I don't know how many of you here that don't know Clout. I don't know how many of you here. Clout is going to argue from here to next year because he is never going to accept that he's wrong.
That means
that's just who Clout is.
Pose the question.
That's the last person you should pose the question. We all know him. He would never say that if I walk into a gun range place, that I have 100% chance, I have 99% chance of being shot if I am not behind the line, compared to me going to Walmart, where I have 99% of never being shot. You have 99%. I'm coming. Let me finish, Klaus. Let me finish, Klaus. I got you, brother. We have what we call probability, right? In science.
Yes.
There is a probability that if I go to a gun range and step in front of the line, that I will be shot. And also have a probability that if I go to Walmart, I am never going to be shot. Two different probability. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to be shot at Walmart, but I'm coming, Klaus.
Baby had a shooting and killed the nigga in Walmart. I'd be willing to argue. I would be willing to argue that more people have died from gunshot wounds at a Walmart than at a shooting range. I'm pretty sure if you would have checked the stats,
I said something. I said if you cross the white line, if you cross the line, if you don't step behind the line, that's what I said.
Your argument is a straw man. A famous rapper got into a shootout at Walmart. I've never heard of a famous rapper getting into a shootout at a shooting range.
Because guess what?
I've literally never heard of a.
What does that have to do with what he asked you?
What does that have to do with what he asked you? Let me respond. I've never heard of a case of a person being murdered at a shooting range, but I've heard several.
People get murdered at a shooting range.
When I've never heard of
Excuse me, people. This
You're
is
doing the
America.
same thing that OG
We are in
just did.
America.
Bruh, you think
America,
more people
that
died
is-
than shoot trains in that Walmart?
Kenny, you are doing the same thing OG just did, expecting a straight, concise answer from Cloud. Montes on you.
I've never heard somebody
Can I ask a question
getting
though?
killed at a
yeah,
funeral.
yeah.
ain't heard
Can I ask a
Saying you
question?
Yeah,
never
what was I thinking?
the premise of these
Now,
arguments is ridiculous. So I'm
What
shutting down the
exactly?
premise.
What exactly is the argument here? Like, what exactly are y'all trying to debate clout
I
on?
think they were
Cloud is
just
wrong.
talking
Cloud
about
is wrong.
the
He's
chances of
irresponsible.
catching
He's
the
wrong. That's
STD
the
is just
argument.
higher
He's
being
wrong.
single.
I
No,
think the problem is
okay,
y'all
I
trying
get,
to
hold on,
force
hold
women
on.
to accept
JP, we could
y'all trying
explain
to
it,
force
JP.
women
We
to
could explain
accept
it,
y'all
JP.
lack
We could
of
explain it,
bravery.
JP. We can
Wait,
explain it because you popped up before it happened.
Bravery has to do with this.
It got to
what
the
did you,
point where it's at now because people keep moving the goalposts from the original thing that JR posted up.
what did you say, real dope? You said what was
No, I think the question was pretty much he was trying to prove that being single and having sex with different women just raises the chances of you catching an STD versus being married and having sex with one woman, which is objectively, true. Of course, you can move a certain way and probably have sex forever with condoms and never get an STD. So, yeah.
But no, I got that part. I was talking about like the original argument, how we wound up down this rabbit hole. Like, what exactly are y'all arguing with clout about?
You were there rubbing your face.
They just mad that I don't want to get married. That's all. Like they just mad. Like, bro, you can get married if you want to. I'm not mad at you. Just get married and be happy, bro. Why y'all mad? I want to be single, bro. I'm happy. Why you mad at me, bro?
Is that what?
You mad? I don't want what you got, bro. Be happy with what you got. Stop trying to convince other people to want what you have, bro. Be happy with your marriage. I don't want what you have, bro. I'm sorry that y'all think that what y'all have is special, but I don't. I just don't think it's that special. But enjoy it if you think it's special.
Cloud, we're talking to the people in the background, not you, really. There are people in the chat room that were trying to tell that lifestyle is not good.
Hold on, hey, he's trying to talk, y'all. What'd you say?
That's what it came from. Is there a difference between a marriage or a long-lasting relationship?
Okay.
That's where it came from.
Long time girlfriend.
I think the problem is it's too many old people with old concepts, right? And they didn't know how to move on with time. And another thing what I'm hearing is that the reason why y'all be name calling these women because y'all know y'all lack the bravery as some of the niggas out the ghetto. So y'all want to fault women for being attracted to that because let's be for real, black men don't really got much power altogether collectively here in America, right? So the only power that niggas do got is in the ghetto where they do run blocks when women can actually see their power in action. But when it comes to a lot of these old nerds and stuff like that, y'all don't too much exhibit a lot of those. Y'all don't exhibit a lot of those traits, and so y'all want to fault women for being attracted. Y'all want to fault women because they're not attracted to your lack of bravery.
JP, you know I know your resume, right?
I don't run.
You know I know your resume.
Hold on,
them
wait a
same
minute.
white folks run the.
You know I know your resume. Look at my
white
face.
folks, they run them projects you live in.
Jay Prince, how old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
40. I just turned 40 the other day.
Jay Prince, you know I know you call women out their names. Jay Prince. I know that you have the bravery to be
No, but I still come from. Well, okay, I got married not too long ago, right? And only reason why I did it because I said, "Fuck it, I'm getting old." This woman said she could help me take care of my kids. She was a nurse and she young, talking about she's gonna give me 4 more babies. So I said, "Fuck it, I'm already old." So I just did it and woo out the bam, right? But throughout my life when I was young, hell no, I wasn't on that. I had it my way. It seemed like the niggas out the ghetto have it their way. Look at me. I'm 40. I got all my hair with less gray. And y'all, a lot of y'all shit, y'all been bald since y'all 20s.
That's recessive.
Y'all been stressing because y'all not living a bravery, risky life. You stress when you live in fear.
That's heredity. You look
I'm
older
66,
than me.
Jay.
Shit to do with.
I got 66,
No,
Jay.
it does. It got a lot to do with. It has a lot to do with because the good guys live in fear. The reason why they good is because they're afraid to bust a wrong move because they don't want to judge. They always worry about yesterday and tomorrow. They never live in a moment. Y'all never live in a moment.
Hey,
JP, you saying that
know I know your
law
criminal
or
record,
going
right?
great.
you don't think the
Hood
hood
law
dudes
going
not
great
living
has
in
zero
fear?
to do
They
with.
fear for their life because they got to worry about the next man taking them out. I worry about that police officer come locking them up. You don't think they living in fear?
When I listen to y'all, I don't hear that spunk. Y'all don't got that spunk, right?
That
Y'all
what?
not y'all boring. If
They
I'm a
don't
man,
have that
I
what?
know you boring. I know damn well a
JP,
woman would
hold on.
think
They
you
don't have that
boring.
what? What do you say they don't have, JP?
Y'all
They
don't
don't
have
have
that
that what?
spunk. You that spunky. Y'all not spunky,
Monkey.
right? Y'all not.
Hey,
If somebody
Women,
JP.
when a woman get with a man, she don't get with a man for that man to be working 6 days a week.
JP is trying to say that you guys don't have a spark, like the spark, the battery spark. That's what he's
Can
trying to say.
somebody define that word that JP told us? I'm
Y'all more stable. Y'all more stable, but majority of y'all life is lame. Y'all
Look
might
that
go
word
on
up
a
for
trip
us.
twice a year, woo out the bed, but are you a fun person on a daily basis?
You said you used to live off of women, JP. You said you used to live up off of women, JP. Are you
And when I
trying
did
to
used to
give
live
me
off
a
of a
judgment
woman,
call?
when I did used to live off of a woman, she treated me like I was a god. Because she liked my lifestyle.
Okay,
What was
you
your
had no wife.
lifestyle?
You still sell hot dogs?
What was you doing on a day-to-day basis that made you excited?
I had a different type of lifestyle than what I
You
do
still
now.
sell hot dogs?
No, I'm damn near done my food truck actually.
You what?
Damn near finished building my food truck.
So you
There's
still
a
selling
reason
hot
why.
dogs.
There's a
You gotta
reason
get
why
the
Jay
finances,
Prince sell
right?
hot dogs.
Let's take it away from his career choice. JP, all honesty, what
Yeah.
are you doing on your day-to-day basis that make you exciting to be around?
Okay, hold on. One, I have a personality, right? And I'm also attached with a large group of people. Like I got a big family, I got a lot of friends, and we want the band. So when we go around each other, I can just take my girl.
What are you talking about, brother?
Hold on, let me finish. So I'm already got a personality. I'm one of the cousins that when I come around, everybody be like, "Hey, there you go." You know, I'm one of the lit people, right? So I'm already got a
You got
exciting
the hot
personality.
dogs. You got the relish.
When I get my chick, I don't gotta take her to no. I don't gotta take her make no reservations at no steakhouse. I can take a woman on a date. My date can be just riding around the hood, and you know it's gonna be lit. And I know damn near everybody there though. So she gonna be having fun with just meeting new people. All my family like, that's my new cousin-in-law. Hey, cousin. They gonna be up there want to take her. They gonna feed her. They gonna want my female cousin. They gonna go shopping. They might ask her for a couple of dollars. Depends if she light skinned or not. Because light skinned people got that money. But they gonna have so much fun. She gonna build new relationships. Compared to she go with Sweeney, well, he don't got no friends. He don't talk to his family.
Y'all know how much women love to go for a drive.
He look at his family like he better than them. He look like
driving in the hood.
Y'all know. Hold on.
This
Women love
nigga gotta
going
die
for a
his
ride, brother.
beard.
They're like puppies, brother. Women are like puppies, brother. You put them in that passenger seat and give them a ride and some scenery. They are happy as that. They gonna sit there. Oh my God, they love that shit. That's the best.
Hey, Jay Prince. Just give him a bulletproof
Y'all
vest and a helmet when you ride him through the hood.
Listen, hold on. Hear me out. Married brothers. Hold on.
Can't help yourself.
Yo, guys, we're not about to act like women don't appreciate sitting in the passenger seat of that car and just going to get some food. Cut it out, guys.
Mine, you're absolutely correct. If it's a car,
Talking about the hood like it's Disneyland.
If you on a hot dog, if you on one of them hot dog bicycles, she can't.
Hey, Sweetie,
Wait.
No, Sweetie, let me tell you this before we go.
Hold on, y'all. One mic. They can't hear. They cannot hear. One mic.
I'm not here to say
Can I tell you one more thing?
One mic.
Wait. I'm not here to say that what you said was
your
wrong.
wife on a ride, brother.
Wait. I'm not here to tell Jay
Not in the
Prince
hood, we ain't.
Wait a minute.
Don't matter where you take it. Just say, hey, baby. Just say, hey, babe, we going for a ride. Hop in the car. Don't tell her where you going. Just get in that car, bro. Roll up something good. Or get something to drink and just roll. Put something on the Netflix and just roll. On the highway, blast music. Just blast music and sing to your favorite song. She'll love that shit.
Listen,
You gotta be high if you're riding around in the battlefield.
Most of my dates, most of my dates is just riding around playing R&B, literally with a spliff. We riding around, we playing R&B with a spliff. I'm talking, yo, I love this song. I'm singing this my favorite part. She's singing her favorite part. She loves seeing me sing. I love seeing her sing. We go stop, get a little drink.
Sweeney was
Back
trying to
at
get
the
in there,
crib, watch
y'all.
a little Netflix. It's lit.
Man,
Take your lady for a ride, man.
Hey, Sweeney trying to get in there, y'all. Sweeney.
Listen, I'm not here to tell Clout JP that what he said. You can take me off the. I'm not here to tell you that. I just asked in general, just to ask you. I wasn't trying to say that what you were doing or the answer you was gonna give me was wrong. You absolutely right. I got cousins like that too that show up and all of that. And you're right, that is fun. My only question is why do we always treat it like a this or that type of situation as if there's not more than one way to skin a cat? Like you can either take her around the hood or you could take her to a nice place. You could take her to the beach or you could take her to fucking Steak and Shake and have a good time. It's more than one way to skin a cat. It's more than one way to entertain a lady.
Sweeney, it's the nigga. I don't care where you take a chick. If you're not that type of nigga, she ain't gonna have fun on a Disney trip. You got to be this type of nigga, right? Like, for an example, when I used to take my chick, when I was younger, and I took my chick around, she was having fun because I was getting into with niggas. She enjoyed that. Niggas in prison that's bored every day is so entertaining to women. A lot, I would say 80% of women prefer them a nigga in jail.
So and this example right here is a reason why our community is trash.
You just mad because you don't have that type of courage.
People moving upward like
he married.
You don't have that.
You ain't got the sauce player. You ain't got the married. You ain't dripped up with that sauce player.
Have you ever heard? Real quick. Have you ever heard? It's not the clothes, it's the nigga that's in the clothes. So if Sweeney, you could take a woman on the trip, but you not that it's the trip that's doing it. It's not you, right? Like they say, it's not the clothes, it's the nigga that's in the clothes. So just because you wear you one time don't make you that nigga, right? I can be dressing in a t-shirt and have your girl dancing. It just be lit.
So JP, why you locked up running away from Bubba?
You know funny though? No funny. Hold on.
How you look in the mirror?
That's what y'all want. While you in prison trying to avoid Bubba taking your ass, your woman's out there getting her ass knocked in.
When I come back home, that nigga gotta go. No big deal.
Listen, man, I'm gonna keep it 1,000 though. What
bitch? You got a prison bitch.
I just want to add something.
Somebody else.
That's how life goes.
I think you added enough.
Listen, I want to add something. Hold on. I want to add something to what JP's saying, right? Because I've been out at some decent places. You feel me? And like times when I've been broke, ain't had much money to my name. Now I've seen some people out, nice cars, nicely dressed, jewelry on, looking real good with their lady, but they just sitting in that booth. Or they at dinner or wherever they looking bored as hell. Me,
right?
I might not have the bread that they got, but guess what? We in that. It don't matter if that bar is a hole in the wall. It don't matter if it's a fancy spot. I'm gonna grab her hand and we gonna cut it up. I'm gonna get my little two-step. I'm gonna spin her around. And guess what? This literally happened last week. I was in a spot. I was in Tampa. I was in a spot with my lady. There was a bunch of people in the spot. They was looking all bored. Me and her, we was just sipping, taking our little shots. We get the dancing, turn up. All of them keep coming up to us like, oh my God, like y'all are so lit. Like I wish my boyfriend would dance with me. It came to the point. It came to the point where other dudes' ladies was leaving them sitting down and dancing with me and my girl. Other dudes' ladies.
You always got some fish story.
It ain't no story, brother. I'm just a fun guy.
Then at the end of the night, at the end of the night, she paid the bill.
It
don't matter. Right, she did. You're damn right she did.
With your bum ass.
You're damn right.
So then
Yeah.
And she had a better time. Hold on. And she had a better
You have
time.
to put on. You have to
Hold
put
on.
on a whole
She paid the
performance
bill and had a
so
better
that she
time
could
than
pay
she
the
would have
bill.
had with somebody else that paid the bill.
With your
She had a
bum
better
ass.
time paying the bill for me than she would have had
Women
with
don't care
one of
about
y'all
money
paying
like
the bill.
that.
That's why y'all
Kenny,
sound like
women don't care about money like that. Y'all got
They
the
don't.
wrong. See, y'all
Yes, they
understand
do,
women. Women
Yes,
care
they do.
about the
Women care
very
about
little stuff.
money.
Women goes off how you make them
I'm not a
feel, right?
gigolo. I'm just high value.
They
JP,
get excited on
don't tell that lie, JP.
Hold on. So if y'all willing to say women act like kids, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, right? Let's just say you buy your kids a bunch of gifts, but you barely there. Yeah, they appreciate the gifts, but they want you. So if you at work, let's go take it to grown folks. If you at work 16 hours a day, 12, 14, 16 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week, yeah, you coming on with a steady check. But she missing out the she only see you 4 days a month.
You was just a
So
hype.
women, hold on once, Kenny.
Well, then
Women,
why do y'all
if
complain about
y'all
gold
willing
diggers?
to admit,
Why do
if
y'all
y'all
complain
willing
about
to
gold diggers if they don't care
hold
about
on one
money?
second. Hold on.
And they just
If
care
y'all
about
willing
your
to admit
personality.
that women are emotional creatures.
God damn.
So the best way to
You need to get a woman over there to
attract a
clean that
woman
goddamn
is
house.
to connect with her emotionally. That means you got to do something to spark her emotionally. You got to be damn near. How can I put it? Because I could be in the streets and don't be in her face every day, but she knows I'm there, drop of a hat. So
need to
it's
spark
all
a
about
woman to clean
connecting
that
with a
house,
woman
JP.
emotionally. Y'all
You
don't know
need
how
to
to
get a
do
woman
that
over
yet.
there to clean
No
that
more
house.
emotional than a woman.
That's crazy. What is that shit, JP?
I just think that like
I see
it's
the
some
hot
women in the
dog.
chat
I see
talking
the
about
hot
damn.
dog back. Writing back at you.
Hold on once.
I
It's
see
a
the hot
woman in the
dog
chat
back.
that
Writing
damn.
back at you.
JP and Cloud gonna fuck up our chances of getting a stepdaddy. So now they're at the point where now they looking at y'all. Right now y'all are the same John when they finna die. But in their prime time, y'all not the option. Head.
Yo, one thing, look, we can't.
That's a fact.
Can we all agree that women don't really want nerds? Can we agree on that?
Nah, I can't.
Not to later.
Women want
They
nerds.
Women
I think they
nowadays.
don't
Women
want
really like
nerds.
nerds.
I
Women
think in the
go.
beginning,
nowadays.
I think in the beginning, JP's right. Them dumbass women want them thug dudes, them hood dudes in the beginning.
Yeah.
But then they realize they gotta avoid bullets.
Yeah.
They gotta avoid getting evicted. Then they gotta avoid go to the jail and putting some cigarettes on the books.
That's
Then they
20,
start to
30
realize
years
when they get
later.
in their 30 and 40s, yeah, I should have probably got with the nerds then. Instead, I got with the thug dude, and now I got babies by these loser motherfuckers. Yeah, you
And
right.
when she get with the nurse in her 40s, she's still gonna be cheating on you with niggas like us.
Hold on.
You probably right.
Like
look,
you.
Heard what
That's
people
probably a
said,
JP. That's
and I
probably a
still
family.
can't
That
see.
women are dumb.
No,
We
look.
established that women are dumb
You
and
is
men are
designed
weak.
to pay her bills. I'm designed to bust
be
and knock
Russell.
them in her heels.
Look,
You be Russell, I'll be Future.
y'all right. Listen, women go through phases of maturity, right? They go through phases of maturity. So of course, a 50-year-old woman choosing a drug dealer is crazy, right? But we talking about like I'm 32, you know, and a woman they at this age they start to look for more security, right? Now you might choose a guy who's a nerd later in life, and you don't really want him that bad, but you're like, hey, I'll take the money, I'll take the security over everything else. I don't care about liking him. But we're not going to act like it. Women ultimately they want the perfect man. They want a guy who used to sell drugs. They want a guy who used to be in the streets, and they want you to be a gentleman now. That's what they really want. They want to mix all of those things and get a perfect man. But a lot of cases they can't get the perfect man. But all of those women have experimented with those men, and they had the time of their life, and they never gonna forget about it. And they know they would always prefer to have that energy around them because a lot of guys don't have that risk-taking mentality in some way, shape, or form. Now, you can get legal money and still be the same type of guy. You can be the same type of guy who don't take no mess from nobody. You can be the same type of guy who carry guns legally, right? Who make them feel safe. But a lot of guys are nerds.
No, they like that risk taker. Like you can have 100,000 as a nerd, and I can have 100,000
Just wanna have fun. Just
That women
wanna
are dumb.
have fun. Y'all know that song, right?
That's what you're proving. Again, that women are dumb.
No, Hink. Hear me out, Hink. You as a nerd can have $100,000. I'm as a drug dealer can have $100,000. It's two difference, right? She's still gonna rock with me because It's my
But you
lifestyle. So me getting that $100,000 shows me like I'm a warrior to her. Where you just play it safe.
She's a dumb woman. She's a dumb woman. Why? As
Why
a
she
woman,
dumb? Why
why
she dumb?
if you had common
Yes,
sense
for
about
you.
you, why,
JP,
why
what
does
is
a
the
woman
you?
with common sense want to deal with a drug dealer, knowing their lifespan is short, knowing their lifestyle is dangerous,
Because
knowing
she
their
respects
lifestyle
the
is
risk.
no
That's what turns them on.
Again, they dumb.
They
So,
respect the
so
risk.
because they don't want to mess with your style.
No, I'm not gonna fault them for that. Good luck with the situation you want to
You
make.
ain't calling them because they don't like your style.
No, it's not. It's not because they don't like my style. It's they're dumb for messing with a person who's going to be a deputy.
Okay, like
who's going to be
Listen, they
locked
dumb
up.
for messing with anybody that ain't me. That's the only time they
JP, you're
dumb.
not no hustler.
Drilling in
We know
when you
some
get a
hot
woman
dogs.
drilling and
We know you
pumping,
beg women for
y'all
money.
niggas don't get the women drilling and rushing.
That's
Right? So
hustling.
they know y'all
Selling hot
sex is
dogs
weak.
is hustling, Hank. Selling
They
hot
know
dogs
y'all
is hustling.
Hey,
We
man,
know
shout
you
out
Begging
to
women
the
for money is
beg
hustling.
women for money like Hank.
That's
Like
hustling.
like clout.
shout out to the dude out here
That's
slinging
hustling.
hot dogs.
I've never asked a woman for money.
What we doing right now? We doing that thing where we acting.
When you're
You know,
that guy,
like
they give it to
women.
you.
The more mature
You can't
women
fathom that,
men
Kenny.
get,
You're
the
not
more
that
mature we
guy.
get, the more we don't care about looks.
You're
Right?
not that guy.
The
You
older
can't
we
fathom
get,
that,
the more
Kenny.
mature we get, the more we don't care about a
I have
woman's
my
beauty.
own money.
But
That's
the
different
average
too.
That's great. Me
man
too.
of
I got
at
my own
least
money
my
too.
age, hell yeah, we care about beauty. But if I'm
So
I don't care if she's
dope.
pretty.
Real dope. So have y'all ever been into it with some niggas, got into it, and then had sex right after that? The nerves don't get that drilling rushing. Once you get a woman drilling rushing when you running from the police or you doing some shit, you
That's
know
what
that
you
you
did?
if you get caught, you finna
ran
get
from
down.
police.
That pussy get to get
What's your
wet.
If a woman
That's
see a
You
gun
don't do
in
stuff
your
like that.
car, if a woman see a gun in your car on your counter, if she see it anywhere, she feels safe. She gushing.
Ma,
No,
how
women
old
like
you again?
women like to get in. They like to see you in action.
That's
My
it.
wife,
Ma,
my
how
wife,
old are
my
you
wife
again?
is not a fan of my guns.
I don't
My
think
wife is not
nerds
a
can
fan of my
fuck
guns.
good.
I
I'm just
got
gonna be honest.
That's different.
I got guns. I keep guns every vehicle I have. I keep a gun
That's
in my
something you
own
really want to
car.
see, Jay
I
Prince?
keep a gun in my truck.
I don't
I
think
keep guns
nerds
in
can.
my
I
house.
don't think nerds can hit that
My
good
wife's not a
button.
fan
That
of
spot
guns.
for them.
That doesn't make my wife good.
No, we're not
I got
talking
guns.
about your wife, Hank. We talking about the average one. We're not talking about mature.
I
You
know.
know,
Average woman don't like to see no
You
gun.
probably will
Don't
get
like
your
to
woman
Everyone
ready
like
for
guns.
Russell Wilson.
Stop
Most
it.
women are not. They don't feel
Hank,
safe
Hank,
around
you
women.
have the guns.
yes, they do.
Hank, you can't say that because you have the guns.
Yes.
Say
Stop
that if
doing
you
that.
ain't had
Why
no
would
guns.
most women not feel
But
safe
You got
around
guns.
guns
Don't
when
say that.
That doesn't make her feel safe because
But
I
they
have
know he
Hank,
ain't gonna bust them
Hank,
guns
Hank,
though.
Give them
Hank,
away.
you know dang,
Give
Hank,
them
you know
away
dang
all
well
your
your
guns.
woman feel. Hank,
Guns.
Give
He
away all your
just got
guns.
them.
Let's see how safe she feel.
Hank, you know dang well your woman feel more safe with them
I
guns in
will
the
bust
house.
them guns. Yes, I
I
will.
bet you if you get them
Hank,
guns away, she's gonna tell you to go
Hank,
get some more.
Hank, do your wife want you to get rid of them guns?
No.
Because she feels
Okay.
safer with them guns. Come on now.
Thank you.
Wait, so
No,
you
she feels safe
equated
with the person with the gun.
No.
Not
If
the gun.
if you said, you know what, I feel like we don't need these guns no more. I'll just give them away. What'll she
Right.
say?
Yeah, all right. Well, you
Ma,
know,
you
get
moving the
some more
point.
guns,
She
man.
will be
Hank
okay with
having a
that.
gun
No,
does not make it more
Your wife,
erotic or
your
sensual
your
to
wife
his
feels
wife.
safer with them guns inside of that house.
I feel sorry for y'all nerds. I always feel sorry for nerds. I got
Yo,
mad
Jay
at
Prince.
black women for treating y'all the
Feel
way they
bad
been
for the
treating
nerds.
y'all.
Jay Prince. You beat all
I
those
got mad
charges?
at black women for them
Hey,
treating
Jay
y'all the way
Prince.
they been treating you.
Jay
God
Prince,
damn.
you beat those charges?
Yeah, my charge got dismissed.
They
He
got
played it.
dismissed,
He
right?
played it. He played.
Yes, sir.
You
He
pled
played a
down?
deal. He put it up.
I don't never
He
get
copped the
What?
plea. He copped
Why
the
you
plea.
come up here professing that you's a ladies' man, a gangster? You know I know you beg women for money, EBT, and all. I mean, beg for stuff.
EBT.
I don't beg for
You
EBT.
got
I
hot
give
dog.
EBT.
Wait. You had a business partner
Oh,
named
so hold
Fatty
on,
that
JP.
you
Wait,
shysted for money.
can't be talking about how you a thug
What?
and you get EBT.
You can't be
How
a
you gonna be a
thug and
thug
doing
get
that.
And this is why your
You know
women
I
gonna
know you,
choose
right?
me over him
Nah,
any day, all day.
Hell no.
all the thugs get
That's
I
what
EBT.
want a
I'm saying.
woman
You
from
get
now
EBT.
peep this,
Yo,
Kenny.
man, want status.
This, y'all. Now watch this real dope. This,
What's
hey,
right
right
You talk
here.
like you been EBT.
Check this shit
You
out right
are
here.
you are
Check this.
You not
I'm on
no
EBT.
player.
Hold on. See,
You
I'm
a
not
dope
no
player.
player. I'm on EBT. I didn't graduate high school, right? I flunked in ninth grade. I was in ninth grade twice before I dropped out.
Listen, man. Hey, man. I take whatever payment she got, man. I take EBT, man. I take cash. I take Cash App. I take credit card. I take
bum
check.
ass.
You know what I'm saying? I
Hold
take
on
direct
once,
deposit, man. Whatever she offering to play, I'm playing gonna take it, man. I don't know what you talking about.
Right,
I
exactly.
take
So hold
CDBT,
on
man.
once.
I take
Let me say this
CDBT,
right quick,
man.
Clout. Let me say
I
this
take
right
the
quick.
bus token. She got a bus token play. I'm taking it all.
Hold
If she giving it, I'm taking it play. I don't know what you talking about, brother.
So
Ain't
I
no
get $1,000.
yours,
To
man.
Kenny's point, I get $1,000 a month in food stamps, right?
Talking
So
about.
I don't got no high school
Giving it to
diploma
you
or
don't mean it's the
GED.
problem that she giving it to me.
I've been
You know what I'm saying?
arrested 33 times in my life, right? And me and Kenny both been on
She
these
gonna take it from you
platforms
to
for
get
a
it to
very
me,
long
player.
time. How come I still manage? Hold on once. How come I still manage to pull a chick that's young, 29 years old? She 29. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. She don't got no kids. I made her flew to me to get EBT and work on my hot dog cart. And this nigga still on this platform crying about women I submit to him. He don't got no kids. I had so many women submit their bodies and giving me babies.
Are you
Leaving
on
his ass
child
in limbo.
support?
How many women submitted their bodies to give you babies?
Are you on child support?
No, I got all my kids. I don't got no child support. I don't have zero child support.
Child support. Don't let me get fatty up in here.
Brother.
Don't let me get fatty up in here.
What about that?
What
about Texas and Mississippi?
See, Fatty been your information guy. You've been misled.
Baby mamas? How many baby mamas? How many baby mamas? How many baby mamas? We're gonna prove that
How
you
many
a fool.
separated
How
wives?
many baby mamas?
How many separated wives? How many separated wives?
Wait.
How many baby mamas you got?
How many separated wives?
I got 2 baby mamas that I know of.
How many?
I got a few possibles.
You bad.
God damn.
How many baby mamas you got?
Hold on.
Zero.
Zero.
He
I got
has
0
zero baby
So
mamas.
let's go further.
He called himself
Let's
a
go
man.
further. Okay, let's go further. How many women you put
older
your
than
hands
me.
on? How many documented cases you got for beating women?
How many documented separations?
Zero.
You're a liar.
JP, I heard beat
You
the
gonna come
women.
up here and lie?
Come on,
Show
bro.
it.
You ever put your hand on
Yo,
a
the
woman?
paperwork, Kenny. Yo, you always acting like you got paperwork, Kenny.
I put my hands on one woman, and that was when I was 21 years old. After that, I ain't never did it after that.
Did you beat her ass, JP?
On my fiance that's tatted right here. I was with her 5 years.
So
you beat her ass?
So wait.
I was 21 years old. That was 20 years ago.
So Hank,
beat her
where did I
ass,
lie?
He gave it to she was wild. He
This
gave it
nigga, look how calmed out he is. And this is why his girl, you better not bring your girl around me. For you doing what you doing. If I get close to her, I'm fucking her. You ain't
They separated. You might have a shot.
Don't put a baby here. See, you're not even a real man. I think when you get in your 40s, no, you're not. Because when you get in your 40s, you're supposed to be damn near granddaddy stages.
I'm in my 50s.
See, when you hold on once, Kenny. When you 18, when you 18 and 25, then you a young man, right? What grows you up is fatherhood. 25 to 35. When you start hitting 36 to 45, you're supposed to be going into granddaddy stages.
Remember what you did to your kids online. Remember what you did to your kids online.
You are pointless.
Can I keep going?
You less of a man.
Almost got your kids taken from you online. Yes?
So he said I beat my kids online. Oh yeah, I still got my kids.
You remember?
CPS,
You almost got your kids
niggas like him went in and showed videos to CPS.
And don't believe
I still
gossip.
got my kids. See, you up there gossiping. That's
No,
how
it's not
nervous. That's
gossiping.
why you don't get no woman.
It's not gossiping. It's not
Man, you's
gossiping.
a bitch.
JP, I heard put hands and feet on these women.
Wait. You almost did I lie on you? Did I lie?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And you know what you're doing? You making more women more attracted to me than they is you.
God
The
damn.
shit that you doing right now, I guarantee you, women will get on my dick before yours.
JP, if any woman gives you
expose me.
I want to know how you
motherfucker. They'll find your ass dead in the woods somewhere. Don't put your hands on me. Don't hit me.
JP, get your baby mama.
That's your
God
baby
damn.
mom?
No.
You know her.
JP, you know you wrong for that. You better not be you better not be teaching those young girls that. You better not. Or I'll come over there and whoop your ass myself, nigga. I'll come up there and I'll light your motherfucking ass up, nigga. You know that. Yeah, you better walk away, nigga. You better smile. You better smile, nigga. I'll light your motherfucking ass up, though. Don't be teaching them girls that.
So I need an ass whooping. I've been needing an ass whooping for a long time.
Now, Clout.
All day.
Hold on. JP, do you know her? Do you know her, JP?
Oh, my heart.
Yeah, Clout. Go on, turn up now.
Don't you ever put your hands. Don't you ever put your.
What happened, JP? What happened? Your eyes got mad big. Do you know her?
I never met her in my life.
That's a goddamn lie. Y'all gotta get off this.
That's a goddamn
lie. Yo,
who is T Turner?
Joe?
Oh, shit.
Who is T Turner? I don't know.
JR, bring her back up. JR, bring her back up.
Yes, with homie. Oh, now you can't hear nothing. You got an insult.
I ain't never messed with that girl.
You ain't never messed with her. You don't know her. You put that on your kids.
She told you, JP.
You put that on your kids. You don't know her.
Damn, I'm a great head on my kids. I don't know that lady.
EBT Thug. Come on, man. That's what women like, right?
But she know me, though. That goes to show you.
Why you had your wife do that to me like that, Kenny?
Hold on, that goes to me. But she don't know KDB. Ask her, T Turner.
Girl, get it.
You don't know her?
T Turner, get him.
T Turner, where you know me from?
Ike got her. Ike the one that did that to Tina Turner over there. You know what I mean?
Where I know you from, nigga? I don't know you and I don't want to know you, JP, but I see you raising your girls, and you better stick with that shit. You now fuck all that. Shut your goddamn mouth, nigga, before I come up there and light your ass up, though.
You want me dead?
I'm motherfucking D-Right-T up in this motherfucker. You don't put your hands on the woman, you don't hit.
Oh, nah, she banging.
She wants some dick.
She the big homie.
Jay Prince, you are A1 recruiter.
That's what Chess looks like in the ghetto.
He's an A1 recruiter.
He don't mess with the nerves.
Nah, he's a big
Kenny, sweetie, you see what he recruit?
I'll bust your motherfucking ass up, nigga.
Nah, you got the big
make you fall in love with a nigga like me.
No.
Hey,
I'm for real. You don't put your hands on a woman and you don't hit her.
You need to put your hands on a comb.
20 years ago, Turner.
Clap. Don't do that. Let her
My white husband, he know not to fuck with me. That's why he married me. Okay? You don't put your hands on a woman, you don't hit her. Or you a liar.
What are you talking about, Turner?
He put hands on women.
No, I put dick on women.
That's not enough. That dick is not enough. It's dick all up and all over here.
This dick though.
JP said he likes penitentiary dick. JP said he likes penitentiary.
Got your hair all wild coming up here talking to me. You ready?
Because I can, bitch.
Man ain't even hitting it hard.
Because I can, bitch. And you talking all that shit, you need to watch your mouth in front of them girls. I know that. Watch your mouth in front of them girls. I know that before I come over there and sit your ass down.
What's your IG, Turner?
JP got a hot. JP got a hot
Tiffany Turner. Day in Ohio. What's up, good? What's up, Lions? What's up, Lions?
That boy got her
What's up,
emotional.
Lions?
Feelings.
What's up, Lions? All day, nigga. I'll roll up in that.
Talk your shit.
Look,
and JP, you trying to hook up with your ugly ass. God damn.
Listen, she tried to let JP know how gangster she was. She was like, yo, JP, I'm a real G.
Hey,
listen, JP, you got to chill out on that gangster talk because you see what it's doing to the women.
Right.
You're excited, JP. You like that excitement.
Emotions.
I roll up in that Cadillac
set.
Escalade, nigga, and it's all over. Everybody know when Tiff roll up. So don't play with me, JT. Don't say that shit in front of them girls. Don't say that shit in front of them girls no more.
You need to come over here and do that here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where you from?
Where the fuck you at, nigga? Oh, you can come to me, nigga. It don't make no sense though. You ain't finna sit there and say that shit in front of them.
What the lady,
she wants JP and them Doonies,
so
man.
what the lady is talking about is
She wants JP to ride the Doones,
swearing and yelling at his daughters. And it was
what she talking about, she want me to slap my dick on her booty.
No, that's what you know what I was talking about.
Some dick rubbed up on her booty.
Okay, so she.
Hey man, I don't know where this show was going.
It turned into a dick measuring contest.
It's all my already been measured.
We done went who?
None of the nerves.
In my Chicago rhythm days, I thought we was building over here a little earlier.
I see what type of woman you bag. So you got it, player. There go, bang.
Hey, Turner, where you from, Turner?
Shout out to Miss Turner. Shout out to Miss Turner.
Where you from? You from the zoo?
I'm from Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, you right down the street from Milwaukee. Why don't you come up?
God damn.
Where you at?
I'm in Milwaukee.
What's the Eddie? Stupid ass nigga. What's the Eddie? Stupid ass nigga.
Huh?
Yeah, huh? Now you can't hear now, huh?
No, what you saying? We gonna
What's good, Lions? What's good, Lions?
I'm
What's good, Lions?
We're gonna get into it.
Shout out to Miss Turner.
No, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass too.
I'm gonna beat your ass, motherfucking ass.
I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass too. I wish you would, nigga. I wish you would, nigga.
We know you fight women, JP. We know you a
Fellas,
woman.
this is a crash course in ghetto flirting. You know what I mean? I need y'all to pay close attention. You might learn something.
telling a woman he'll beat her ass.
All over their head.
No, I just came up here because I heard JP. I watch you taught your girls how to cook. They some good young ladies. They some good. Shut the fuck up and let me talk. I don't want you teach your girls how to cook and all that in the kitchen, and I like that shit. You a good father, but don't be sit up in here and talking in front of them like that. Shut up, nigga. That you done put your hands. Shut up, nigga. That you done put your hands on a woman and hit her. They don't need to hear that shit, JP. Don't do that to them. Don't do that. Don't do that to them. Or they can call on Auntie Tiff all day, and I'll roll up in that motherfucking Cadillac Escalade all day, and everybody know what that shit is, okay? You don't want none of this shit.
Nah, we're gonna cook it.
You don't want this smoke.
JP, that's your girl?
That's the type of woman
He
JP
about to knock the Doonies out of her. I know it. He about to knock the Doonies out of her. That boy gonna hit that.
What the hell just happened?
That's a ghetto love story waiting to happen.
I want to say something. If this is the thing, it don't matter how you connect with a woman's emotions. As long as I got their emotions, right? I can make them mad. I can make them sad. I make them feel glad. Once you get connected with the
you
emotions,
don't make nobody do nothing, nigga. You getting checked right now. You a bitch hitting on a woman.
This is what a woman in heat look like, y'all.
And your girls don't need to hear that shit. You need to chill and shit. You need to close your mouth when you in front of them girls, though. They beautiful. Okay?
I think that's still
yes, ma'am.
But JP, you need to
yell at him in his DM later.
Up his house. Oh shit, I'm crying.
She gonna do whatever I tell her to do.
Oh, JP, you a pimp, ain't you? You pimp all the girls.
I'm just me.
Who gonna do what you say you gonna do?
You keep it up, nigga.
I'll roll up in that motherfucking Cadillac Escalade. Don't play with me.
And I'll give you some gas money.
Don't play with her.
I don't need your gas money, nigga. You need the gas money. You need it. You need it.
And I'm getting
You
money.
talking big, you talking big shit right now, though. You know what I'm talking about? You need it.
So I'm
Send
getting
her the
you
address so we can get back to the
cigarette.
stream, man. I need to do all this flirting.
Tiffany good.
Hey, Tiffany, what you sipping on over
But
there?
hey, yo,
What you
don't
sipping on
talk
over there?
like that in front of your girl.
Can I do your
Don't
hair?
talk like that in front of them young.
I want to be able to pull your hair. It need to be
Don't
fixed.
talk like that. Don't talk like that in front of them girls.
They in the room taking a nap.
They hear everything, you know. They hear everything, nigga.
Right now, they in the room
They
sleep
hear
taking.
everything. Nigga, I ain't worried about you. I'm married to a white man. I'm married to a white man, nigga. I'm telling you, nigga. I'm telling you, nigga.
It's time for you to go to bed.
JP, did you just hear that woman say she
I'm betting my money on.
It don't matter if she married or not. She wants some of this nigga dick.
You would sleep with her.
Oh, no, I'm gonna go to Sweetie. I'm gonna have Sweetie to have you. Hey, Sweetie, what you go ahead and handle that?
Hey, JP.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Cause you ain't.
on your ass, man.
JP, I know you would kiss her right in the mouth. I know you would.
Baby, you got me over here blushing.
Look, man, he's driving the ladies wild, man.
Let me say this.
Watch your mouth.
Right now.
You need to watch your mouth.
You need to wash your mouth.
Acting like this, you don't got good dick.
Like flowers.
Wash your mouth.
They flower. They flower. Okay?
The hood dude was taking an L right now.
That's the ghetto dick. Me, crack like this. Me, crack, me, crack, me, crack like this. Ghetto dick.
Oh, see, the hood dude is taking an L right now.
I'm not taking no L.
Yeah, you are.
Well, I'm taking what the L stands for love.
No, you taking an L because you losing with this.
Y'all, I'm just saying though, like
y'all fans that don't hate on my man.
Look at this sad puppy face on Kenny's face. He wish he had a woman to come in and just get mad at him, cuss him out, or be happy. You don't get this type of attention.
That's not a place.
He gotta go pay for his women.
I'm sorry.
His dick don't work. He don't got his sperm count. Don't got no sperm count as a man. And I think a man, if you can't have no kids, you don't need to be on the planet. I think Kenny should kill him to delete himself because he's not.
Why are you talking about that man's dick for, JP?
What I'm saying is he haven't reproduced. He over 40 years old, don't got no kids, and he can't have none. He talking about my parenting. That's some grown man shit. When you become a father is a next level over a man, right? That's the highest you can get. And Kenny haven't reached that yet. He's a boy, and since his shit don't work, he was he pointless. He's just up here being nosy. You know, look how he know more about my business. He's just here being nosy. Where his baby mamas?
When did I lie on you?
Patty.
When did I lie on you?
Where is his wife?
When did I lie on you?
They're separated.
When did I lie on you?
Can you believe that?
Bring back Miss Turner.
You did a full circle. You beat another woman beyond the age of 21.
Okay, what you finna do for Father's Day?
Okay. I don't know why the one with the list is laughing. Yo, Klaus, you got kids?
The list.
You know what?
You got kids? You a drug addict.
My kids bought me something maybe for Mother's Day.
You 59. We ain't
I'm 59. When did I
Mother's Day. You said your kids bought you something for Mother's Day?
Yeah, because they feel like
I'm under 40, brother. We're not the same. Don't ask me about my kids. still alive,
One,
bro.
you're not physically as fit as me. You a drug addict.
My swimmers,
Hey, the hood, hey, OG Speed. The hood dudes are losing.
You're not my
JP said
tax
he's the mother
bracket.
and a dad.
Let's start there.
You don't even got
Hey,
your
happy
hairline no
Mother's Day
more.
to you,
I
JP.
do not
Happy
drink.
Mother's Day to you, JP.
Let's start there.
God.
I don't care
There's
if you
three
smoke.
things
It
that you
It don't
don't
matter
know
what
that
you do.
that
See,
I
when
would.
the sperm count don't work. A man's sperm count don't work. You might as well chop it off
After
and
you have kids.
You got too much DHT. That's why your hair going, brother.
Kids, you
Nah,
done.
that's
You
heredity.
got too much DHT. This is what testosterone.
That's heredity.
You got DHT.
But look at your
That ain't
insides.
testosterone,
You
my
a
brother.
drug addict. You're a drug addict.
Tell
I
me
know
what
this.
you want. I'm still
You are a drug
younger,
addict.
better looking, smoother, and I could probably
You're a
bag your
drug addict. You're an
separated wife.
alcoholic. You're poor.
I'm not alcoholic, brother. Stop it.
You live
Stop
up
it.
under somebody. I
Stop
know.
it. I don't live up under nobody. I'm not
I
an
told you I
alcoholic.
already
You
done
wish.
found out about you. You
Wish
live
that
up.
was, bro, we don't even know what
You
your
don't make
place
no
looks
money
like because you always got that funny background looking like you in jail, bro. Stop
because
it.
I don't want to show the rest of my
Laying on
place.
your stomach.
Okay, for
Looking like
you,
laying on your
on
stomach like a
Tuesday,
broad.
I'll be
Shut
in
up.
a different place inside, and I'll make sure I set it up real nice.
Man, shut your broke old ass up. Don't want to talk to you, nigga. Shut
I'm
up.
broke.
No hairline having, bum ass,
broke.
ugly ass, no bitch
What
having,
do
your
you
wife
do and what
left
do
you
I
ass
do?
nigga. Shut up, nigga.
Okay, I
Nobody
done
ask you
touched the
nothing.
nerve. So what do
Nigga,
you
ain't
do and what
you,
do I
nigga,
do?
you can't even sell no insurance policies, you bum.
No,
Get your
you said
hairline
in the
right,
wait,
you
wait,
bum.
hold on. What's my
Your
primary
camera
job,
don't
sir?
even look quality, you bum.
What's my
Get out of
primary
here.
job?
Stop
What's
talking
my
to me. Stop
primary
talking to me,
job?
bro.
What is my
Stop
primary
talking.
job? What is
Yo,
yours?
bro, I don't care what
Okay.
you're a
What
cable
is
guy.
your primary?
You're a cable
You know how I
guy.
stung you?
You're a
You was in
cable
the
guy.
comments talking about
You're a
he doesn't
cable
even have.
guy.
I'm a cable
You're a
guy.
cable guy. You do
No, I'm
fiber
not.
optics. You're a cable guy.
No.
Stop talking to me, bro.
No. I'm a
Stop talking to
technician,
me,
sir.
bro.
I don't come to your
Go run
apartment.
some cable cords,
I
bro.
deal
Go run
with
some
big
fiber optics,
business.
bro.
Why are you so
Go do
hyped?
menial labor,
Did I
bro. I
touch a
don't do
nerve?
that. Go do that.
Did I
That's
touch a
what
nerve?
you do.
I
That's
made
what
sick.
you do. Menial labor.
No. That's
You're
what
a
I do.
worker. You're a
I'm a
worker.
worker. I'm a worker.
Yes. You're a worker.
You're
Am I
a
wrong?
bum, and you live up
I'm
under
not a
your
worker.
family.
I'm not a
You're a
worker. And I
bum,
can
and
make
you
your
live
girl
with your
pay my
family.
bills. So how does that
You
feel?
are a bum, and you live with your family.
And that's why your
That's
woman's
why
not
you
with
ask
you.
girls to pay for your
That's why
stuff.
your
You
woman's
bum
not
ass.
with you. That's why you're
Okay,
separated.
let's
She won't
try
even give you
again.
the dignity
You
of a
smoke
divorce
weed, you
because
take
you're a
drugs, you're an
lame.
alcoholic, and you live
Hey,
under your
Kenny,
family.
Kenny, I
I'm
got
not an
my baby
alcoholic.
mama's on child
I'm not
support.
an alcoholic, but I'm gonna have a shot to that.
Okay,
My baby
hold on,
mama's on
JP.
child support, nigga.
JP, I get with you in a minute.
I'm not an alcoholic, but I'm gonna drink to
But
that.
I got my baby mama's on child support.
Hold on, JP. Hold
Yeah.
on, JP. So
Did Patty
You
tell you
abort
that?
a divorce? Why you ain't divorced
I
yet?
touched the
You
nerve.
abort a divorce? What's the problem?
Wait, the one when I know that you live with people and you pay rent?
You don't know who I live with. You don't
Okay,
know
so
where I
the
live.
one where you
You
have
don't
to
know
beg
what I
women
say.
for money?
Yo,
You
Kenny,
gladly,
stop
you probably came
Kenny,
up and told
you gotta
every
stop
man up
acting
here
like you know
that you
niggas.
beg
You gotta
women
stop
to pay
acting like
bills
you know
for you.
niggas. You did this last time
Hey,
when you
OG,
pretended you
you
see me
beg women to pay
outside.
bills for you?
Bro, you keep, bro. I
Hey,
don't have
come on.
women pay my
You
bills,
beg
bro. I
women
don't
to
need
pay
women to
bills
do
for
nothing.
you?
The difference between me and
Wait,
you, Kenny, is
Sweeney, you
women
married.
want to do things for me because I'm a
All
high
money, one
quality
pot.
man.
Think. You
You can't
married.
get
All
no
money,
women.
one
That's why
pot.
you're mad.
Wait,
You're
Ekene.
mad because women
Ekene.
don't do nothing for you. You have
When is
to
the
trick.
last time you
I
had
don't have
women
to
paying
trick.
up your
I'm
bills
not
because
you.
you ain't got no money?
When's the last what?
When
I
is the
don't have to
last
trick,
time
brother.
you had somebody paying your bills for you because you're broke and you's a bum?
I've never had anybody paying my bills for me. I've never had anybody paying my
Your
bills for me,
singing
brother.
career is double wood.
I've
You ain't
never
go
had anybody
nowhere
paying my
with it.
bills,
You
brother.
cannot talk to me.
I've been, like I said, I've been running a graphic design business since I left high school. I've never had anybody
Yeah?
paying my bills.
Wait a minute. You make 6 figures a year?
My brother, I
You
bought
make
my
6
first house
figures a
when I
year
was
doing
20
that?
years
Own
old.
your own
Me and
shit?
you are not the same. We're not the same.
Yeah, you not my tax bracket.
Sure, brother. If you believe that, you can believe what you want.
No, I know that.
And even yo, brother, even if you made triple what I made, I could still take your bitch.
And you don't got no woman or no kids, so you don't mean nothing. That money
don't got no kids to show for it because you're a lame.
Ain't no person is just a man with
You're
some
lame
money.
and you're lonely. You're lame, you're lonely, and you're
Having money is to raise a family king as a
that's
man.
why when you see me in Queens,
You don't have that.
JP, you almost lost your kids because you beat them on the line.
That's what. Hold on, Kenny. That's why when you
Wait,
see me in Queens,
you almost lost
right?
your kids because
Right? When you see me in
you know what
Queens,
you did on that live. Where is Fatty? Where's Fatty?
Hold on. Don't talk about Fatty. Talk about when you see me in Queens, you ain't say nothing, nigga. Talk about that.
And what Queens? When did I see you in Queens? When did I see you in Queens?
Remember a couple weeks ago, you was talking about how you see me smoking in my car in Queens. Now you acting like you don't know
No,
what
I
I'm
didn't
talking about.
see you smoking in Queens.
Oh, when I called you out on the panel and say, "Why now you ain't see me in Queens?"
I didn't
when I
see
said,
you
"Why
smoking
that,
in
right?
Queens."
Pussy, shut up.
I didn't see you in Queens. You can easily find. Ask where I want to be, and I'll be there today. Since some buns.
Hold on, super chat, nerd. Big giant.
I don't want to be nowhere near you. You're a sucker. You're disease, a sucker, cancer. Don't nobody like you. Don't nobody love you.
We gotta respect it. We gotta respect the church's money. Big giant $10 said, "Dope. You are the perfect example of can't drive and talk at the same damn time. You making no sense. Devil don't need excuses for his behavior. I guess you niggas didn't thought I know how to read too.
That nigga
Mills
said big
giant.
giant.
Say, JR, we choose through looks.
You don't.
Hey, wait.
Big head. You
Wait,
said
hold on.
big
The shit said big head. Hold on.
The church's money, man. It's the church's money.
Big head.
Mills 36, $2. Actually, we choose for big top and backside real shit. Mills again. Thank you. Appreciate that brother. $2. 7 times out of 10 ain't got no walls. Get a 4 to 6 fellas. Kenny Persilvia, $2. Peace to the panel. Peace to you, Kenna. This might be risky. $20. Salute, JR. Thank you for everything. OG cooking dead ass. OG talking about universal law applying to all of us. And those men have the same wants and needs as us. But we acquiesces to these perverse societal standards. Kevin Cook, $2. Appreciate that, Kev. Gone said, they say black men are the weakest. Realistically. Mr. T. I don't know. That's $125, but that's $5 in English.
It's Travolta.
You people act like women aren't their own beings. Just because a woman lives with you doesn't mean she won't cheat. Yeah, especially if you ain't that nigga. There's no difference, black women, between them. Mr. T again for the same $5. Also, it's only broke niggas that talk about grown men being tricks. All men pay one way or another. It's just semantics. That's false. I ain't had to pay for nothing.
Yeah,
Lay $5 a wife provides lineage.
That nigga said
vision. $5, y'all. We gotta play with the church's money. Lay $5. A wife provides lineage, supports the vision, sacrifices her wants for the bigger picture. Is selfless and creates a healthy home, to say the least. No, women provide more than that too. The male feminist $2 say, props to T Hunter. We don't need more black men scared of marriage. Yes, the fuck we do. Lay $2. Clout. Your ass wife must have been hell. Well, all of y'all hell. Big giant $10 say, I don't want to get married either.
What are you talking about?
You can't read. I thought you could read, JP.
We got to read the super chat, y'all. Big giant $10 say, I don't want to get married either. Don't do it. You get married and then you turn into a Bears fan and hanging out in a basement telling people to go to hell and hanging with Batman and the Joker. And you start wearing chains with wallets on you, looking like an old truck driver. Mr. T $5 say, all men pay. They pay with either money, energy, attention, or time. Broke guys pay with time because they are broke. Shout out to Coach Greg. We pay with our
That's Travolta, man.
Reese Anderson $5 say, off topic, but he came. You know damn well y'all sold us into slavery for girls. Hold on. See, y'all keep money, man.
Stop being a sucker. Stop writing in the chat. I put their address.
You know damn well y'all sold us into slavery for guns, alcohol, mirrors, and bed. I just had to comment on the lies from before. Reese again, $2. And that was in the 16 and 1700s, not no damn 1880s. Mr. T, $5, respectfully. Jay, the only reason you have an exciting life daily is because you are broke and unemployed. You have all the time to whip that dick and make them girls spin. I mean, to be excited. Okay, Mr. T, $2 saying this is FBA excellence from Jay on display. LOL. I'm trying to tell you, I'm that nigga.
Like,
I'm not the dog nigga. Chris Reed, shout out to my boy Chris Reed. $5. He say, my cousin said if you got a golden D or a 10-inch, you don't have to work. Only people that got 6 inches or less gotta work. Am I right, Mr. J. Prince? Absolutely. When you got a big dick, that's law. You don't have to talk. You don't have to do nothing. She gonna fish in your plate. She gonna pay your bills. She gonna not pay her rent to buy you some shoes and the PS5 when you got a big dick though, and a big bass in your voice too. Chris Reed, $2. But some women likes to be Chris Brown before sex. Chris Reed again, $5 say, I need to thank Mr. CT for hooking J Prince up with her. Yeah, I'm out to call the CT with that shit. Doug Will, $2. For the JP Finance Book Fund. Hey, women love my speech though. In ways, they seem to understand my articulation when I'm asking for that booty. Because I seem to get it. Y'all one is educated and I speak English pretty good, and you niggas can't get it.
Live, right?
Hey, JP, can you say super califragilistic expeditiously?
Hey, boy, shout out to the dumb ninjas. Shout out to the dumb ninjas.
Hey, you know this is live, right? Like, this is on the internet forever, bro.
But look though,